Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
In the hotel in Azalea Town, Oki and Lena woke up one after another. Last night, the two people who tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time fell asleep after cooking the fire, and this sleep swept away the fatigue of traveling during this period. Nana, are you hungry? Although he said that he was getting more and more tired after sleeping, Oki really didn't want to move at the moment. I'm hungry, but I don't want to move. Lena opened her eyes and looked at Oki cutely. Understood, I'll call now. Fortunately, the hotel has room service. Oki ordered two breakfasts directly and then went to the bathroom with Lena in his arms. By the time these two people finished washing and had breakfast, it was almost noon, and now the question of whether to eat lunch was very troublesome again. After a while of discussion, Oki and Lena chose to continue traveling. The easy life is easy to make people fall, and they are afraid that they will stay here for a while and they don't want to move anymore. The forest, besides the forest, is still a forest. Fortunately, there are all kinds of Pokémon in the forest, so that Da Shui's journey is not too boring. Shang Ren, how can you stand alone like this? An uncle's roar came, and Oki, who had been bored for a long time, had found some fun and hurried over to see what happened. I'm sorry, master, but Farfetch doesn't listen to me at all. From the past, a very dark and strong uncle was reprimanding a young man. Don't make excuses. As Farfetch's trainer, it's your incompetence that you can't make him obey. There's nothing to quibble about. The dark uncle seemed to be getting angrier. Listening to the arguing between the master and apprentice, Oki felt that it was better not to get involved, so they left quietly. After another long journey, Oki and the others came to the town of Leaves. Although there is no Pokémon gym here overall, this place is still very prosperous. Did you say that there will be a Pokémon exchange conference here for a while? In a restaurant in Leaf Town, Oki and Lena were eating, and heard a table next to them talking about the Pokémon exchange conference. The person at the opposite table had a pretty good temper and was not very angry when Oki asked him such a sudden question. Instead, he answered directly, "Oh, that's right, there are still about 10 days left. There is a Pokémon exchange conference to be held, and there will be a lot of trainers at that time. And during this time, everyone is working hard to catch Pokémon, trying to exchange for the Pokémon they are satisfied with at the conference. Okay, thank you. The consumption of your table is counted on me, and it is considered as a reward for telling me the news." Oki settled the bill for this table very generously. Nana, did you hear that just now? There will be a lot of Pokémon here to exchange. Walking out of the restaurant, Oki excitedly pulled Lena and said, "Yeah, I hear you, but are you going to trade your Pokémon? Or do you want to catch Pokémon before that?" "Haha, Nana, you know me well. Let's book a hotel first. I believe there will be a lot of people there." And the fact is just as Oki expected, because the Pokémon Exchange Conference will be held in a few days. Most of the rooms have been booked out, but because not everyone is so rich, most of the rooms left are high-end suites. Yet they just caught up. "Yat, are we going to catch Pokémon next?" Lena asked after putting down her luggage and resting for a while. "We must catch them, but let's forget about today, and tomorrow we will go to the forest to catch some better Pokémon." On the first day of arriving in Leaf Town, Oki and Lena had a good time here. It is close to the sea, and the beautiful beach is naturally indispensable, so there are naturally many ways to have fun. After a crazy day, the fire of dried vegetables in the evening directly consumed the few passions of the two of them, and it was considered a good night's sleep. On the second day when he came to Leaf Town, Oak let Lena stay in the hotel to go out and play when he was bored. Just in case, he also gave her the Poké Ball from Ninetales. "I am going directly to the nearest and largest forest here with the support of Spirit. Oki believes that I can harvest a lot of good Pokémon, although I can't meet my requirements, but for normal trainer it must be rare excellent product." Coming to the forest, perhaps because of the proximity to the Pokémon Exchange Conference, the density of trainers in the forest is significantly greater. I usually don't see a trainer in a day, but now I can see one or a few trainers within a short walk. After all, the forest is not as safe as I imagined and I don't have enough strength. It's better to go with a few people. A place with a lot of people means less resources, and it is extremely easy to quarrel or even fight. Oki had no intention of competing with them and walked straight into the depths of the forest. He should be able to find as many good Pokémon as possible by himself. Maybe it's because he has accumulated a certain amount of character during this period of time. After searching in the forest for a while, the spirit told him that there are suitable Pokémon around. After searching according to Ling's instructions, Oki found a Pinsir with a good size. and its aptitude had reached the yellow level, which could serve as the main force in the normal trainer's team. Come out, Arbok. In the forest, De Shui still felt that Arbok was the most suitable. When I came out and found it in the forest, I felt that Arbok was a little excited. After Okya talked about his plan without Okya's command, Arbok knocked out the pinsir directly, and then dragged it in front of Okya. He took out the ordinary piquet ball bought before the forest and put it away directly. With a good start, Okya originally thought that the next thing would be smooth, but it turned out that the accumulated character was wiped out. Okya didn't meet any Pokémon worth conquering next, just simply an Arbok was wandering in the forest. Could he still meet other trainers and even encountered 2 battles? Okya took out the snacks that he packed in his backpack when he was bored when he started out, just like watching a movie. When others saw the people around him, Arbok also knew that this guy was not easy to mess with. So he ignored his existence when he didn't intervene, but the necessary vigilance was still there. After a day of shopping, I harvested a pinsir's Oki and took Arbok back to the hotel at dusk. Anyway, it's still a long time, so there's no need to live in the forest like everyone else. Ask for flowers. Yi, you are back, what have you gained? Maybe it was just after taking a shower, see Lena put on something like a charter woman in Star Master Kung Fu for her curly hair. But it is a young Stephanie after all, and it has just been developed by Oki, so it seems to have a special flavor. Your outfit is really pretty good looking, Oki said after staring at Sir Lena for a long time. I want you to say, didn't you confiscate a suitable Pokémon today? In addition to another question in response to Oki, there was also a pair of sanitation balls that Sir Lena gave away for free. Hee hee, you know my vision is very high. Even if I didn't tame my own breeder, I don't want to tame Pokémon casually, and when exchanging I will entrust them to the appropriate trainer. Traveling together for so long in front of Sir Lena, Okya's face is getting thicker and thicker. Well, if you can think this way, it means that you are a responsible person. Come on, I will reward you, okay? Sir Lena seemed to get a very satisfactory answer. I took the initiative to hand over a sweet kiss of myself. That's it, didn't you say it was a reward? Okya said in disappointment while stretching out his salty pig's hand. Where should I touch it? Put it down, don't. I haven't finished my meal yet, I'm hungry. Sir Lena avoided the devil's hand stretched out by Oki and then rejected his further action with a very legitimate reason. And Oki, who heard what Lena said, also helplessly stopped the movements of his hands and mouth. After all, if this continues, he will be the one who suffers. When did you take it off? Sir Lena stared dumbfounded at Oki, slowly fastening her belt. She didn't see when her boyfriend untied it at all. That's not the point is that the stomach is already full, and I just ate a few pieces of bread at noon. Let's go to eat first, and I will show you slowly in the evening. Now you go and change your clothes and prepare to go out. Oki pulled up the sofa. Lena, who was still astonished, pushed her into the bedroom to change. For the next half hour, Sir Lena was just like any other woman, struggling with what to wear to go out. Oki can only sigh on the sidelines. Fortunately, she is traveling now. Should I ask her to prepare it an hour in advance at home? And fortunately in this world, people have good skin because of the abundance of aura, and only a small number of people have good skin. If you need to wear makeup to go out, most of them will only put on light makeup for some important occasions. As a relatively prosperous place, there are still many places to eat. After Okyi and C. Lena chose for a long time, they chose a restaurant that sells fried noodles. This place is very unique. The fried noodles are not human beings but Pokémon. It was a Machamp who helped Okyi and the others prepare fried noodles. If Okyi hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be hard for Okyi to believe that a muscular Machamp would be selling fried noodles here with a shovel. However, seeing that it is skillful in action and the fried noodles it makes are also very good, Okyi also admires this boss very much. Okyit took pictures of Machamp making fried noodles and went to the Pokémon Center to exchange his own Machamp. Since taking over Machamp, which is still in the form of Machop, Okyi has been training it with a focus on strength. Facts have also proved that Okyi's training plan is correct. Machamp's growth is very gratifying, although at the beginning and Meowth with the strange Machamp is comparable in strength. But with the passage of time and the development of training, Machamp's strength has gradually surpassed that of Meowth. Sometimes Okyi wonders if there is a reason why Meowth chose to evolve into Persian. But anyway, after Okyi watched Machamp's performance today, he suddenly felt that his training plan for Machamp might have to change a little bit. After watching the video taken by Okyi, Okyi's Machamp also pondered for a long time. The Machamp in the video may be able to crush it in terms of strength and even suppress it during the Machoke period, but it is undeniable that Machamp, who has been doing fried noodles for a long time, is very good at controlling strength. 527. Machamp, how are you? Any ideas? Oak asked after Machamp watched the video. Boss, in fact, since I broke through to the quasi-elite level, no matter how hard I train, I can't make satisfactory progress in terms of strength. When I just saw my similar performance, I still looked down on it at first. Just think about it carefully. Its power control is incomparable to me. If my power control is as precise as it is, my combat effectiveness can be greatly improved, and my strength should also be greatly improved. I even feel that the opportunity for me to break through to the quasi-elite is here. Machamp returned through the spiritual link. I thought so too, so I took a picture and asked you to come over to have a look. You really didn't disappoint me, you really noticed this. Next, I think the direction of strength training should be changed. Strength training improvement is limited after all, and our next step is to consider how to use your existing strength to become your own combat power. Oki patted Machamp's shoulder and said in satisfaction. In the following time, Oki and Machamp discussed the next training plan enthusiastically. The discussion lasted for nearly an hour before stopping. There was still a feeling that there was still more to say, and the rest was to slowly improve during training. After the discussion was over, Oak returned Machamp to the piquet ball. It has to be said that the effect of the spiritual power link is too great, and Oki is very grateful for having this method to know the thoughts of Pokémon. However, the heated discussion between Oki and Machamp just now is not what they imagined in the eyes of others. From the outside, it is Oki dancing and talking alone, and Machamp answered with a spiritual link, except there are no physical movements, and there is no other sound, so the scene looks not only strange but also a bit funny, but it will get boring after a long time. Because the location was in a hotel room, the only audience was Sir Lena. Although I knew what was going on at the beginning, Sir Lena couldn't help laughing. After laughing for a while, the point of laughter passed. I watched Oki and the others boredly and gradually fell asleep. When Oki retracted Machamp's piquet ball and turned around, he saw that Lena had fallen asleep on the sofa. In fact, when Lena was smiling just now, Oki had been watching him all the time, but because he happened to be in high spirits, he didn't care about it. Now that the matter is over, it's time to settle the score. I saw Oki walking lightly towards Lena, who was already asleep. Although it was the most expensive room and there was a carpet on the ground, it was basically silent when walking, but Oki still subconsciously relaxed his movements. Hey, the Hala is coming out. Sir Lena was in a deep sleep, and Oki woke up slowly after pushing twice and then heard Oki's voice. Ah, no, it's not that, it's just. Oki, if you lie to me, I'll kill you. Sir Lena probably understood what Oki said during the trip. What is halazi? After waking up, he wiped the corner of his mouth in a panic and tried to deny it. The nasty jokes did not affect the mood of the two of them at all. On the contrary, it became the adjustment of the two people's feelings, making life more interesting. But when teenagers and girls are together, they will always collide with Ember, and both parties are adults, so naturally they can't bear it. The two people who woke up the next day looked at each other, who opened their eyes almost at the same time, and the love in each other's eyes looked at each other and smiled. Everything was in silence. The time spent together passed quickly, but the two also had business to do. Oki, who was delayed for a day, continued his plan to capture Pokémon after a day off. In the next few days, although Oki's harvest was very small, the quality was very good anyway. Counting the previous Pinsir, a total of 5 Pokémon were captured, namely, Pinsir, Victreebel, Nidoqueen, Weevil, and Teddiursa. And the closer the day of the Pokémon Exchange Conference is, the more lively Leaf Town will be, and more trainers and various monks will gather here. Among them, there are actually many Pokémon poachers. After all, it is a rare opportunity to legally launder the Pokémon you have obtained. Ash and his group, who were so lucky that they exploded, were very lucky to catch up with this grand event. Oki had to lament the luck of these guys. He had been staying here for nearly half a month to wait for this time. They just lost their way a little bit, and they could catch up at just the right time. Although Oki saw these 3 people coming, he had no intention of saying hello. The Pokémon Exchange Conference here is divided into 2 places. One is for Ash and the others who are not popular trainers, and those who simply keep Pokémon as pets. The other is for trainers like Oki who yearn for actual combat to exchange Pokémon. The place where Oak escapes is naturally the latter one. Because most of the Pokémon poachers on this side are wandering around and exchanging, and the exchanged Pokémon will inevitably be a little injured. So Oki asked Sir Lena to go to Ash and the others. Anyway, they hang out with Ash and the others, except Team Rocket, except that the trio will make trouble. There will be nothing else at all. When Sir Lena was looking for Ash and the others, Oki came to the other side of the Pokémon Exchange Conference place. There are a lot of Pokémon standing next to some people with scars on their bodies, or Pokémon who looked around with ignorant eyes because they were young, were held in the arms of some people. These people are easy to distinguish, and they are naturally Pokémon poachers, or something like that. The trainers who can come here are not the kind of people who choose Pokémon on the basis of cuteness, coolness, etc., so young Pokémon are not much interested in, and those who have injuries on their bodies but sharp eyes are these the existence sought after by trainer. Oki is very simple, wandering around here trying to find the Pokémon you want. Even if you can't find it, the Pokémon you have captured these days can't be replaced. You can also pass it back to the family. They have good qualifications. A large number of people in the family need it. Because there are a lot of that kind of people who have been on the Alliance's blacklist for a long time. Most of the people here wear masks or something as a cover. And there are many people who are not from the Johto region at all, but came from other regions of. As for why the Pokémon Exchange Conference is legal only in Leaf Town, no one knows, so those other regions. The Pokémon in Region 4.0 that Oak has never been to is the target that Oak wants to change. After wandering around for a long time, Oki had a general understanding of the situation here. But because the conference had just started, Oki was not in a hurry to make a move. More and more people were coming here. He was going to wait even if the Pokémon in his hand is not enough to exchange for excellent Pokémon at that time. He still has money, right? How many people who can become poachers are rich? Except for those who have no money, they are even less money, so there are still many opportunities, but everyone needs Pokémon to exchange this fig leaf. The market here is getting better and better. After Oki wandered around, he finally found the target he wanted. After having the target, Oki took the Piquet ball and the bank card and walked towards that Target Leaf Town Pokémon Exchange Conference, where practical trainers gather, and different types of Pokémon from each region appear here. The trainers check each other's Pokémon, and when they see that they are satisfied, they propose an exchange or use the name of the exchange to do some ulterior secret transactions. There are really all kinds of people here. And like Oki, who looks like a rich man, he is the target of the trainers because they are often equated with fat sheep. But on the other hand, for these wealthy sons and daughters, if they spend a little of their own pocket money in exchange for a Pokémon they are satisfied with, they must have earned it, so it is really hard to say who earns and who suffers. Among the various people and Pokémon here, there are two people who caught the attention of Oki. The Pokémon they released is also very special. It is an Aron. The Aggron, which is extremely powerful, has a cool appearance and can Mega Evolve, has always been the Pokémon that Oki dreamed of, and the Aron released by these two people has the aptitude of the blue level in the analysis of the spirit. These two people look exactly the same, they should be twins, but their clothes, although they look clean and should be carefully preserved. But Oki can tell at a glance that they have been worn for more than a few years, because Oki had a similar experience in his previous life. As for the Aron they released, it looks a bit sluggish. Although Aron's final evolution is very good, they keep explaining that the sluggishness is because the food that eats 11 is too ordinary to keep up with the development. But after several waves of trainer after watching them go, there is no one around them paying attention. Just when they were extremely disappointed and were about to leave, Oki walked over and stopped them. As for why go fast, it is because he is not the only one who sees that Aron has great potential. Many people should also pay the same attention, wanting to stop the two brothers when they are going out or just leaving and then pick up a leak. While stopping the two brothers, Oki deliberately took out his family's badge and shook it a few times, trying to keep those people from acting rashly and coming out to fight with him. Facts have proved that he succeeded. Because the family under the tree was wiped out some time ago, anyone with a relationship in the Johto region has learned about it, and civilian trainers and Pokémon hunters have learned about it. Because their channels are limited, the information they get is incomplete, so the image of Oki is defined as the rich son of a big family, and the photos are widely transmitted. When Oki took out his family badge, many people who knew his identity had already retreated silently. After all, it was not worthwhile to offend this ruthless person for a Pokémon that cost a lot of money. Those who didn't know Oki saw those people retreating, so naturally they wouldn't act rashly. In the end, Oki was the only one who stopped the two brothers and put forward his idea of getting the Aron. "You mean you want to trade this Aron?" one of the two brothers asked excitedly. "That's right, I've seen it. This Aron is only caused by long-term malnutrition, right?" Oki's words made the two brothers blush a little. They really couldn't afford this Aron, so they planned to change to other Pokémon. "Then how do you plan to change?" the other of the two brothers asked straight to the point. "Very good, as long as you want to change it. Change to another place and I will show you the Pokémon I am going to exchange." Oki snapped his fingers and left here, walking to a nearby open space. The two brothers looked at each other in dismay. Although they were worried about Oki's other plans, the two brothers who were already a bit desperate still gritted their teeth and followed. All the way to the open space next to them, the two brothers also kept a sufficient distance from Oki, trying to leave this side quickly when the situation was not right. Come out, everyone. Oki released all the Pokémon that he tamed and planned to exchange. Since he tamed them, Oki has also taken good care of them. Now each one is not simple from the appearance. The two brothers were a little puzzled. Here are the 5 Pokémon I plan to exchange. Take a look. The qualifications and strength of these 5 Pokémon are all carefully selected by me. They are definitely worth the money. Oki signaled them to be careful. Choose which Pokémon to change. At this time, the communicator of one of the two brothers rang, and after signaling to Oki, he ran to the side to answer the phone, and after answering the phone, he also quietly communicated with his brother for a long time. Oki probably heard they were learning about their own information. After a while, the two brothers returned to Oki, as if they were struggling with something, and the expressions on their faces were also very conflicted. In the end, one of the two brothers said to the other, "We discussed it just now, let's change it to him. It was a coincidence that we captured this Aaron. At the same time, we found another thing in that place and wanted to make a deal with you. I believe that as the son of the Oak family, you shouldn't do anything to lose points." Oki guessed a little about what they said, so he said happily, "Don't worry, as long as it is a good thing, I will give you a satisfactory price. It's this thing, I discovered it with Aaron, I believe you know how precious this thing is." One of the two brothers took out a round thing and handed it to Oki, which is the Mega Evolution Stone. "Ling, let's see if this is Agron's Mega Evolution Stone." The moment he saw this Mega Evolution Stone, Oki was very excited. No matter what Pokémon's Mega Evolution Stone it is, the value is huge, Okiat said he must get it. "Master, just as you think, this is Agron's Mega Evolution Stone." The news given by Ling made Oki very excited. "What do you think? I want this Mega Evolution Stone. 2 Pokémon plus 100,000 Alliance coins." The conditions offered by the two brothers are not too outrageous. In this world where an ordinary Pokéball costs 2,000 Alliance coins, 100,000 Alliance coins is really not much. "Deal, and I will give you 200,000 yuan." Oki made a decision directly, and in a good mood, he directly gave them a quotation of 20 square Alliance coins. After the two brothers struggled for a long time, they finally made a choice, which was in line with their economic conditions. They chose Pinsir and Victreebel, a bug type and a grass type, and the food was not too big. The two brothers who had chosen Pokémon completed the transfer in Oki and left in a hurry after receiving the news. And Oak, you returned to the Pokémon Exchange Conference after Aaron and the Mega Evolution Stone. After all, there may be a Pokémon he is satisfied with here. However, Oki's ostentatious return really surprised those who have been following him just now. Between the two possibilities that Oki reached a deal with the other party and then the other party left by himself, and Oki killed people for something, after combining the information of the family under the tree, these people decisively chose the second option. So after the Pokémon Exchange Conference ended, Oki's image in the Johto region became a bit unpopular. But this is all for the future. The Pokémon Exchange Conference is not over yet. After wandering around for a while, Yin Shui found another object of interest to him. This is a female trainer. Standing beside her is a very beautiful and attractive Pokémon, 470 Aralts with blue qualification. Since there are not many Pokémon of the Pokémon Super Power series, and Gardevoir, the final evolution of Ralts, is the kind of Pokémon that is both eye-catching and powerful, so the competition this time may be very strong. After observing for a while, Oki felt a little bit down. This Stephanie is the kind who has already despaired of the trainer path and doesn't pay attention to those who try to exchange Pokémon. On the contrary, those who directly offer can make her react a little bit, but after taking a look at the Ralts beside her, she gives up again. After thinking about it, Oki stepped forward and said to that Stephanie, "I'm interested in this Ralts, let's talk about it in another place." Then that Stephanie left with him. Of course, that is the process after other people see it and add your own imagination. In fact, it was after Oki stepped forward to show the female trainer that he was a good person, and at the same time assured her that he would train this Ralts well. The female trainer agreed to talk in another place, but I don't know the details. Leaving the place where the Pokémon were exchanged for the conference, Oki took the female trainer to find a coffee shop and sat down. "Now let's have a good talk. I just observed for a long time. You seem to be not very interested in Pokémon for this Ralts. You are a little interested in money exchange but have special feelings for it." After sitting down and ordering coffee, Oki asked directly. After taking a sip of coffee, the female trainer began to slowly tell Oki about her story after thinking about it. It was a very ordinary Stephanie, a very ordinary story, but it should be a real thing, so she started to cry while talking, but Oki was very embarrassed because she was not his girlfriend after all, so he couldn't give Oki in her arms a tissue in a timely manner. The cafe in Leaf Town, Oki sat awkwardly, just quietly watching a Stephanie crying sadly opposite, and then a cute Ralts patted her shoulder to comfort her. Before Stephanie told Oki her own story, an ordinary story of an ordinary Stephanie. This Stephanie is called Siko and she lives in Leaf Town. She has had the dream of being a trainer since she was a child, and at the same time she has a childhood sweetheart. Unlike those who grow up and treat each other as a younger sister or brother, Siko and her childhood sweetheart are naturally together. Her childhood sweetheart is also a person who has the dream of a trainer. Because she is 2 years older than Siko, that person went on a trip 2 years earlier than Siko. Because although the two families are in a good family, but from the moment of birth, every year to it is too exaggerated for Alliance to pay 100,000 Alliance coins. So his Earl Dervish Pokémon bought a Sandshrew from some Pokémon merchants, not Usangia, but as an Earl Dervish Pokémon, it is actually not bad. The place where the person travels is not the Johto region where his family is, but Hones, just because Siko said at one point that her Earl Dervish Pokémon would be nice if it was a Ralts. Fortunately, that person still has the talent of a trainer. After going out for 2 years, he came back as a very capable trainer. He brought back 2 Ralts and gave one to Siko to make Earl Dervish Pokémon. After that, the two of them happily started traveling together. And the story often has a turning point at this time. After 3 years of traveling together, both of them have a lot of Pokémon, and the 2 Ralts have evolved separately. It seems that the person chose in advance, and his evolution became after Gallade, Siko evolved into Gardevoir. Like her trainer, the 2 Pokémon who fought together for 3 years also got together and gave birth to this Ralts. The two of them kept the Ralts happy all the time and never thought about letting it fight. As a result, during a trip, a Pokémon hunter was eyeing him. That person wanted to snatch the 2 evolutionary Ralts from the 2 of them. After all, Siko and the others had traveled for so long, they still had some strength, so they directly took the Pokémon hunter. The Pokémon are all knocked out. Originally, Siko's childhood sweetheart wanted to kill the hunter, but unexpectedly, that guy also hit a bird, which appeared at a critical moment and rescued him. I thought the matter would end like this, but a year later, the Pokémon hunter appeared with his companions. They knocked down all the Pokémon of Siko and the others through gang fights, and when Siko and the others were looking around for a way out, someone in the hunter group said, "By the way, this girl is pretty." It was like splashing water in an oil pan, and this group of people directly fried the pan. When all the eyes of this group of people had an evil light, Siko's childhood sweetheart made a decision. In the unbelievable sunshine of Siko, he knocked her out, and then asked the 2 surviving Pokémon to protect her. The living golem used real explosion. It is different from the explosion trick used in usual battles. It is the real explosion, the kind that costs lives. When Siko woke up again, she was surrounded by broken limbs and arms, and the only living creatures were herself and the Ralts in her arms. After struggling to piece together the bodies of her boyfriend and their Pokémon, Siko lit a fire in despair to let them return to nature. Fortunately, because of the explosion and the fierce battle, the surrounding Pokémon had already left, and Siko was not attacked by the Pokémon until Siko left the forest. After crying for a long time, Siko's eyes were swollen from crying before she regained her composure and stopped crying. "I don't want to be a trainer anymore. There is only one Ralts in Pokémon." It witnessed all the details of the battle that day and wanted to become stronger. "It's just a pity that I can no longer fulfill its dream, so I want to find a suitable trainer for it." After Siko stopped crying, she touched the head of Ralts next to her and said, Oki knew it was time to make a statement, so he said, "This Ralts has great potential, and I want to train it to become a reliable partner. Although I was lucky to get the Quartz Conference champion last time, I believe I can train this Ralts well." "Ralts only." Siko took a good look at Oki for a while and said seriously, "As a person who can win the Alliance Conference champion just 1 year after departure, I believe you have this talent. I think I will entrust this Ralts to you." Ralts next to him patted the family piquet ball that Oki took out with tears in his eyes and hid in it. After Ralts entered the piquet ball, Oki took out an anonymous bank card from his body and pushed it to Siko from the table. And Siko obviously didn't expect this scene to happen. The whole person was stunned. "I don't want your money, I want to help it find a good trainer, not selling Pokémon." Siko refused and pushed the bank card back. Oki pushed the bank card over again and said, "You should be very short of money now, the family who lost their son, you should also support them. Accept it, the road ahead is still long, sad the past is not for you to immerse yourself in it, but to remind you to live a better life in the future. And you need a little money to do what you want to do in the future. Take this to pursue the dreams you gave up for the trainer road." Siko was stunned. She didn't expect Oki to say this. Oki got up to leave, but he stopped for a while when he walked to Siko, and then said a few words. Ralts has learned telepathy just before entering the Piquet ball. It told me that you met these things are all to blame for it going out to play and being seen by others. It wants me to help you and says that it will use its life to protect my safety in return. Very cute Pokémon, isn't it? Also, don't blame it for that matter. Well, when you tell the story, there will be hatred in your eyes unconsciously. It should feel, Don't think about those things. I wish you a happy life in the future. Ralts and I both think so. Oki left, and before he walked out of the coffee shop, he could still hear Seiko's crying, which lasted for a long time in this coffee shop. After leaving the cafe, Oki left here. Today's harvest is enough. The remaining 3 Pokémon, Shuyi intends to send back to the family. Oki left this side and came directly to the Pokémon exchange area on the other side. After searching around, Oki finally found Sir Lena and the others. It's just that when I found them, the scene was a bit awkward. When Sir Lena and Ash were shopping together, the Rockets trio came to make trouble. When Oki arrived, he just saw Team Rocket launch a rope or something, tying up Ash, the others, and Sir Lena. I have to say that the equipment of these 3 people is still very good, and it seems that they are all handmade by themselves. Bishop, come on, cut the rope first, and then get the stuff out of their hot air balloon. Bishop was very fast, and after cutting the rope, he jumped on the spot and knocked down the rocket's hot air balloon. After the hot air balloon landed, the contents inside exploded directly, and then there were Piquet balls all over the floor. The people who had just untied them hurriedly searched for their Piquet balls. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash, who was revived with full blood, immediately called Pikachu to give the rockets a wave of electrotherapy. As usual, the rockets were blown up by thunder shock, but they didn't know what they put on their bodies, and they were blown up. Oki only maintained an attitude of admiration for the scene that he liked to hear and watched silently from the side. Yi, have you exchanged any Pokémon? Lena, who had untied the shackles, came to Oki and asked. Well, I changed to an Aaron and a Ralts today, and I will show you the story when I go back. By the way, Danu's quietly told you that there is also a Mega Evolution Stone. Although I have never seen it those 2 Pokémon, but seeing Oki's expression, he knew it was not easy, because this guy had no interest in ordinary Pokémon. Sir Lena was really shocked to get a Mega Evolution Stone. As a person who lived in the Kalos region since childhood, Sir Lena deeply knew how precious the Mega Evolution Stone was. Kalos is so precious in the rich production area, not to mention the Johto region. Sir Lena decided to ask what is going on after going back. Brother Yi, it's all settled. Ash ran to Oki and whispered. Yes, it would be better if you can solve it earlier next time. Oki replied angrily. I can take care of them myself. Ash muttered Gan. Oki ignored him but brought Sir Lena directly to Zyoging and the others and began to reminisce about the old days. Ash, as a straight creature, joined their conversation without any embarrassment. After talking for a while, Ash and the others planned to continue their departure. Even though it was already dusk, after Oki and C. Lena politely refused Ash's invitation to travel together, they went straight back to the hotel where they were staying. Very nice, seeing the figures of Ash and the others leaving in the setting sun, Oki lamented their hard work and at the same time took Sir Lena back to the hotel. After the hotel delivered the food, Oki released the 2 Pokémon harvested today. Come out, what a cute Pokémon. But Yi, why does one of these 2 Pokémon look so sluggish and the other doesn't seem to be in a good mood? When seeing 2 Pokémon, because of the nature of the woman Rebecca, Lena's eyes were inevitably attracted to Ralts, but Ralts was still very unhappy because of Seiko's matter, and Aaron was just a sign of malnutrition, so there was no major problem. Seeing that dinner should take a while, Oki introduced the situation of the 2 Pokémon in detail. After hearing what happened to Seiko, Lena grabbed Oki's arm with tears streaming down her face, as if she was afraid of him, like disappearing suddenly. Okay, we won't, I will protect you if something happens. Oki patted Serena's hand and said, tuck, tuck, tuck. Just at this time there was a knock on the door. It should be that the dinner was delivered. Oki went to open the door and pushed the dinner in after C. Lena let go of her hand. After all, C. Lena had just finished crying, so it wasn't too late suitable for meeting outsiders. After dinner, Lena tried to communicate with the 2 Pokémon, and Oki started to study the information of the 2 Pokémon. Aaron. Gender male. Attribute steel plus rock. Height 0.4 m. Although it is already the height of ordinary Aaron, but because of qualifications, as long as the nutrition can keep up, there is still some length. Qualification green. Strength level ordinary intermediate. Drix. Shock hard iron head. Looking at Aaron's profile, Oki feels that it's okay. As a Pokémon for attacking tanks, it's better to be bigger than 823. It is good to see that the material given by Ling said that as long as it is supplemented with nutrients, it can still grow. Oki said that what money can do is not a problem. After thinking for a while about what Pokémon food and or metals he should buy tomorrow to help Aaron supplement his nutrition, Oki looked at Ralt's information again. Ralt, Gender female congratulations, you're not too cute after evolution. Attribute superpower. Height 0.4 m normal height. Qualification green. Strength level ordinary advanced. Dregs. Telepathy, teleport, confusion, double team. Looking at Ralt's information, Oki feels very satisfied. As a Pokémon who has never fought, Ralt's current strength and unique skills are not bad, but Oki found a problem, not Ralt's but Oki's gold finger spirit. Ling, you seem to have changed, Oak asked tentatively. Master, I can learn by myself. Recently, didn't you ask me to sort out those things from your previous life? I have learned a lot. Hee, I can see that you can even use Big D Mengmei. The change is indeed not small. Oki grinned and said, thank you for your praise, I will definitely continue to work hard. As long as you are happy. After Oki finished talking with Ling, he saw that Sir Lena had been able to communicate well with the Ralts, and he also let out his flame-eared fox. I don't know what she said to the BBBJ Pokémon, but Yanner who started to laugh anyway. Ralts started to smile a little, who was a bit sad, and even Aaron, who was a little sluggish, joined their discussion energetically. Nana, what are you talking about so happy? Oki walked over and sat down next to Sir Lena and asked, I'm telling them about those two and Meowth. That's quite funny, I don't even know why the Rockets accepted the three of them. Yin Shui couldn't help laughing when he said this. After seeing him coming, Ralts and Aaron looked a little silent again, and Oki knew that it was the reason why he hadn't communicated with them well since he got them today. Aaron, your aptitude is very good. Although the contest condition is a bit bad, but starting tomorrow, I will provide you with suitable Pokémon food. You will definitely get better slowly. There is still a lack of strength in my team. You are a big attacker, so you have to grow up quickly. Besides, I still have your Mega Evolution Stone in my hand. After Mega Evolution, you will definitely be stronger. In my team, only the strongest Charizard has the Mega Stone. I will introduce the other teammates to you tomorrow. After a pause, Oki continued. By the way, let me show you your final evolutionary form and the form after Mega. Nana, please help find it and I will talk to Ralts. Sir Lena took Aaron to the computer to check the pictures of Aggron and Mega Aggron, while Oki turned to look at the silent Ralts. Ralts, just like what you told Seiko and me today, we can't always live in the past, can't we? These words are actually easy to say but hard to do. The same is true for Ralts. After hearing Oki after the words, it obviously didn't listen to it as it bowed its head in thought. Okay, these can only be understood by you slowly, but do you want to gain great strength? Oki said while stroking Ralts' head. Lalu, hearing the powerful strength, Ralts reacted a bit. When I introduce other companions to you tomorrow, you may feel that they are very powerful, but they are still working hard. They are also weak in the eyes of some people in Pokémon, but they have their own desire to become stronger. Heart. Although you have it too, you haven't found what you want to protect, so it's impossible for you to reach the top with us. As I said, after you help Seiko, I will protect you with my life, so I have it too. Lassie, hearing what Oki said, Ralts retorted. Can refute himself. Oki feels that Ralts' contest condition has improved, but it is not enough. Don't say so early, protecting me is just the content of a transaction, I can pretend that I didn't hear it. What you want to protect when we travel in the future, we can think about it slowly, and we can't change it after we make a decision. Well, let's go and see what Aaron looks like after he evolves. You haven't seen it, have you? After Ralts agreed, Oki picked him up and came to the computer. At this time on the computer screen is a picture of a Grand Mega evolved, and Aaron is staring at the picture right now. Ralts, who just came over with Oak, seemed to be shocked. Normal has a very cute face, and the mouth is also in the shape of Zero. Nana searched for Gardevoir's Mega picture again. After seeing Aaron calm down, Oak wanted Ralts to see what it would look like if it evolved into a Mega. Okay, there was no reason, Sir Lena searched it out directly. Ralts also instantly turned into Miss Listel, teleported directly from Oki's arms to the computer, and looked at the Mega Gardevoir on the screen with fascination. After a night of communication, the relationship between the two newly acquired Pokémon and Oki has obviously improved a lot. In order to exchange Pokémon for the conference, Oki and the others have stayed here long enough. When the sun rose as usual, Yin Yui and Sir Lena had already checked out and went to the biggest shopping mall here. The good thing is that normal large shopping malls are open 24 hours. Oki and the others came here so early and there are shopping guides to greet them. Because of the addition of 2 new Pokémon, the things to buy have increased a lot, and if Aaron wants to develop well, high-level ores are essential. Oki spent close to Aaron's ores in the mall. 200,000, which is almost the annual income of an ordinary family, and it is estimated that it will not last long and the next city will almost have to buy it again. When all the things they needed were bought, Oki and the others spent another 500,000 yuan, which made the shopping guide more enthusiastic to sell other products to them. After Oak Yi and the others refused, they went to the counter to pay the bill. While it was still early, they had to leave quickly. They had been traveling for nearly half a month, and it always took a little time to get used to it. Finding a suitable place on the way, Oki released the other Pokémon on his body to meet the two new Pokémon. After letting the two Pokémon know the strength of their predecessors, Oki began to train them. Ever since all his Pokémon broke through to the quasi-elite level, Oki has not experienced the feeling of training while traveling for a long time. As Ralts are super Pokémon, Confusion is the most basic means of attack and needs to be strengthened as much as possible. And Aaron belongs to the kind that needs to increase strength, and the two of them just work together. Oak let Ralts sit on Aaron's back, used Confusion to make it more difficult for Aaron to move forward, and Aaron was responsible for moving forward after a long journey. Oak Yi and the others trained Pokémon while heading to the next destination, Goldenrod City. During this period, Aaron and Ralts have made great progress. Oki personally experienced the intensity of Ralts' confusion before and after training. From the beginning, Oki was able to break free easily, and now Oki needs a lot of effort to break free. For Pokémon, the strength of confusion is nothing, but the progress is really not small. As for Aaron, maybe he didn't eat well enough with the two brothers. After all, although it is enough to fill his stomach, he didn't eat what his body needs for growth. Now when it's time to eat, after his body has absorbed enough mineral substances, Aaron, who has slowly become heavy, can always run to the big bowl where he eats at an extremely fast speed. As a result of sufficient nutritional supplements, Aaron has obviously gained weight. Oki can only tie a stone to his back on the basis of Ralts' confusion, making it difficult to move forward. As long as this guy has food he can train, Oki can do whatever he wants. When he arrived in an unknown town, Aaron had successfully lost weight. Originally in this small town, Oak Yi and the others only planned to take a break before setting off, but they saw the poster of the Pokémon Fire contest held here, and after asking Sir Lena, they decided to stay here to watch the excitement. This time they were lucky. They came here in the morning, which happened to be the day when the Pokémon Fire contest was held. When Oki bought the tickets, the contest had just started. Because of the willingness to spend money, the location was quite good. But they gave Oki a critical blow at the beginning of the game. Because this guy Ash didn't know what he was thinking, but actually brought Pikachu, Squirtle, Staryu, and Psyduck to participate in this game. And the funny thing was that Misty Psyduck, I don't know why he ran in front of Staryu, and was directly shot into the ignition point by Staryu's water gun. Seeing this scene, the entire audience laughed, because it was a firefighting competition and there were many professionals here. So they were not worried that something would happen to Psyduck. Seeing this, Ash hurriedly ordered Squirtle to rush into the fire and rescue Psyduck. Psyduck, who was rescued from the fire, looked like he hadn't reacted after being doused by Staryu's water gun. What does this guy Ash think? Are you kidding me? Oki thought in his heart, and at the same time secretly decided that he must never meet Ash in this small town, or he would be ashamed if he was regarded as together. Ha, sometimes his full of enthusiasm may be too much. Lena also couldn't help laughing on the side. Fortunately, the next game is still a bit to watch, but where there is Ash, there will be rockets. Under the command of Ash's Squirtle, the Squirtle team that just won the game was still in Celebrate, and the rockets drove again. The self-made eruption machine appeared on the field, and as soon as it came out, it made trouble for these competing teams. The three of them didn't know if it was intentional, and they drove the eruption machine to cause trouble in a field full of firefighting Pokémon teams. Anyway, Oki couldn't understand them, and the ending ended with the rockets being blown away without any surprises. But thanks to these three people, the Pokémon firefighting competition was delayed again and again, and the organizers had no choice but to call many machines to start filling the pits. Because the tools are not as advanced as those three second-hand goods, it took a lot of time. After the venue was repaired, the competition resumed. Obviously, there were all kinds of water Pokémon teams, including the Wartortle team. Team Blastoise, Water Pokémon, Golduck, and many other teams. None of them is better than the temporary team formed by Ash's Squirtle. But Ash's Squirtle finally won the championship, which surprised Oki. But seeing that there was no special reaction from the audience, Oki barely guessed that there was something in it that he didn't understand. When the game ended, it was almost dusk. Oki didn't want to be as ruthless as Ash and the others. It was almost dark and he was still on his way. He directly found a hotel in the town and stayed there. There are no high-end hotels in the town, but the small hotels are pretty good in terms of sanitation and so on, so he just stayed there and left for the next place when the morning dawned. In the early morning of the next day, Lena set off again in Oak Yat. This time Oak Yat had a special place he wanted to go to, and that was the Onyx Cave mentioned in the travel guide. The Pokémon Onyx is honestly not bad. I originally planned to collect one on the Majacha mountain next to Pallet Town. Unfortunately, the best one has been snatched by Bruno. Oki doesn't want to eat other people's leftovers besides. As one of the Elite Four, Bruno must have a good vision. There is no reason for him to give up the highly qualified Onyx, and Oki also gave up his plan to go there for a long time. Now there is an Onyx gathering place here. Oki doesn't want to give up, and wants to try to see if he can find a good Onyx. On the way, I passed a Whooper's nursery school. Because they were not interested in this, Oak Yi and the others left directly. When they came to the Onyx Cave, Oak let Sir Lena wait outside and ran into the Onyx Cave with Pokémon. The inside of the cave was very dark. Oak called out Charizard first, and with Charizard's tail lighting up here, the progress became smooth. But at the same time, it also successfully attracted the attention of the Onyx here. Oki hastily released all the Pokémon he was carrying, all of which are very suitable for this Pokémon: Blastoise, Venusaur, Bisharp, Dragonair, Machamp. Oki specially called them all over. Wartortle and Ivysaur finally completed the final evolution. There are more and more Onyx around. Oki looked around. The spirit told him that there was no Onyx that fit his standard. Oki directly ordered his own Pokémon to deal with them. As it turns out, numbers don't mean anything sometimes, and Oak's Pokémon wiped them all out. After solving this wave of Onyx, Oki took Pokémon to the depths of the cave, believing that there should be more Onyx there, and he could find the Onyx that suits his conditions. As soon as they approached the center of the cave, Oki's Pokémon began to be vigilant, because they felt that there were many Pokémon whose strength was not inferior to them. Seeing how nervous his Pokémon was, Oki also began to slowly become vigilant. Gradually, there were more Onyx around him, and the spirit also reminded that there were Onyx that met Oki's acceptance conditions, and there were more than one. Look, ask for flowers. Looking forward according to the instructions of the spirit, there are a few Onyx that are obviously different from the others. Their color is darker than that of normal, and it is already a bit black, and the edges and corners on the body made of rock are not as many and sharp as other Onyx. Oki's Pokémon and Onyx did not act rashly. Oki also took this opportunity to carefully choose the target he planned to conquer, and finally chose an Onyx with the largest size, the darkest color, and a shiny body surface. Because this already proves that he is about to evolve, and it is the kind of evolution that relies on his own efforts rather than through metal coating. In fact, if there is a Steelix, Oki does not mind taking in a Steelix, because it is impossible to have the evolution props of metal coating here, so it can only be evolved by oneself, which is really rare. It's just a pity that the imagination is full and the reality is very skinny. Oki can only settle for the best Onyx. 0. Do it? Following Oki's order, the Pokémon fought separately, and only the monster stayed beside Oki, fending off the rock throw and various tricks triggered by the battle. In this battle, the Onyx with insufficient strength level was quickly eliminated, and only a few special Onyx were left to fight with Oki's Pokémon. Oki, who believed that his Pokémon could solve rival by himself, directly set his sights on himself. On the Onyx, his rival is Oak Yat's Blastoise. Blastoise Hydro Pump, the water gun hit Onyx, and Onyx quickly went underground. Naive Earthquake. Oki observed the surrounding environment before coming in. The environment here is enough to support a trick like Earthquake, but the environment at the entrance of the cave is not so good. Earthquake did a lot of damage to the underground Onyx. It could only come out from the ground, but after coming out, it immediately used a sacrificial attack on Blastoise. Under the command of Oki, Blastoise dodged directly to avoid the sacrificial attack, and a hydro pump came from behind, and finally a rocket head hammer to finish. Oki threw out the Piquet ball in time and put it away. Not long after the battle on Oki's side, the other Onyx were also defeated by Oki's Pokémon one after another. For the other Onyx whose aptitude has reached the Cyan level, Oki took in 2 and kept 3. After all, it's good to keep things on the front line, and it's not very helpful to Oki to catch them all. Oki plans to send them back to the family for the 2 that he subdued. After all, it's not so easy to get Cyan-level Pokémon. I thought there would be so many Cyan-level Onyx here, so it's a windfall. After harvesting, Oki went straight out of the cave. After all, Sir Lena was still outside, and there was only one Ninetales guarding her. Although it was enough under normal circumstances, what if Oki had been single for more than 30 years? Dog finally has a little girlfriend. He cherishes it very much. Yi, who walked out of the Onyx cave, was hugged by Sir Lena, who was waiting anxiously outside. After all, he was going to a cave full of Onyx. Although there were Pokémon guarding him, it would be a lie to say that he was not worried. Okay, isn't this coming out? Oki patted Lena's shoulder comfortingly. After a long time, Lena raised her head again and said, I know, I just couldn't control it. Have you subdued Onyx? Of course there is, and there are more than one, but I plan to cultivate only one. Come out, Onyx, Oki said and released Onyx. Although it was just conquered, it is a biological instinct to submit to the strong. Oki relied on his own Pokémon to destroy the Onyx in the Onyx Cave. This feat left a deep impression on the leader Onyx, so Oak, after he was released, Onyx lowered his head in front of Oki, and Oki also touched its head with his hands, and the affiliation relationship of one person and one Pokémon was established. Wow, it's so big, it's bigger than my crystal Onyx, and it's so black that it's shiny, Sir Lena said after seeing the Onyx leader. Ha ha ha, this is just the leader inside, and his strength has reached the level of the 227 Elite Senior Peak. As long as he evolves, there will be another big guy in my Pokémon team. And don't look at its color. Black, this is the result of it often burrowing into the ground to exercise its body. After this kind of Onyx evolves, it is the real Steelix, which is much stronger than those guys who evolve with evolution props. Oh really? Then my crystal Onyx should be exercised more like this. Hearing what Oki said, Lena naturally thought of her own crystal Onyx. It's better not to, that crystal Onyx is mutated, and after mutating, it becomes a little afraid of fire-type tricks, so I really don't know what will happen if I let it do that. Oki directly told Sir Lena to give up this idea, because he really didn't have a deep research on the crystal Onyx. Seeing Sir Lena looking a little disappointed, Oki thought about it and said, "How about we put the crystal Onyx on Grandpa's side? I believe Grandpa can develop one that belongs to its inverted evolution method." Well, it has to be like this. Sir Lena couldn't think of any other way, so she could only agree with De Yui's statement. After making a decision, Oki turned his head and looked at his own Onyx. "You are my Pokémon now, that is, our companion, but we are leaving here soon. You go back first and your companions say goodbye." After all, Onyx is the leader, and now that the leader is not around, it is easy to cause trouble. Oki asked Onyx to go back and settle this matter first, and then he can travel with him with peace of mind. After Onyx came back, Oki took it back to the Pokeball and then released Charizard, intending to let Charizard fly directly there with himself and Sir Lena. After all, although Onyx Cave can be passed by himself, it is dark and difficult to go inside. Oki himself didn't want to suffer this crime, let alone let Sir Lena accompany him to do this. In fact, many times, Oki has always been curious about what Ash and the others think. When they encounter a mountain, they have to go through the tunnel, and when they encounter a broken bridge, they think about going another way. Please, you are not Tang Seng and the other four, and you don't have any mission to save the world, and you don't want to express respect for Buddha like Tang Seng. It's fine if Ash can't think of it after all, sometimes his brain doesn't work, but Misty and Zyoging don't know if they are infected, so they are also stupid. Sitting on Charizard's back, Oki and Lena quickly climbed over the big mountain. Because it was not far from the next town, Oki directly let Charizard drive him to the edge of the town. This town is not very big, and it is not introduced in the travel guide, but Dashui said that as long as there is a Pokémon Center here, it will be fine. When they came to the Pokémon Center, they were still greeted by the same Joy face. After asking Nurse Joy for a room to put their things in, Oki and Sir Lena went directly to the phone and dialed the number of Pallet Town Professor Oak's laboratory. "Grandpa, it's me and Nana. Oh, are you going to trade Pokémon or something?" "No, I have something to ask you. In an Onyx cave here, I have tamed a few Onyx with good strength and aptitude. I plan to raise one myself, and then I will ask you to send the rest back to the family, because they found a good trainer." "Oh, I believe that Onyx, who you can fancy, must be excellent, and the family will definitely help find a good trainer." "Is there any more?" "There is also Nana's Crystal Onyx. Because the one I tamed is about to evolve, we thought that the conditions for the evolution of Crystal Onyx must be different. So I want you to have time to help study it." "Evolutionary conditions." "Grandpa Oak, please," Sir Lena also begged from the side. "Haha, that Crystal Onyx, it's okay, just now I'm still thinking about my next research project." Professor Oak was also very happy to hear that he was studying the Crystal Onyx. "Grandpa will send Pokémon back. By the way, help me send Houndoom over, you may need it. If I'm here, send Machamp and Dragonair back." The Pokeball was sent quickly, and after nothing else, Oki hung up the phone, and Professor Oak, who got the research project of Crystal Onyx, happily started his next research. Why do you want Houndoom?" Sir Lena was puzzled. "Because I heard that there are many Hounders living on the mountain here. I want Houndoom to meet its companions." It is said that Houndoom, as a Pokémon in the Johto region, appeared in the Kanto region, and he has not seen much of his own kind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Oki really wanted to meet him. In fact, there is another reason. Oki took a look, and the next place he traveled was probably the place where Ash conquered Totodile. After missing the two Johto region Usangia that Ash wanted to take over, Although he didn't like it very much, Oki really got into a fight with this matter. He wanted to see if he could be stronger than Totodile, who loves to dance in advance. It was still early at this time, and Oki and the others didn't want to stay in the room and get moldy, so they walked out of the Pokémon Center and started shopping around. After a while, they heard a lot of conversations about Pokémon stealing food. For normal, when wild Pokémon are short of food, they will come to human cities to steal a little, but like wild animals, they are also afraid of humans, and normal will stop stealing as much as possible. I didn't expect this time to be so. The power trip here has happened many times in succession. Oki probably knew the inside story, but he didn't expect the Hounder to be sick so early. After telling Lena what she knew, Oki and the others released the Houndoom and began to look for the group of Hounders. As for why Oki knew this, Lena said that she was surprised enough. There was really no the desire to keep asking. Besides, if you have to break the casserole and ask the end of everything, it is easy to be annoying. After asking for some leftovers from the person who had stolen things, Oki asked Houndoom to sniff the smell and take the two of them to find the group of Hounders. Houndoom was also a little excited to know that he could meet his own kind. After all, before meeting Oki and Kanto, he felt that he was a different kind and always wanted to find his own kind. Although I have followed Oki now, my desire to meet my own kind has not changed. The improvement of the strength level also improved the sensitivity of Houndoom's sense of smell, and soon it found the clue and ran towards the mountains with Oki and the others. After half an hour's journey, they arrived at a hillside down to the lair of the Hounders. Surprisingly, Golem, who troubles the Hounders in the animation, seems to be their old neighbor. When Oki and the others arrived, this guy Wen was fighting with the Hounders. Houndoom, go down and help. Oki originally asked Houndoom to meet the same kind, and now he has the opportunity to build a good relationship, so naturally he will not let it go. Awa, Houndoom rushed down the hillside with a howl and stood directly in the center of the fight, stopping the two fighting Pokémon immediately. Long. The strange thing is that after seeing Houndoom, Rumble 5.0 Yan reacted by yelling at the opposite Hounders. After Jenger's translation, Oki knew that it was berating the Hounders for help. After listening to Jenger's translation, after Oki talked to Sir Lena, she was also very surprised how there was such a weird golem. Oki, who became interested in this golem, directly asked Ling to detect this golem, and its information made Shui even more weird. Golem. Gender male. Attribute rock plus ground. Height 1.8 ms normal 1.4 ms. Qualification blue. Strength level quasi-elite low level. Trick. After Oki looked at Golem's information, he felt that his luck seemed to be really good recently. He was only here for an outing, but he had another unexpected harvest. Houndoom, I want this Golem. Oki didn't hide himself anymore and directly pulled Sir Lena down the hillside. After Houndoom heard Oki's words, he first comforted his own kind and then stared at the opposite Golem with serious eyes. He just planned to drive this guy away, but now he must be defeated. Oki didn't use the spiritual power link but directly shouted out, and Golem on the opposite side obviously heard it too. This guy is really weird. It was originally round, and it directly covered the position of its stomach with its stubby hands and began to roll on the ground. But the Hounders didn't have any other reactions when they heard it. For the Golem, who came over to tease them from time to time, they wished that this guy would disappear as soon as possible. And the reason why they stay here now is of course not because of Houndoom's comfort or anything, but because there is still a wounded companion in their lair. Seeing the Golem rolling happily, Oki didn't let the Houndoom attack, but looked at it with interest. After a while, the guy finally stopped, stood up, and hooked his fingers at Houndoom and Oki with a very power trip attitude. However, as a Pokémon that has been evolving to the final form alone outside and broke through to the quasi-elite level, it does have a proud capital. Houndoom smoke Orberg's tail after finding it. Black smoke quickly enveloped the surroundings. As a dog Pokémon, Houndoom has a very sensitive sense of smell. If Golem doesn't move, he will probably confess here soon. As a Pokémon who has been fighting Houndoom for a long time, Golem is quite experienced in the trick of fog. I saw Golem shrinking into a ball directly on the spot, and then started rapid spin. The wind brought by the spin directly blows away the smoke. The moment the smoke clears, Golem rollouts the Houndoom. Houndoom, Orberg tail. As a partner who has been fighting together for so long, Houndoom understood Oki's meaning very well and directly turned sideways and used Orberg tail to fly him away. Golem got up with difficulty and then used rollout again against Houndoom. Oki believes that this Golem's fighting instinct is very strong, and it is impossible to repeat the failed trick without any other means. Something went wrong. Oki made a secret gesture to Lugia. Just like before, after Houndoom dodged rollout, Orberg swiped his tail towards Golem. But this time, Golem was not able to fly away, but was directly caught by Golem's tail. After being caught, Golem used the brick break trick on Houndoom, but Houndoom turned into smoke and dissipated. It's now Will-O-Wisp. The real Houndoom appeared behind Golem. The bursting flames and the weirdness of Will-O-Wisp make it more powerful, and at the same time, it is easier to burn the contest condition. The large character's Will-O-Wisp hit Golem directly, and the flames surrounded it directly. Reality is not a game. What fire-type tricks are ineffective against rock-type Pokémon is the non-existent Golem in the flames. Flame Car. Houndoom slammed into Golem with his whole body surrounded by flames. Golem was knocked out of the flames, but at the same time he had almost no fighting power. Oki took advantage of this moment to throw out the Piquet Ball. The Piquet Ball took Golem in and then fell on the ground and flashed non-stop. 10 seconds later, the Piquet Ball fell silent. Oki subdued a rock-type Pokémon again after subduing Onix today, but they can directly catch up with the veterans in Oki's hands. Golem Blissey come out. Long Ligongyan, who came out of the Piquet Ball, was covered in burns, and his contest condition was no longer that good. When he came out, he saw Oki and didn't react. He just stared at Houndoom bitterly, ready to fight again. It meant a game, but Oki knew that this guy had already admitted that he was a trainer, and now he should be a bit embarrassing and looking for trouble. Houndoom's character Oki has always felt like a Hun, and the next scene proves it. After seeing that Golem was covered in wounds and could no longer fight, but kept staring at him, Houndoom Normal's character was reflected, and he ran to Golem in front of Golem to provoke hatred with very small strides. Okay, Houndoom, stop playing, let Blissey heal Golem, you will be partners in the future, and so will Golem, there will be opportunities in the future if you fight, Blissey is our team doctor, cooperate with the treatment. Oak saw that Golem was a little out of control when Houndoom stopped them. Houndoom stopped taunt and ran back to Oki. Golem also turned his head, came out of sight and out of mind, and began to accept Blissey's approach. Houndoom, don't be shy, one of your kind seems to be injured, you can negotiate with them and see if they can agree to let Blissey take a look, Oki said while stroking the dog's head beside him. When Houndoom was running to find his own kind, Sir Lena came to Oki and said with a half-smile, "Is this Golem your target?" No, it was really an accident. Oki felt that he couldn't explain clearly at the moment, especially when he saw Sir Lena nodding and saying yes, but with suspicious eyes in her eyes, this feeling became more obvious. After a while, Houndoom ran back and told Oki, and the leader of those Hounders agreed. Oki didn't say much. After Blissey helped Golem roughly treat the burn, he let it go to treat the injured Hounder. Maybe it was because the angel in white on Blissey was too strong, and the big Hounder stood quietly watching, not as vigilant as the guy Houndoom was when he passed by. After traveling for so long, with sufficient theoretical knowledge and practical experience, Blissey's treatment skills are getting better and better. After taking out the medicine that he has kept in his bag for a long time and giving it to Hounder, then only the Hounder looked much better, and the other Hounders were also happy. Seeing that her treatment was very effective, Blissey also smiled happily. The smile was pure, clean, and healing. After the matter was settled, it was almost night, and Oki and the others bid farewell to the Hounders and returned to the Pokémon Center. Walking on the road, Oki and Houndoom obviously felt that there were Pokémon following them, but they didn't need to think about it to know that it was the group of Houndooms. Although Oki and the others didn't need to guard them, this was the only thing these Hounders could do. Go back, we're here. Walking outside the Pokémon Center, Oki turned around and said. The leader of the Hounder with the scar on his face appeared and nodded to Oki, then beckoned his subordinates to go back. It was the group of Hounders just now, Sir Lena said suddenly at this moment. Well, that's right, Yin Dei nodded in response. So even though the trainer's path is very dangerous, there are still so many people who want to become trainers. Pokémon are very simple. See, Lena sighed. Oki could only nod silently. When Oki and the others left the next day, they saw those Hounders seeing them off from a distance. And at the same time, they howled like a normal wolf, as if wishing Oki and the others a journey together. When leaving the town and continuing to travel, Oki kept observing the surrounding environment, and at the same time let the spirit probe the surroundings without listening, trying to find the Totodile that Ash had tamed. It's a pity that Ash's Pokémon doesn't seem to be that easy to grab, and he kept searching all the way to no avail. Sir Lena turned a blind eye to her boyfriend's behavior, only thinking that he had another convulsion. In the end, they didn't find Totodile, and found a place that looked like the place where Ash and Misty caught Totodile in the animation. Oki immediately decided to fix it here. Sir Lena naturally had no objection. They stopped here. Oki immediately took the fishing rod Road 23B in his backpack and went to the water to fish for Pokémon. Unfortunately, Pokémon is not the fish of the previous life, and it is not so easy to catch. After catching 2 branches, a water bottle, and a shoe, Oak got angry and released Blastoise directly. After showing him a picture of Totodile, let him in the water. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Blastoise appeared again, holding 2 Totodiles in his hands, which made Oki very puzzled. This is not a gathering place for Totodiles, so how could there be 2? After asking Blastoise again, I learned that these are the only 2 Totodiles. After seeing them together, Blastoise caught them together. Looking at the 2 Totodiles in front of him, Oki is very happy. He always feels that fishing Pokémon is a bit unreliable, and this is the correct way of operation. The happy Oki didn't let Ling detect the aptitude of the 2 Totodiles, for fear of affecting his mood after reading it. When the 2 Totodile woke up, one looked at the group of people and Pokémon surrounding the 2 Pokémon with a dazed expression, while the other one was a little careless and was still dancing there happily. Oki immediately just recognized that this was the one Ash would have tamed. Nana, are you interested in capturing one? Although Oki took the initiative to catch Totodile, it was only for an unknown obsession of his own, and the interest he cultivated was nothing. Aren't you going to subdue it? For me, I prefer this lively one which seems to like dancing very much. Sir Lena said after getting Oki's answer that she didn't want to subdue it. Then you can subdue it. I'll just give this one to Ash. That guy is short of Totodile. After Oki finished speaking, he took out an ordinary Piquet ball left over from last time and put another Piquet ball in it. One was subdued, maybe it knew it couldn't run away. This Totodile was subdued directly without even resisting. And it was obviously brought by Oki to accompany Ash's present. After all, I robbed him of a Totodile, and it was just right to return one. As for the dancing Totodile, it dodged Sir Lena's Piquet ball and made a gesture of wanting to fight. Sir Lena is eager to try. During the trip, Oak leisurely coaches Sir Lena from time to time for actual combat training, which is now in handy. But soon Sir Lena's face became bitter, because she only had a red-eared fox in her hands now, and Crystal Onyx was still in Professor Oak's laboratory. It is obviously a bit difficult for her to fight against the attribute now, so Lena looked at Oki pitifully. There is no way, Oki can only step forward to help solve this problem. It is obviously too bullying Pokémon to fight with his own Pokémon, and this is the Pokémon that Sir Lena wants to subdue. So Oki could only go to Totodile and squat down. Hello Totodile. This Totodile has a very lively personality. Seeing Oki stretching out his hand, it also put its short hand into Oki's hand, as if saying "Wani Wani" in its mouth. Respond like hello. Haha, that's how it is. That beautiful young lady wants to subdue you, but Pokémon is not around now. Why don't you come with us? Let's go to the town ahead and wait for the young lady to get back the Pokémon before fighting. But you can choose to leave, how about it? Oki couldn't help laughing seeing this Totodile's funny look, and after laughing, he also proposed his own solution. Totodile rolled its big eyes, agreed after thinking for a while. But Oki believed that if Blastoise hadn't been there, this guy would have run away because he just glanced at Blastoise before agreeing. Great, I love you to death, ye. After the matter was resolved, Lena ran over and hugged Oki, and at the same time, because there was no one around, even the usual "I love you to death" was beaten to death. 237 also said what he didn't say. Because Sir Lena was anxious to fight by herself and conquer Totodile, after Oak Yi and the others packed up their things, they rushed directly to the Pokémon Center in the next town. Going all the way to the nearest Pokémon Center, Sir Lena couldn't wait to call Professor Oak to pass the Crystal Onyx first, and then borrowed the battlefield of the Pokémon Center from Nurse Joy. Totodile, come to fight, I want to subdue you, Sir Lena transformed Vitality Girl said to Totodile on the other side of the field. Wani, Totodile was still dancing the unknown dance steps there heartlessly. Okay, come out Crystal Onyx. Totodile, in return for following us this far, it's up to you to attack first, Sir Lena said after releasing Crystal Onyx. Totodile was not too polite and directly released the water gun trick to the Crystal Onyx. It was a very smart approach, but it was for ordinary Onyx. This is useless. Crystal Onyx used the binding trick. After such a long time of training, Crystal Onyx, the speed of the binding trick is very fast, but unfortunately Totodile dodges like dancing. Its steps are not, it must be a big step, but at least they can escape the attack. It's really a set. Crystal Onyx Earthquake. Earthquake's trick directly shook the entire venue, and Totodile's dance steps were also directly disrupted. Crystal Onyx took this opportunity to directly bind it. Great, Crystal Onyx used the Iron Head skill directly. Crystal Onyx's Iron Head skill directly hit Totodile's head. When he let it go again, the little guy couldn't stand still. Lena also took this opportunity to throw the Piquet ball. After a while, the Piquet ball stopped flashing. After Sir Lena picked up the Piquet ball, she jumped up happily. Congratulations, Nana. This is the first Pokémon you tamed with your own hands. It will definitely go smoothly in the future. Oki also sent his blessings at this time. Thank you, Yi, and you, Crystal Onyx, it's all thanks to you. While thanking Oki, Lena did not forget to express her gratitude to Crystal Onyx. Crystal Onyx hadn't seen her trainer for a long time and she responded happily, but in order for Crystal Onyx to evolve. After playing for a while, Lena sent it back again, and she and Oki set off again. On the way, Sele, who had newly conquered Totodile, released it excitedly and then kept communicating. Although Selena couldn't understand, she still had Oki. As a result, the Ralts who were training were requisitioned, and Oki saw that this was the first time she had conquered Pokémon, so she gave Ralts, Aaron, and Onyx a vacation by the way. Along the way, Oki, who was listening to Lena and Totodile communicating with each other, was walking forward. When he walked into a forest, he suddenly heard a quarrel in front of him. Although it is a quarrel, there is only one human voice. Damn Noctole, you're making that mocking sound again. I'll definitely catch you. Looking closer, an old man wearing glasses was yelling at a tree. Very common Noctole, but unusual in its color. Damn Flash Pokémon, Oki couldn't help shouting out and then attracted the attention of everyone around him. Yat, what's the matter? It was Sir Lena's. Who are you? This is Uncle's. Brother Yi Oki, Sir Lena, why are you here? Oki turned around and found that Ash and the others were there. Oh, what a coincidence. Nana, I saw a Flash Pokémon. My name is Oki and this is my girlfriend Lena. By the way, Ash, you BBBI should be behind us. Is there such a thing as getting lost? Effect. After Oki answered their questions, he shouted at Noctole on the tree. I want to subdue you. Ash, who heard Oki's words, couldn't help it. Wait, Brother Yi, I saw this first, and I should be the one in line. Okay, but it looks like this Noctole has a high IQ. You don't have to be rival. If you fail, it will be my turn. Seeing Ash's excited look, Oki said indifferently, how is that possible? I took this Noctole. Ash was confident, however, the reality is cruel. Ash may have lost his IQ, so he threw the Poké Ball directly. After failing, he was directly hypnotized by Noctole, holding a stone and calling Pikachu over there, making everyone here look very embarrassed the look of the black line. Now it's my turn, Ralts, come here. Ralts, a teleport appeared from Selena's side on Damu's shoulder. This is... Zyog and Misty seemed to have never seen it before. I'll tell you about this after I subdue Noctole. Ralts, confusion. This is a battle to test the effect of training, and Ralts also looks very excited. Confusion directly wrapped Noctole. During this period of time, he had been having a playful confrontation with that uncle. Noctole, who was a little relaxed, didn't want to play rival to change so much. Noctole, wrapped in confusion, kept bumping into tree poles and lost the ability to fight after a while. After Oki put Noctole away, Ralts still looked a bit in disbelief. Oki touched the little guy's head and said, Ralts, believe in yourself. You have become stronger. One. Lalu, Ralts happily hugged Oki's head and kept rubbing his face at the same time. His little appearance made everyone present cute. Ah, I was preempted by Brother Yi. Hey, when did Sir Lena subdue the Totodile? It seems that there will be one. Ash seems to be smelling salts at this time. That's right, I'm sorry I took it first, but I can fulfill your wish and give you a Pokémon you want. Oki said and took out the Poké Ball of Totodile and handed it to him, Ash. Could it be this? Ash looked at the Poké Ball in his hand and asked in disbelief. That's right, where Nana took Totodile, she found 2 Totodiles. I'll give this one to you. Oki said nonchalantly, but in fact without Oki, Ash would not only take Totodile but even this one. Only Noctole can subdue it, but now Ash obviously doesn't know this, and is very happy looking at the Poké Ball in his hand. Why is this so embarrassing? Ash said embarrassingly, but quietly put away the Poké Ball in his hand. Ash, you are too shameless, Misty said at this time with a face full of jealousy. Hey, I've subdued Totodile. As a companion, Ash knows Misty very well. She wants to be a Water-type Pokémon master, and she is very interested in all Water-type Pokémon except Gyarados. You are? Ah, I want a brother like that too. When Misty was annoyed, Ash made a triumphant gesture. Seeing the lively appearance of these 2 people, Oki smiled and returned to Sir Lena. Nana, are you interested in this Noctole again? Oak asked, shaking the Pokémon in his hand. No, I don't like it. Although the color of this Noctole is very beautiful, Sir Lena is obviously not interested. Oki shrugged indifferently. It seems that this time it can be sent back to the family. After talking to Zyoging, Oki took Sir Lena and left the forest to continue traveling. As for Ash, that guy was still teasing him. What about Misty? Where are Brother Yi and Lena? Ash asked after a long time after the quarrel. Oh, they left when you were arguing. It's the same with Ayu. Zyoging, who didn't know when he made tea and drank it, replied, What's the matter? But forget it, we'll meet again anyway. The important thing is that I got Totodile. After being lost for a while, Ash shouted again full of energy. Sure enough, you are shameless and have no conscience, Misty said with her mouth pursed. Damn, what are you talking about, you stinky girl? Ash ran away. What did you say? Say it again. Misty ran away. Are you this? No matter how noisy Ash's side was, Okyi and Selena continued to move forward. After passing through a plain, they entered another forest, but this forest was a bit special. Yi, look here, what is written on it is the forest of Ursaring in front of it. And this season happens to be the breeding season of Ursaring. I hope all travelers take a detour. What should we do? Sir Lena pointed to a piece of roadside the sign said. Oh, are you already here? I heard that Ursaring here will automatically master the skills of instant and continuous fire to destroy the death light in this season. Would you like to go and see? Destiny asked after hearing this, rubbing his chin. Huh, so interesting, then let's go and have a look. After traveling for so long and experiencing many things, Sir Lena's heart began to grow bigger. The two decided to break into Ursaring's 11th forest directly, but just in case, Oki released the Venusaur and Bisharp he was carrying now. Believing that they are under their protection, in this forest nothing can happen. As soon as I entered the forest of Ursaring, I heard the roar of Ursaring, and from time to time there were destructive and dead lights hitting soaring in the sky. During this time, Ursaring is really hard to mess with. I wandered into the forest for a while, but I didn't even see a Caterpie or Weedle, as if all other Pokémon had gone to evacuate collectively. As he walked, a destructive death ray hit him. Bisharp slashed directly and told Oki through the spiritual power link that the power of this destructive death ray was much smaller than imagined. In fact, it is very normal. If the power is very strong, how can these Ursarings keep firing continuously and all Ursarings are like this? While Oki was communicating with Bisharp, Ursaring, who had just released the destructive deathlight, saw that his unique move had no effect, roared angrily, and started calling for his companions. The Ursarings in this period seemed to be unusually united. Ursarings who would usually fight would be able to summon a circle with a single roar. Ursarings came here from time to time, and more Ursarings gathered around, but they didn't act rashly, because when they saw that Ursaring called Pokémon just now, Bisharp and Venusaur released their aura. It was hopeless, but it was still a little deterrent, and when seeing the Ursaring gathering more and more, Bisharp released his murderous aura. As the most murderous existence in Oki Pokémon, Bisharp's murderous intent directly calmed down the group of Ursarings, but they still looked at Oki and the others vigilantly. At this moment, Oki felt that he had screwed up a bit. With so many Ursarings, if they were all stockpile and prepared to destroy the dead light with great power, their own Pokémon would really not be able to fight. Ursarings, don't get excited. We're just passing by. We'll just take a look at the scenery and leave soon. Surrounded by so many Ursarings, Oki was still a little scared because Ling had just made a rough probe. There are already more than 150 Ursarings gathered here. Although they can escape in a fight, there is really no need for that. Fortunately, the Ursarings also feel that this group of people is not easy to mess with, and they don't want to use all their power to deal with Oki. As the main station Pokémon, if they have an accident, it will be really bad for Teddiursa, who was born at this time. Under the command of the biggest Ursaring, the Ursaring group gave way. Seeing that the Ursaring group is so active, and they don't have to fight this doomed to be very hurtful battle, Oki happily took Sir Lena and left from there. But maybe he was not at ease, there was always Ursaring watching behind them. Oki and the others just pretended that it didn't exist. Except that Venusaur and Bisharp were prepared from time to time to prevent them from attacking with a twitch of their brains. Oki and Sir Lena simply treated it as an outing. The moment she walked out of the forest, Sir Lena became a little nervous. Maybe the excitement had passed and reason had taken over the high ground again. She took Oki's arm and said, "Yi, it was so dangerous just now." Ha 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 ha. Oki replied with a laugh. Selena also let go of the tension in her heart and hit Da Shui's waist. Okay, the danger is a bit dangerous, but it will definitely not threaten our lives. I am still a little confident in this. I will never put you in danger. Oki looked into Sir Lena's eyes affectionately said. Sir Lena didn't expect him to come back for a while. After a while, she hugged him shyly and buried her head in Oki's arms. And every time at this time, Oki would think about when he should subdue him, just forget about the mount. How romantic it is to sit on the mount with your wife in your arms and watch the sunset. After looking for a place to camp and rest for the night, when Oki and Selena walked into another forest, they saw another road sign standing on the side of the road, which made Oki and the others feel a bit like yesterday. After looking at the road signs, Oki and the others realized that there seemed to be many haunters haunting this forest. It was written on the bulletin board that passersby should use superpower Pokémon to prevent surprise attacks. Oki and their superpower Pokémon are only Ralts, but they obviously don't worry about this problem with Jengar. After all, the Haunter here will not be like the Ursaring before. As long as there are not many wild Pokémon attacking together, Mew Mui and the others really don't need to worry about it. But after looking at the travel guide, Oki and the others were surprised to find that there seemed to be a super town in front of them. and every household in it would breed a super Pokémon. This is a bit shocking. The superpower Pokémon is recognized as the most difficult to catch, and it seems that everyone in this town has one. Oak-Yi and the others who were interested in this went to Super Town according to the map. After walking according to the map for a while, Oak-Yi and the others came to Super Energy Town. As soon as I walked into the town, I saw superpowered Pokémon everywhere, such as Sulibo, Executor, Abra, Sucker, Golem, etc. Pokémon drew road, but the most weird one is Slowpoke, which is raised by people. Although Slowpoke has a super power system, but it can only be played out by its evolutionary dumb hippopotamus king or something. For Slowpoke, don't count on it, and it is difficult to communicate in normal times. But Radish and Tila each have their own preferences, as long as others are happy. Okia's Ralts, as the representative Pokémon of the Hone region's superpower system, is known to everyone as a resident of Superpower Town. But because there is no one in this small town, after seeing the Ralts sitting on Okia's shoulder, everyone ran over to see the strange one, but Ralts was taken aback and went directly to the Piquet ball's position, and slapped the Piquet ball went straight in. Then what, my Ralts are a little shy. Looking at the crowd who obviously didn't see enough, Oki could only laugh and say, and then pulled Sir Lena and ran. After finding a hotel to stay in, Oki and C. Lena wanted to go out to eat something, but when they passed a small alley, troublemakers came. A young man with a green Shah Mat hairstyle surrounded Oki with a group of people who also wore colorful Shah Mat hairstyles. Standing in front of them was a power trip, and he wanted to poke Oki with his finger at first. He was very fierce, but under Oki's eyes he didn't dare to poke him. Maybe after reacting, 967 felt that he had lost face in front of his younger brother, so he yelled loudly. What are you looking at? I heard that you have a very rare superpower Pokémon. If you hand it over, I will let you go, otherwise you will be killed. Clean you up before taking that Pokémon, just you. Did Liang Jingru give you the courage to come and steal my Pokémon? Oak asked with a slight tease. Who is that? I don't know. Stop talking nonsense and hand it over quickly. This guy's IQ seemed to be a little anxious, and he answered Oki's words honestly. But think about it, if you can make your hair look like this, and also dye it in such an environmentally friendly color, anyone with a slightly rich IQ will not do this. Come out, Ralts. Oak was going to use the Ralts against them just to see what it lacked. Very good, this is it, bring the Piquet ball here, the guy said to himself, and after seeing that Oak didn't respond for a while, he realized that he was looking at him with mentally retarded eyes. Then the green hair frowned again. What kind of eyes do you have? I must teach you a good lesson today. Jin-san, you are causing trouble again. Originally, Oki thought that the fight was finally going to start, but he was interrupted by a voice, and judging by the appearance of this group of people, he was quite afraid of the owner of the voice. Fortunately, let's go. The green hair retreated, and Oki could only put away the Ralts regrettably. I'm really sorry, Jinsen and the others have caused you trouble, and I will help them to teach them a good lesson. A Stephanie ran past, and after apologizing to Oki and the others, they chased after the group of people again. When Stephanie left, she looked back at Oki. Of course it wasn't because he was handsome. Oki guessed that he recognized her. The Alliance Conference champion still has a bit of gold in it. But it is worth noting that the Pokémon behind her, Jurafarig is its name, is also a super power Pokémon, but it is rarer, and its strength is not bad. After a nonsensical farce, Oki and Sir Lena were still in a good mood to find a restaurant to eat. It was just that during the meal, an Abra appeared on the dining table for no reason, and then a fat ant appeared and apologized, saying that her Abra was a bit naughty and hoped they would not take it to heart. But Oki obviously didn't think about this. After the ant left, Oki said to Ralts, who was eating dessert on the table, Ralts, did you see that Abra's teleport just now? The speed is really good. Let's train more in the future, I neglected it before. Lalu, Ralts agreed without hesitation, being immersed in the world of desserts at the moment. He didn't want to make any other reactions at all. Oki was actually very happy looking at the little guy. When he first got it, Ralts was always unhappy because of Siko and the others. Now it is a good thing to have some vitality. After staying in Kao Neng Town for one night, Oki and the others started their own trip again. The group of killers yesterday did not come to make trouble again, which made Oki feel a little regretful. An ordinary trip is good, but sometimes I feel bored and I just want to find something to do. But it's fine if you don't come. Seeing the green-haired Shamet, Yin Hei felt a little hot-eyed. Going all the way to Goldenrod City, as a gymnasium city, the commerce here is quite developed, and there are countless high-rise buildings. But what makes Oki and the others most satisfied is that there is a Miltank ranch. For a long time, the milk produced by Miltank has been a high-end product. Everywhere Okiat goes, he will buy a large amount of Miltank milk for supplementing energy when traveling. But those are naturally not as good as fresh, delicious, and nutritious, So the first stop when you come to Goldenrod City is not the Goldenrod Gymnasium, but the Miltank Ranch here. Hi, is there anyone? When I first came here, I saw a group of Miltanks grazing leisurely in the pasture, but it seemed that there was no one there. Hi, I'm Howard, the owner of this ranch. What do you do? An old man came out from behind a pile of grass. After Oak Yi and the others finished their visit, Howard generously agreed and gave them some freshly made Miltank milk peripheral products. After Oak Yi and the others tasted it, they felt that the taste was really good, so they bought more little else. And after hearing that Oak Yi wanted to participate in the Silver Conference and was challenging gyms around the world to obtain badges, he asked them to help bring something to the gym leader of Goldenrod City. Yi, what are you thinking? Are you unhappy? It's not tiring to carry this. On the way, Lena saw Oak Yi's expression was wrong and asked, No, I know about this Goldenrod gym. The owner of the gym seems to be training a Pokémon, and that Pokémon is Miltank Tilda. Oak Yi's expression is rather strange now. So, Sir Lena didn't understand what he meant. So I'm thinking of challenging the gymnasium first, and in case the gymnasium owner cries, I'll give this to her to attract her attention. Oak Yi really thought so, and nodded from time to time when he thought of the details. Sir Lena looked at her boyfriend dumbfounded. She didn't know when this guy's brain had grown unexpectedly big. Well, it seems to be when it comes from the family under the tree. Oak Yi saw Sir Lena was stunned, waving her hand in front of her eyes and couldn't wake her up, so he could only say, Nana, you are in a daze again. It seems that you have been in a daze since I came back from the family under the tree. What? Huh? Sir Lena was a little confused, as if she had been beaten up. The next two people walked towards the direction of the Goldenrod Gymnasium while arguing and stopped at the entrance of the gymnasium, attracting the attention of many people along the way. Oak Yi, who had resumed his normal contest condition, knocked on the door of the gym. Is anyone there? I'm here to challenge the gym. There are people, but we have to wait a while to challenge the gym. Our gym master went shopping and didn't come back. He must have lost his way. He has already sent someone to look for it, but it may take some time. A short-haired Stephanie came out and replied at this time. Lost. Did your manager take over recently? Isn't Whitney the manager? Oak Yigang had just finished arguing with Lena, and he was still a bit uncomfortable with smelling salts, and now he spoke directly. After Oak Yi finished speaking, he saw that Stephanie's face was full of embarrassment, so he realized that the owner of Whitney was Lu Kai Attribute, and Sir Lena also touched his waist, and then smiled apologetically at that Stephanie. Seeing Sir Lena's apologetic smile, that Stephanie also smiled back politely, and then gave Oak Yi a what can I do? I'm also helpless eyes, which made Oak Yi even more embarrassed. Fortunately, the embarrassment was quickly broken. A Stephanie who was holding Clefairy ran into the gym and shouted happily, I found it myself, I'm not a road idiot. Oak Yi and the two stared blankly at this Stephanie, and then turned their heads to look at the short-haired Stephanie just now. She covered her face with her hands and moved to the wall at some point. When she was looking at her, she was using her head hit the wall. Hey, is there anyone? Are you here to challenge the gym? The one who shouted, I'm not a road idiot, should be the gym owner Whitney. Hello, I'm the challenger Oak Yi, and this is my girlfriend Sir Lena. Well anyway, I'm in a good mood now and I accept your challenge. Oak Yi, what are you doing over there? Someone challenged the gym. Until now, Oak Yi and the others didn't know that the Stephanie who hit the wall was called Zyaoki. Zyaoki helplessly stopped her actions, put down her hands covering her face and walked towards the battlefield. Oak Yi and the two gave her a look of you have worked hard tacitly, and Zyaoki silently returned a look of I am used to it, and then stood on the sidelines and began to announce the rules. Okay, my first Pokémon is this one, come out Nidorina. A Nidorina appeared on the field with vigor, but Oak Yi clearly saw that it lacked fighting power. Then I'll use it, Aaron, it's up to you. Oak Yi released Aaron directly. After so long training and supplementing nutrition, I believe this guy will have a good performance. Nidorina used Poison Barb to attack. Poison Barb attacked, but Oak Yi didn't issue an order and Aaron didn't intend to move. Poison Barb had no effect on Aaron's armor and was bounced off immediately. Damn it, why is the defense so strong? Nidorina, the ultimate ramming move. In that case, let's also use the ramming trick. Aaron ran towards Nidorina and the result was obvious. After hearing a crisp sound, Nidorina just passed out and Aaron was fine. Well, Clefairy you go metronome. After Whitney took back Nidorina, he sent Clefairy and made it perform metronome. Aaron, metal sound and iron head. The strength of this Clefairy is really not very good. The metronome is very slow, and it stops immediately after being disturbed by the metal sound. After stopping the metronome, Clefairy covered his ears. Was directly knocked into the air by Aaron's iron head skill, and although he didn't lose his fighting power after landing, he refused to play again. Clefairy lost his will to fight and Aaron won. Zyaoki directly announced the result, and it seemed that this was not the first time. HMPH, the real battle is just beginning now. Come out Miltank, use rollout. After seeing that Clefairy was not playing, Whitney released his last Pokémon. Miltank, the battle is almost over, Aaron, fly him up, and then Metal Sound and Metal Claws. Aaron was lying on the ground when Miltank hit him, and the metal armor was really not afraid of being crushed, and directly when the Miltank rollout was on his back, a force pushed it to the sky. In fact, this is what the current Aaron can do. If it were the previous Aaron, it would be impossible to fly on top. I don't know if I can stand up on top. After Miltank was jacked off, he still maintained the rollout posture and continued to roll out, but the rollout speed was not so fast. After the Wang Xiaohao metal sound made a magic sound, Miltank was still holding on, but he could clearly see that he couldn't hold on anymore. When he was about to hit the ground, he was hit directly by Aaron's alloy claws. This damage is really strong. Seeing Miltank struggle getting up, Aaron didn't use Oki's command, but an iron head knocked him into the air, and now he really couldn't even get up. Miltank lost the ability to fight, so the challenger Oki won. Zyaoki announced directly after seeing Miltank fell to the ground, turning a blind eye to the tearful contest condition of her own house owner. This is the badge you won. If you are ruthless, I will beat you all over the floor next time we meet. Whitney's eyes were covered with tears, but she insisted not to let it fall out, holding the badge from her own gymnasium and handing it to after Oki, he said fiercely, just matching her current eyes. It seemed unconvincing. Thank you, and that Uncle Howard asked me to hand it over to you. I'll go first if there's nothing else to do. After speaking, Dia pulled Sir Lena and ran closer. I didn't expect you to really make someone cry. On the way, Sir Lena said teasingly, hee, believe it if I made you cry tonight. After finishing speaking, Oki took Si Lena directly to the hotel. Sir Lena looked at Oki holding her figure, thinking silently in her heart. It's not certain who will cry. In the following time, Oki and Sir Lena messed around in the hotel shamelessly, and the two dinners were delivered directly to the room by the hotel. When they walked out of the hotel the next day, both of them were smiling. It's hard to say that they cried in sleep last night. Although Goldenrod City is also a metropolis, there is nothing specific and interesting to say, so Oki and Si Lena stayed here for 2 days and left directly. But Oki and the others who left there after traveling for a while encountered a more interesting thing, National Park's Insect Catch Conference. This was when Oki and the others were bored. Let me see. It seems that only people under the age of 18 can participate. Fortunately, we are still children. Sir Lena looked at the rules on the publicity notice and said, That's right, who is not a baby yet. Nana, let's sign up. Yin Mu agreed. Do you really want to participate? If you don't get the first place, wouldn't you be a quartz conference champion? Si Lena said jokingly. Nana, you've changed, you're no longer that simple scumbag, Oki said while clutching his chest, pretending to be heartbroken. What is Urguzi? It's nothing, I'm just praising you for your simplicity. Ok Yikai realized that he seemed to be outspoken again just now, and immediately said something when he thought of it, and immediately went to the registration place after realizing it. I'm simple, but I'm not stupid. You stopped because of me. Sir Lena thought for a while and immediately chased after her. Just as Oki and Sir Lena were fighting over there, a familiar voice came out from the side. Brother Yi, Sir Lena, are you here to sign up for the competition? Ash, actually there is an 807 problem I wanted to correct for you a long time ago. I will call my sister-in-law in the future, you know. After Oki finished speaking, before Ash could react, he pointed at his head. A brain crash hit it. Ah, it hurts, I know, just say it. Why did you do it? Ash said while covering his head, and Pikachu patted his head with his short hand to comfort him. Cut, can you remember if you don't do it? Okyikai would not say that he was trying to divert Sir Lena's attention. Just when Oki was still complacent, one hand touched his waist quietly and then pinched a little bit of flesh with 2 fingers and made a 180-degree turn, and the voice of Lena came from his ear. You don't think I just forgot, do you? Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? By the way, I forgot to introduce. This is my friend Casey, this is my brother Oki and his girlfriend Lena. Ash introduced himself to Oki and the others as if he just remembered friend. I'm fine, your name is Casey, right? I'm Oak, hello, Oak said from the sharp pain in Ninja's waist. I'm Sir Lena, hello. Seeing this, Lena also let go of Oki's waist and said hello to Ash's friend. Hello, my name is Casey. Ash's friend also greeted. After Oki looked around, he asked Ash, where are Zyaola and Zyoging, are they with you? Misty was afraid of bug-type Pokémon, so he and Zyoging chose to watch the battle. Okay, hey, there's no one left, let's sign up. Seeing that no one had signed up, Oki greeted B-Bad. Not long after signing up, the organizer announced various rules to the contestants, and then each of them issued a park ball to subdue Pokémon, and the competition officially started. Watching Ash and the others run towards the inside in a hurry, Oki and Sir Lena walked slowly behind with Yan Erhu and Aaron. Anyway, they don't care about this competition. It's just a joke if they don't get the first place and lose face of. Because only one can be caught, most people release it and catch it again when they see a good one after taming it. So Oki and the others walked along and saw many bug-type Pokémon lying on the ground, the most of which was Pineco. What is lying on the ground? However, Oki and the others came here with the mentality of having fun, so they planned to take one of them directly and not change it. As for whether they can win the championship, it depends on fate. After going forward for a while, I saw that Ash was being chased by a Scyther. There was no way Oak let Aaron stop the Scyther directly. Aaron, Metal Sound, and Iron Head. As a wild Scyther, the aptitude is not very high, and Aaron directly killed it with a combo, and Oki directly subdued it. What is Ash doing? Nana, let's take another one. After Oki muttered, he pulled Sir Lena and continued walking into the forest. After searching around for a long time because they couldn't find any special bug-type Pokémon, Sir Lena commanded the flame-eared fox to subdue a Beedrill. Just after they were subdued, they heard a burst of explosions not far away. According to the fact that there would be Team Rocket where Ash was, then Team Rocket should have made it. When Oak Yi and the others rushed to the scene of the incident, they saw Pikachu blowing up the rockets with one click, so they took advantage of the opportunity to admire the rocket's artificial shooting stars. Oak Yi and the others, who were fine, followed Ash and the others to wander around the national park. An hour later, when the time for the competition came, Oak Yi and the others returned the park ball and waited for the result. While waiting for the results, Oak Yi wondered if these guys were staff members. He always felt a bit empty-handed. A little prize allowed so many people to help them capture so many Pokémon. You will know when the results are announced. Another hour passed and the judges who checked the Pokémon had a result. The champion was actually Ash, which made Oki a little dissatisfied. Ash, this guy still subdued a Beedrill and his Scyther would not be so bad, so far. But after looking at the information of that Beedrill, I completely understood. The Beedrill that Ash took in randomly was actually green qualified. Although Beedrills are flooding, there are really few high-qualified Beedrills. The champion Ash is also its well-deserved. After Ash won the championship, he gave the Beedrill to Stephanie named Casey. If he didn't know that the circuit of this guy's brain was wrong, Oki would definitely think that this guy was attracted to Stephanie. But the reality is cruel. With countless Stephanies around him, Ash is still single all the time, so I know he has zero EQ. After the National Park Pest Hunting Conference ended, Oki and Ash were still heading towards the next destination together. They thought they would go to the next place together, but something went wrong halfway. What? Are there no other bridges around? Ash excitedly asked a bridge builder on the way. Yes, there is, but the distance is too far. We will build it within a month. You can go back and wait for a while or change the direction. After the worker made his suggestion, he continued to work. Ash, this guy can only come back dejected. Don't talk about it, we've heard it all. But Grandpa over there, can you ask if he can take us across the river? Misty gagged Ash's mouth and sent the next one to work. Ash reluctantly ran to the river to call for the old man, leaving Oak Yi and C. Lena looking at Misty and Zio Gang with surprised eyes. Is there any problem? We can definitely get across. Zio Gang thought they were worried about crossing the river. No, I just want to explain that there are Pokémon, why bother? Oki asked his own question, and Sir Lena nodded and looked at them wanting to know the answer. Really, we haven't thought about this problem. We've always come here like this. Anyway, if things can be resolved, let's treat it as an episode of travel, Misty said. Oak Yi and C. Lena looked at the two people in front of them with admiration, which made them very embarrassed, and they were relieved only when Ash came back and said that there was a way. Do you really want to go all over the mountain to find nonsense trees? Oki asked Ash and the others after explaining his solution. That's right, I also want to see what the nonsense tree looks like. Ash didn't know if it was for the sake of face or what. As long as you are happy, Nana, let's go then. Since then, the two of Oak Yi and the three of Ash have parted ways. Coming to the river, the Pokémon released by Oak is not Charizard or Blastoise, but Ninetales. Come out, Ninetales. This time it's up to you, use the freezing light to make an ice bridge. Oki had no other ideas, he just wanted to take this opportunity to test the strength of Ninetales. After Ninetales nodded, he first used the ice shard to stir up a burst of water splashes, and then used the freezing light to freeze those splashes, forming a crude ice bridge. Although crude, Oki is very satisfied, because this shows that the strength of Ninetales has improved again. I believe that when it reaches the elite level, it will definitely be able to directly use the freezing light to create a road made of ice on the flowing river. Okay, Ninetales' performance shocked the bridge builders. After seeing the success, they all cheered collectively. Even the old man who was rowing the boat was shocked and speechless. Oak Yi and the others passed the ice bridge amid the applause of everyone, which also proved its firmness. From then on, there is a saying that the truly powerful trainers rely on their own Pokémon to cross this river, and the repaired bridge is also called the trainer's forbidden area. Yi left the broken bridge with a smile on his face all the time and came to a nearby town. After exchanging Pokémon, Professor Oak told him that he was coming to the Johto region, and it was not far from Oak Yi and the others. Far ruins of Alf. Oak Yi, who heard the news, immediately said that he would stay here for 2 days, and after chatting for a while, Oak Yi got up and left to look for C. Lena, but saw a very familiar figure, but disappeared in a blink of an eye. What's wrong? Sir Lena, who just got back the restored Pokémon, seeing that Oak Yi seemed to have something on his mind. It's nothing, Grandpa is coming, let's stay here for 2 days. In fact, what Oak Yi thought about was not about Professor Oak's coming, but the figure he saw just after the phone call. Okay, just take it easy. The two people who had decided to live here lived, but Oki still felt a little uneasy, because the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the figure looked like White. Oki himself was not very worried, but White was taken away by that mysterious organization, and if he brought someone to retaliate, he really might not be able to protect C. Lena well. A worried Oki took another chance to visit the Pokémon Center, and just found a reason to say that he wanted to train Pokémon here these 2 days. So he asked all the Pokémon he put in Pallet Town to come over. A few days passed, what Oki was worried about did not happen, but Oki was still very vigilant. He believed that it would not be so simple for White to appear here. But Professor Oak has already arrived, so Oki put this matter down first. Coincidentally, Ash and the others came here, and Professor Oak took them to the ruins of Alf, and they were excited for a long time. When they arrived at the place, the director here came out to greet them. He was also a former student of Professor Oak. It seemed that the matter was more important. When he saw so many people brought by Professor Oak, he seemed a little overwhelmed. Under the guarantee Tilda, I agreed. But just as Oak Yi and the others were about to go in, Oki saw the forest behind through the reflection on the door glass and another figure flashed past. Grandpa, you go in. I still have something to do. Nana, you follow Grandpa and the others to visit. I seem to have seen a special Pokémon just now. I want to find it. Oki first told Professor Oak and the others. After a while, he hugged Sir Lena and said the following paragraph. As the pillow person, Sir Lena obviously knows Oki very well. If there is no good reason, then she will definitely be worried, so Oki sent Sir Lena to the laboratory here with a smile on his face, and so on. When he couldn't see the figure, he turned back and headed in the direction just now. Ling, help me detect Ralts, use confusion to see where there are signs of human activities around. Running here, Oki let Ling detect, and at the same time released Ralts to help him find the figure. Boss, nothing found. After checking with confusion, Ralts reported, continue, keep investigating. Oki directly ordered and at the same time kept checking the surroundings. But one of them lasted for half an hour and I searched all around but still found nothing. Oki clenched his fists, still a little unwilling. Houndoom, come out. Use your sense of smell to detect any strange smells around you. And at the same time, use your ears to listen to any strange noises around you. Houndoom knew the importance of the matter and started working directly. After a few minutes, Houndoom yelled and chased in one direction. Oki knew that he had found something, so he quickly chased after him. Stop, Houndoom agility chased after him. After running for a minute, Oki finally saw the figure. I didn't intend to run away, Oki, it's time to pay off the debt. That figure turned around with a ferocious smile on his face. Who is it if it's not White? Sure enough, it's you, but do you think you have the strength to retaliate? Oki said and released Arbok and Bisharp. After seeing this, White released a Golem and the East Dragon and said, you will know if you try it. Okay, Arbok, Poison Barb, Bisharp, give it to me. Because Bisharp couldn't use his ultimate move, Oki could only let him fight freely. The target of Arbok's Poison Barb is not Golem or Drudigan but White himself. After all, this is not an ordinary battle. Golem stepped in front of White and blocked the poison barbs with his body, while Drudigan's claws shone coldly and fought with Bisharp. Golem, you go. Seizing the opportunity, Oki released another Pokémon, but White didn't move much, but this is abnormal. Suddenly, a shadow ball next to Oki hit him, and Jengar, who had been hiding in Oki's shadow all the time, appeared to block the shadow ball and fought with that Pokémon. It was Oki who saw the whole picture of this Pokémon clearly. No wonder Ralt's confusion can't detect you, so there is a Dusk Noir. Oki said while avoiding the opponent's Golem's rock throw attack, and Oki's Golem was immediately angry when he saw this, and fought with himself. Did the trainer who sneaked up on me look down on me when I was playing? Then Brick Break hit me directly. Ninetales, go and help Drudigan, Charizard, and Flamethrower burn her for me. While dodging the attack, Oak released two Pokémon again and ordered at the same time. Hee hee, I've had enough, you're ready to die. Scarzard, agility will kill him. Charizard's flamethrower was blocked by Feraligatr released by White with the water gun, and at the same time he swooped down from Skarmory who had been in the air just now, and shot at Oki launched an attack. Oki has been avoiding the aftermath of the Pokémon battle between the two sides, and has been looking for opportunities to release his remaining Pokémon. When White called Skarmory, the hand that was touching the Blastoise Pokéball shifted to Dragonair's Pokéball and quickly released it. Ask for flowers. The moment Dragonair appeared, he saw the situation on the field and Skarmory swooped down. He didn't have time to think about it, so he released a protective trick directly and then fought with Skarmory. Taking advantage of the protection to block all the tricks, Oki released Blastoise and Venusaur again, and the newly appeared Pokémon immediately joined the battlefield. At this moment, Oki, while avoiding tricks and looking for opportunities to release Pokémon, silently thinks in his heart that the quality of the family's Pokéball is too good to be a pitfall. Suddenly, the one next to him stayed aside from the very beginning. Oki thought that Caterpie was scared and stupid and launched a string shot trick on Oki. Fortunately, Ralts brought Oki teleport to the side at a critical moment before dodging. After teleporting, Oki felt very uncomfortable, a bit like seasick. But at this time, I can only endure the discomfort, and at the same time, I have to worry about possible crises, because Caterpie is not the only Pokémon around who is scared. Charizard Mega Evolution. After Oki found an opportunity to release all his quasi-elite level Pokémon, he took advantage of the moment when the Feraligatr was blocked by Machamp, and started Mega Evolution with Charizard. I'm just waiting for this, Oki. I'm going to crush your pride and let you die in despair. Gyarados Mega Evolution. White looked even more ferocious at this time, performing Mega Evolution in Oki and Charizard in an instant. She also unleashed 10 Song Gyarados to start the Arnega Evolution. The two Mega Evolved Pokémon fought together, and Oki had no time to issue fighting commands to the Pokémon, because at this moment, White had already drawn out a dagger and rushed towards Oki. In fact, after fighting for so long, Okiat is already a little scared, because the Pokémon released by White is amazing. The number of Pokémon is the same as that of Oki, and there is even a Pokémon that can also Mega Evolve, which shows that his data is already completely transparent. White has changed a lot. So many quasi-elite level Pokémon, according to the previous information, should be obtained after the family under the tree escaped. It is impossible to subdue and cultivate them by themselves after all. The time is too short, then it can only be the help provided to her by that faction. But it can provide so many quasi-elite Pokémon, why not just send her a few elite-level Pokémon and destroy herself directly? Things were weird, but Oak had no time to think about it. His Pokémon still had the upper hand for the time being, and the result of coaching them to fight freely was reflected at this moment. However, the Pokémon brought by White are generally more powerful, but without the trainer's command, the Pokémon have become like this. The stalemate is definitely not good for themselves. The only place where Oki can break the game is attacking with a dagger. His own White suffered a loss. Oki didn't have any convenient weapons on him, so he just grabbed a branch to resist, but White didn't know what he had experienced during this time, and he seemed very skilled in attacking with a dagger. Oki couldn't stop it for a while. Moreover, although the branch in my hand is relatively thick, it obviously can't last long and it is almost cut off now. The Pokémon was fighting, and just now he wanted the Ralts who had been on his shoulders to help, but just as he was about to make a move, an Abra with similar strength blocked it directly. Oki knew that his information was real, so he leaked it. Even the Pokémon that had just been conquered was known by the enemy. The remaining Onix, Aaron, and Blissey should not be released at all, so as not to be injured. His own information was investigated, and he didn't know if there were other enemies around, so Oki decided to take a gamble. When White slashed over with the dagger again and cut off all the branches, Oki grabbed her hands directly despite his shoulder injury. White, who was caught by his hands, directly used his provocative feat. Oki took advantage of the situation to turn her around, and then held the broken branch against her neck. Let your 583 Pokémon all stop. Do you think it's possible since woo? Before White could finish speaking, Oak slipped the branch into her neck. Since you're useless, it's important to keep you. I won't make the same mistake a second time. Oki threw away White, who was already breathing in less and exhaling more, and looked at the field. Blissey, Gravity Field. Machamp, Dynamic Punch, focus on its hand first. Golem, Self-Destruct. Charizard, Dodge right back, then Dragon's Claw. Jengar, Hypnosis after Evil Wave, Persian. And after watching for a while, Oki released Blissey to interfere with the battle with the gravity field and then began to command the spirits on the field. Oki's Pokémon were basically trained by Blissey's gravity field, so they seemed to be able to do a job with ease under the interference of the gravity field, while the Pokémon brought by White seemed to be a bit embarrassed. quickly achieved results and blamed the first to defeat rival empty-handed. With the new force of Machamp, the battle ended quickly. When the battle was over, Oki's Pokémon were all injured. Blissey immediately began to help with treatment. Oki also released Aaron to help alert. Although the strength is not strong, it is better than nothing. The Pokémon brought by White is a bit miserable, dead, or wounded. A few seriously injured Pokémon may die if they are not treated, but their own Pokémon still need to be treated. Oki obviously will not let Blissey treat them first, so after finding their respective Pokéballs from White and putting them back into the Pokéballs, Oki didn't care about it. As for life and death, it's fate. White has been dead for so long and no one has come out to make trouble, so Oki is temporarily sure that she is the only one. The next thing is the loot. White's Pokémon Oki is not counted on, but the Mega Stone on Gyarados and the Keystone on White are still very valuable, and Oki can't be too much of this stuff. Are you ready? Let's go. Wait until the Pokémon Center and we are healing well. After waiting for about half an hour, Pokémon and Oki's injuries were basically treated. Blissey was also exhausted, and Oki put it away. They headed towards the ruins of Alph Laboratory. On the way, Aaron was taken back because of his heavy body and walked too slowly. Oki and the Ralts on his shoulders were on guard to prevent sneak attacks. Fortunately, until the destination was safe, Oki was completely sure that White was the only one who attacked him. After pushing the door and walking in, the people inside told him that Professor and they went to investigate the water source. Oki was relieved. In fact, he was always worried that someone would attack them, even though his grandfather must have his quasi-champion with him, Dragonite. But it is such a big organization after all, it is normal to worry. Oki didn't go looking for them but sat down in the laboratory and waited for them to come back. After all, the place is not far away. If there is a fight, the quasi-champion Dragonite's unique skill, 10, will definitely make a lot of noise. Another half an hour passed, and when Oak was about to fall asleep, Sir Lena and the others finally came. "Yi, you're back. What happened? How did you get hurt?" Lena saw Oki sitting on the sofa as soon as she opened the door and then noticed the torn clothes on his shoulders. "It's all right except for a little accident. I'll tell you tonight, Grandpa." While Oki and Lena were explaining, Professor Oak came over. "It's fine, let's take a good rest. Sir Lena, you can take him to the Pokémon Center first. This kid's injury is nothing, and his Pokémon's injury needs to be treated soon," Professor Oak said and handed Oki a Pokéball. "Grandpa, let's go first." Oki knew what he was doing after hearing Professor Oak's words. The Dragonite that Oak gave, Assist Dragonite, rushed to the nearest Pokémon Center. "Yi, what happened?" Along the way, Lena looked at Oki with worried eyes, but she didn't know what to ask. It was not until they arrived at the Pokémon Center that Oki handed the Pokémon to Joy. Question. "I'll tell you slowly tonight, okay?" Oki was thinking about White's matter at this time, so he could only refuse again. Sir Lena saw the injury on this guy's shoulder, so it's not easy to press him. She can only wait for him to confess at night. In the evening, the Pokémon Center will stay in the room because there is no big city nearby, so there are only the two of them staying there. "What? The one who escaped from the family under the tree? Why didn't you tell me? Do you know that it's dangerous for you to do this?" After Oki finished the whole thing, Sir Lena wanted to give him another hand on his shoulder. He came up and let him know where he was wrong. I was wrong. By the way, why didn't Ash and the others come back with you?" Oki changed the subject abruptly, but Sir Lena didn't expose him because she knew that he would not change when he encountered such a thing in the future. "We met the Rockets when we went to the water source. After beating them off, Grandpa Oak let them go on a trip directly. Well, it's so late, you're injured again, rest." Sir Lena's words were very gentle, but from her behavior of leaving the bed and running to another bed rest, Oki knew that she was still angry with herself. "Nana, let's sleep together. Don't move, you will touch the wound." Oki cheekily chased after him and, using the wound as a cover, successfully squeezed into Lena's quilt and fell asleep. The next day, at the request of Oki, they continued to travel. But this made Sir Lena, who was already a little angry, even more angry, and they didn't talk to him much on the way. During the rest, looking at Sir Lena, who was sitting silently, Oak moved over and hugged her. "Nana, listen to me, I did this wrong, but if there is a next time I will still do it. This is a man's responsibility. And as I said, I will definitely not put you in danger." After Oki turned Sir Lena's face around, he looked into her eyes and said. Sir Lena looked into Oki's eyes but couldn't say a word because she knew that what the person in front of her just said was serious, but she also made a silent decision in her heart. After a while, Sir Lena said, "Okay, I'm too lazy to argue with you about this matter, but why don't you recover from your injuries at the Pokémon Center and leave? It's good to be willing to talk, no, don't we have Blissey? Its current healing skills are actually no worse than Joy and the others. Besides, the injuries and so on have been treated in the Pokémon Center, no problem." As soon as Oki opened his mouth, he saw Sir Lena was about to get angry again, so he hurriedly explained the reason. It's really this. Sir Lena put her hand on Oki's waist again, obviously not believing what she said. Well, I can't stay. It's too boring over there and we've all stayed there for a few days. It would be great to travel and see the scenery, are you right? Of course it wasn't the case. Although White was the only one who came to attack, I wonder if anyone else will come. HMPH, I feel like I can't believe all your words after 4.0. Sir Lena put down her hand and said, Don't, I've never lied to you except for that matter. Nana don't nanas. Such shameless words can only be said by the current Oki. Now he exudes the sour smell of couples in love. He doesn't want to be in his previous life. He exudes the freshness of a single dog. The animal he rented together was often ridiculed by him. Don't be like this. I used to think you were an aloof son. Why are you so shameless now? Sir Lena was also tortured by Oak and had no choice but to say with disgust. Hey, I used to be a single dog. No, I used to be a single nobleman. It's just that now I have a daughter-in-law, so what do I have to do? Oak said meanly. What is a single dog? I only know growlithes. What the hell is a single nobleman? Although the integrity is broken, the effect is obvious. Hey, it's good not to be angry, let me tell you, a single dog is. But yes. At the same time, Tiania is single. Is there a monthly pass? After a long period of infestation, Sir Lena was completely relieved, and she and Oki also resumed their daily fights. After traveling for a few days, Oki and the others came to an unknown town. There was nothing special about the town. The only thing that stood out was the mail here, which was basically delivered by Pidgey, who raised breeders in a small shop. When I came to the surrounding area of the town, there were already many Pidgeys flying around in the sky to deliver things. And it became even more exaggerated when I entered the town, and there were Pidgeys everywhere in the sky. I don't know if it's because there are too many Pidgeys here, and Pidgey's natural enemies, Spearow and Fearow, can often be seen around. But every time Pidgey is harassed, there is always a Pidgey to solve the crisis. Oak Yurang Ling checked it out, and found that this Bideo's strength was really good, and it was already a quasi-elite advanced existence. In fact, from the very beginning, Oki wanted to tame a Pidgey. After all, its final evolution, Pidgey, is really cool and powerful. Coming to the town, Oki looked at the Pidgey flying around in the sky, and his desire to tame one became even stronger. After discussing with Sir Lena, Oki and the others immediately left the town, because there are too many tamed Pidgeys here, and Oki didn't expect to be able to satisfy him at all around this town. All the way forward, when we just passed the small town forest and came to another forest, Oki originally wanted to start his 11 quest to capture Pidgey, but he felt that someone was nearby. Come out, Oki raised his foot and lifted a stone in the direction where he felt someone. Papa. A teenager who was about the same age as Oki appeared, clapping his hands while looking at Oki with a taunt. Okay, little soldier. Suddenly, a voice appeared behind Oki and the others, which made Oki start to be alert because he didn't feel it at all just now, and if it was a sneak attack, he didn't know if Jengar could block it. Who are you? Oki asked, pulling Sir Lena behind him. As expected of the young master of the Oak family, my brother's strength doesn't seem to be enough. Xiao Bing, you need to practice more. The person who came out from behind looked about 25 or 16 years old, but he was hunched over also directly ignored Oki and said to the soldier who came out first. Xiaobing didn't speak, just nodded and stood there quietly, but Oki roughly guessed the identities of these two people at this moment. You are the bounty hunter Z, right? What? Looking for trouble? After knowing who he was facing, Oki relaxed. How is it possible if I want to make trouble? You are already lying down now, and it's impossible for me to make trouble so above board, right? Bounty Hunter Z said very easily. That's not necessarily true, but don't waste time, you'd better explain your reason for coming. Otherwise it will probably make everyone look bad, right? Z smiled contemptuously, turned around and was about to leave. The little soldier didn't say change. He just raised his foot and wanted to catch up, but Mu Mui disagrees now. Master of the Oak family, what do you mean? Z turned around and asked. What, just want to run after pretending? It's not that simple. Oki took out Charizard's Piquet ball and said, It seems that this young master wants to have fun. If that's the case, Xiao Bing, you can try it. Then try it. Charizard comes out and Mega evolves. Oki released Charizard and started Mega Evolution directly. With a straight face, the soldier took out a Piquet ball from his waist and released a Leopard from the Unova region, which was very suitable for their status as bounty hunters. Charizard Big Character Fire. Charizard after Mega Evolution spits out a blue fireball, which turns into a big character the moment it approaches Leopard. He didn't hear the soldier's order, so Leopard split out 5 clones and rushed towards Charizard. Although 2 of them were knocked out by the fire in the middle, because they missed the main body, the remaining 3 still maintained their speed, to Charizard. Dragon's Claw hit the one on the right first. Because the guy named Xiao Bing didn't know if he was really dumb or how to let it go, and he didn't hear him give orders anyway. In this case, Oki directly sent Charizard through the spiritual power link. Instructions and will not shout on the field alone looking so stupid. Charizard reacted instantly, and the Dragon's Claw directly hit the Leopard, just as Oki thought this one was the main body. The moment the main body was hit, the other two clones dissipated directly, and Charizard continued to attack Leopard without stopping. Leopard, who was flying in the air, hadn't reacted yet, was hit by the Dragon's Claw several times, and then he used Shadow to barely block Charizard's attack again. Charizard, the Dragon's charge directly abolished it. While Oki ordered Charizard through the spiritual power link, he was always on guard against Z next to him to prevent him from helping. Oki was inexplicably treated as a training object today, and the fire in his heart still wanted to vent. Charizard's dragon charge was very fast. After Leopard narrowly escaped twice, he was directly hit and passed out. At the same time, Charizard's Dragon Claw swung out again, hitting Leopard's two front feet directly, and it was unreasonable. The person's preparation hits the two hind feet again. Stop, get on Weevil, block it. Seeing this scene, the little soldier couldn't bear it anymore and sent another Pokémon directly trying to stop Charizard, but how could Oki let him succeed? Although a large part of his attention was on Z just now, he still reacted immediately. Bisharp, stop it. With Bisharp helping to stop Weevil, Charizard's Dragon Claw crippled Leopard's hind feet. Oki glanced at Z. His younger brother's Pokémon had been crippled, but he didn't respond at all, even with a smile on his face. Yin Yi immediately decided to try how far this guy could endure. What? Stop pretending to be dumb. Isn't it very cold? Oki asked the soldier with an ugly face. You are fine, I will remember you, come back, Leopard. This guy couldn't pretend anymore but wanted to put away the Pokémon and left. Want to leave. The matter is not over yet, do you think you can leave? Bisharp, continue to attack. Oki ordered Bisharp to continue to attack, which made Xiaobing very angry. He looked at his brother, but he didn't respond at all, can only start to command his own Weevil and Bisharp to continue fighting. Charizard, the tail of the dragon. Since Oki decided to test Z's bid speed and help himself out, he didn't intend to follow the normal battle rules. Charizard's dragon tail hit the unsuspecting Weevil, and it was sent flying directly with a lot of damage. What do you mean? Xiaobing demanded. What do you mean, isn't it fighting, what? Is there a rule that you can only fight one by one? Everyone is two Pokémon, but one of you was defeated. Oki shrugged with his hands open. That's right, little soldier, you sent out the second Pokémon first. Unexpectedly, Z spoke, but he spoke for Oki. Xiaobing gritted his teeth and could only command Weevil to continue the fight, but the ending was obvious. Oki and the two Pokémon had no chance to fight back. He was quickly knocked down to the ground, and Bisharp, who was ordered by Oki, directly wanted to destroy Weevil. It's just that the little soldier also cherishes his own Pokémon. He directly took out the Pokéball and tried to take it back. After being blocked by Charizard, he rushed towards Bisharp again. Bisharp, 370, do it. Pokémon's movements were obviously faster than humans. Before the soldiers rushed, Bisharp stepped on Weevil's hands, and Oki and the others could hear the sound of bones breaking from so far away. The little soldier rushed to the front at this time, because Bisharp was still stepping on the Weevil without Oki's order, which made the little soldier furious and punched Bisharp directly. Kick him away. His own Pokémon is obviously more important, although the minions can't cause damage to Bisharp, but Oki is not used to him. That's enough, little soldier, back down. Young master of the Oak family, crippling my brother's two Pokémon, is it enough to vent your anger? Seeing that his brother was about to be hit, Z couldn't help it. When it appeared, it directly blocked Bisharp's feet and looked very relaxed. What if I say I'm still angry? Oki stared into Z's eyes and said, Hey soldier, did you hear that? Quickly release your remaining Pokémon to let this young master calm down. But I have one condition. As long as it doesn't hurt my brother, his Pokémon is up to you, and it doesn't matter if you kill him. Z chuckled, his eyes became incomparably cold and devoid of emotion, but the words he said surprised or despaired the few people present. Interesting, come on. Oki turned to Xiaobing and said, Brother, don't. Xiaobing looked at his brother with pleading eyes, but he was frightened by the coldness in his brother's eyes because he knew that every time his brother showed such eyes, even he would not negotiable. The creeps desperately released their remaining Pokémon, Nidoking, Golbat, Houndoom, and Murkrow. After a few Pokémon came out, they looked at Oki and Charizard with fierce eyes, but they didn't know their fate at all. Do it? These Pokémon's strongest Nidokings are all at the Elite Advanced level, and they were quickly abolished by Charizard. Watching his Pokémon being destroyed, he could see that Xiaobing was in pain, sitting on the ground dazedly holding his hair with both hands. Hey, young master of the Oak family, is this enough? Z asked again. Okya turned and looked at Z, really not understanding the meaning of what he did. What do you mean? It's nothing interesting, just let my brother know that there are some people he can't mess with, and he has to pay the price for doing something wrong. Z looked at his crying brother who was hugging Pokémon and said without hesitation. Interesting, that's fine, you can go now. Those Pokémon are now sent to the Pokémon Center and there are still some to save. I've already hold back. Oki waved his hand and said. Hearing Okya's words, Zyobing stopped crying and looked at his brother very pitifully. Then thank you, Master Oki, this is my private phone number and you can order anything later. After Z took out a business card and handed it to Oki, he walked slowly to his younger brother who had already put away the Pokémon, and released to only Firo sat up to drive here. Looking at Firo's figure in the distance, Oki smiled slightly, feeling that today's harvest is still a bit, but it just confused Lena on the side. Let's go, I'll explain it to you slowly. Seeing his girlfriend's confused eyes, Oki pulled her away from here and explained the matter to Sir Lena while walking. Not to mention the two people who are explaining the reason here, the two brothers sitting on Firo's back are also discussing this topic at the moment. Brother, why? Zyobing asked. Why, isn't it all right? Z said indifferently. That's the Pokémon I've been cultivating, the soldier growled. So, didn't you come to him to try your own level? Didn't you ask for this kind of thing? But, no, but luckily this time, the matter has been resolved, you just need to learn from Absorb. Z directly stopped the little soldier, and then commanded Firo to rush towards the Pokémon Center. Meanwhile, Okyat this way. Oh, it means that it was true at the beginning, and later on you and that Z colluded in acting to teach his brother a lesson. Sir Lena concluded after listening to Okya's explanation. It can't be said that it's all acting. I really want to get angry. Who wants them to find me as a prop to test their strength? It's really good to take this opportunity to vent, but I have a sense of proportion. It turned out that Z and Zyobing's parents died when they were young, and the two brothers grew up in an orphanage. By chance, Z got his first Pokémon. Since then, he left the orphanage and went out on his own. It is also a bit of talent and luck. After 10 years of hard work, it can be regarded as a bit of fame. And Z's younger brother was lucky enough to be adopted by a family in the orphanage, and that family has some assets. Although they couldn't help him get Usangia Pokémon, they also bought a Nura for him at a big price. Minions do Earl Dervish Pokémon. And because I knew it was impossible to get Pokémon from Usangia, the time to buy Nura for Zyobing was very early so that he would not lose at the starting line. In fact, their idea was very successful. Like his brother Z, Zyobing's trainer talent is very good, and his Pokémon training is also very good. After waiting for Z to come back, the strength of his Pokémon after getting coaching also increased rapidly. After having two quasi-elite Pokémon, he was also a little famous among them and gradually became a little complacent. And Z, who saw his younger brother's tendency, also wanted to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson, but it didn't work by himself. So he cast his mind on his peers, and after Zyobing's own selection, Oki was honored to win the lottery. Once you have a goal, the next thing will be easy to handle. When it appeared today, Z relied on his own Pokémon to secretly give Oki a note, which roughly meant that Z asked Oki to teach him a lesson at the cost of joining Oki's subordinates to serve him. Younger brother. After so many years of struggle, Z's strength has reached the elite level, and if an elite-level bounty hunter wants to rely on him, Oki obviously will not refuse to do a little favor. As for reneging on debt, to be honest, for these bounty hunters, it is a better way to get ahead and join a big family. Since Z broke through to the elite level, many family members have contacted him, trying to persuade him to serve his family. And Z thought about it for a long time but didn't think about it, so he could only procrastinate, and now he couldn't procrastinate, so he wanted to help his brother solve the problem this time. And at the same time, he also wanted to help himself solve the problem. As for this matter, it's hard to say who wins and who loses. Z relied on his own strength to invest in Oki's family and got the strong backing of the Oak family, while Oki got an elite-level subordinate and he was a bounty hunter. Z can help Oki solve many inconvenient things anyway, both sides benefit. And Oki, who got his first subordinate in his life, was in a good mood to find his target Pokémon in the forest. Pidgey is the home bird Pokémon of Kanto and Johto region, so there is no need to say more about the number, but it may be a bit difficult to find one that meets Oki's requirements. But Oki is not in a hurry, just ordered one for himself to catch small goals to the right Pidgey. After the small goal was set, Oki went to look for a suitable Pokémon while traveling. The travel was the same, but the suitable Pokémon was not found. Instead, I got a piece of news that Lena was very interested in. It is said that the Pokémon breeder competition will be held in Bro Town. Lena has never had any special hobbies, and now she finally has one. Oki naturally wants to fulfill her wish, so the two of them gave up the trip they had originally decided on. The route went directly to Bro Town. But when they came here, the Pokémon breeder competition had to wait 2 days before starting, so they could only wait here for 2 days. As soon as the time came, the town of Bro began to get lively, and many breeders came here with their Pokémon to prepare for the competition. Because each breeder's breeder method is different, the Pokémon produced by breeder are also different. A little hair dyed, and some pay attention to their own temperament. Anyway, Sir Lena is walking around as if looking at the scenery. Ash, you're here too. On the street in Bro Town, Oak Yi and the others saw Ash and the others by accident. Brother Yi, sister-in-law, you guys are here too. Ash learned his lesson this time and called his sister-in-law directly. Oki looked around. Xiaogeng was chatting with a Stephanie with long green hair, and Xiaogeng ran to a Ninetales with a beautiful coat color and kept watching. So please be quiet, please. Suddenly, Misty seemed to be arguing, and Oak Yi and the others were attracted to them. Zane, why are you so mean to her? Vivi seemed to know that person. I'm sorry, I've been a little nervous preparing for the game. Oak Yi didn't pay attention to what they said later, because as soon as he walked over, he was attracted by this Ninetales over here. This Ninetales is really beautiful, with gorgeous coat color, which makes people want to touch it at a glance. Oki has been staring at this Ninetales, obviously attracting its trainer's attention. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my Ninetales? Oh, that's not true, it's just that I have a Ninetales from Alola, and I've seen relatively few Fire-type Ninetales, and this Ninetales is really good. What? Ninetales in Alola region? Can you let us have a look? Zane was surprised. He has been taking care of Ninetales, and he is also very how curious about Ninetales in Alola region. No problem, come out Ninetales. Oki released Ninetales, and the distinctive color instantly attracted the attention of people around him. Seeing more and more people around, Oki and the others felt that something was wrong, so they put away the Ninetales and found a quiet place before releasing them again. The two Ninetales who had just come out approached each other naturally, fighting each other. While the two Ninetales were sizing up each other, Oak Yi and Zane also began to exchange their experiences on breeder Ninetales, while Sir Lena and Ash couldn't talk to each other and could only chat about their own affairs. Because of the common topic, Oak Yi and Zane chatted for several hours, until Zane was reminded by Vivi to prepare to participate in the competition. It's natural to think that they are still Vulpix's time level. But business matters, Oki can only wish Zane a smooth participation in the competition, and said that he will bring Ninetales to help them cheer. Zane and his Ninetales also immediately expressed that they will definitely work hard. Another hour later, the Breeder House competition started, and it was as crowded as the Trainer Alliance competition. The start of the competition was very unexpected. First, there were no players on the field for a long time, and then after a puff of smoke, 3 guys from the Rockets came out. The moment he saw these 3 guys, Oki was sure that today would not be boring. Hey Yi, don't you think the 3 of them are from the Rockets? See, Lena, who was sitting next to Oki, seemed to see it too, which made Oki wonder how Ash and the others could be deceived again and again. That's right, it's just the 3 of them. Today's game might be more interesting. Oki said with his arms crossed. These 3 people are worthy of being big wolf characters. Objectively speaking, the series of performances they performed after they came out were really not bad, just a little wasteful. Although the performance of these 3 guys drew cheers from the audience, they were quickly stopped by Officer Jenny for committing crimes, and Oki sent Jengar out because he felt that something interesting would happen. Jengar, whose strength has been improved unconsciously, is now able to carry out a series of improvements on the basis of controlling his unique moves. The competition was repeatedly interrupted, and when the competition started again, Oak Yi and Sir Lena were already under Jengar's illusion technique to check what had just happened. Ha 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 Yi, the Rockets are so funny. Seeing the funny part, Lena couldn't help but slap Oki's thigh. Nana, although it's very funny, can you stop the movement of your hands? I'm fine, but the effect of force is mutual, doesn't your hand hurt? Oki quickly grabbed Lena excitedly hand said. Just at this time, Jengar's illusion technique ended, and the two looked around as if they had just woken up from a dream. The audience around them seemed to be stunned by these 2 people, because they really didn't know what was so funny about the performance on stage, so they laughed. So exaggerated. Ah, we're leaving 483. Seeing this situation, Lena's face quickly turned red, and she pulled Oki away from the auditorium. Stop laughing, Sir Lena said angrily. On the way out of the auditorium, Oki, who was already thick-skinned, was obviously not affected. And Lena, who was still running to a quiet place with a smile all the way, was obviously out of breath. Okay, let's go to the big screen to watch the breeders' competition first. and we agreed to help Zane and the others. HMPH, I didn't agree again, Sir Lena said unforgivingly, but her body was honestly dragged by Oki to the big screen next to it. Without the trouble from the rockets, the breeder house competition went smoothly. Zane, Vivi, and Zio gang also achieved good results. Oki, why are you waiting for us here? No wonder the auditorium can't see you. The few people after the game and Ash Misty, who was walking backstage, saw Oki and the others as soon as they came out of the backstage. No, at the beginning we were on the auditorium side, but then there was a little accident and we changed places. By the way, I haven't congratulated you yet. Congratulations on such a good result. When hearing the surprise, Sir Lena's face next to Oki started to turn red again. Oki, who didn't want his girlfriend to make a fool of herself, quickly changed the subject. Thank you, let's have a meal together, let's treat it as a celebrate, Zane first proposed. Okay. The first one to answer was not Oki and the others, but Vivi, who was always afraid that the side would not speak. Hey. Congratulations. After Oki and the others were stunned for a moment, they congratulated again. What needs to be congratulated? Ash obviously didn't understand the situation, but everyone knew that this guy was a single-minded existence, so it wasn't surprising at all. At the dinner table, Zio Gang, who was not very sad about the fact that Vivi and Zane were together, saw the couples on the dinner table, and even Ash and Misty looked like a couple, and suddenly felt deeply the malice of this world. Why don't we travel with Ash and the others for a while? Sir Lena suggested to Oki when they were having a good meal at the dinner table. Okay, it must be interesting to travel with them. Oki also agreed, and when they talked to Ash, they also looked very welcome. When the meal was happy, Zane and Oki started to drink together, and then Oki let him see what is called massive. Anyway, it was Vivi who got him back in the end. Oki felt like he had made a bunch of couples happy with a drink tonight, and instantly felt that he had done another great deed. Oki and the others planned to leave the next morning, and when Zane and Vivi came to see him off, everyone present could feel that Vivi was walking in a very wrong way. Oki immediately gave Zane a thumbs up, which made all the women present blush. Seeing this scene, Oki was very strange because Vivi and Lena didn't matter, after all they had experienced it. But why did Misty blush? In the end, Oki gave Misty a look of "you are also an old driver," which made Misty blush and didn't know how to explain this problem. In the end, he turned his head and left in a fit of anger. Why are you kidding me? Sir Lena slapped Oak and went after Misty. Oki could only say hello to Zane and the others and chased after him. The next trip was a bit embarrassing. Walking together on the road, Misty would think of Oki's strange eyes from time to time, so he quickened his pace from time to time. In order to alleviate this embarrassment, Oki proposed to take a look at an interesting place on the way. Do you know about Pokémon like Shuckle? Oak asked. You mean the kind of Pokémon Shuckle that can make delicious juice? BBCE Zio Gang is indeed the person who is the target of your breeder's family. He knows the information of Pokémon very well, and he knows it as soon as he mentions it. Yes, I know there is a place where there are a lot of Shuckles, and there is a master who makes a lot of good juices and medicines through Shuckle's help. Okay, let's go and have a look together. As I aim to be a Pokémon master, I want to know all Pokémon. Ash's blood is obviously burning again. With Ash's passion burning, the atmosphere along the way eased a lot, and everyone began to chat about various interesting things. All the way forward, just when he was about to reach the destination, Ash had a little problem. It hurts. Ash clutched his stomach and knelt on the ground with a painful expression on his face. I told you to eat less, Blissey, come out and help him see. Oki was speechless, but he let Blissey out to help Ash heal. What, you mean you've run out of digestion medicine? Ash, you're out of luck, I can't help it. Zyog and Misty, did you bring any medicine? The result was that they didn't bring any, which made Ash even more painful. Boys and girls, do you need help? At this time, a voice appeared from behind, and everyone looked back together, but there was no one in sight. I'm here below. Seeing that these people hadn't noticed his existence, he obviously lost his temper and shouted angrily. Everyone looked down following the instructions of the voice, and there was a short old man standing there. The K-Siddhigarbha Bodhisattva with the bamboo hat has spoken. Misty and Zio Gang's reactions were hilarious, and Zio Gang even said so. Who is K-Siddhigarbha Bodhisattva? The old man roared angrily. Okay, are you old man Shuckle? Oak stopped their tricks because Ash felt like he was going to faint if he didn't help. That's right, you still have vision, but let's see for your friend first. After Old Man Shuckle gave Ash the pill, Ash recovered soon, which made Zyoging and the others look at Old Man Shuckle with admiration. All of a sudden, everyone seemed to see the light radiating from the back of the Old Man Shuckle, which made this scene look divine. However, the scene gets a little hilarious for a moment after Misty points out that Old Man Shuckle is holding a flashlight behind his back. Next, Old Man Shuckle took a group of them to his residence and showed them a place where he made medicine and juice. Wow, so many Shuckles. Are they all making medicines and juices? As soon as I walked into the room, I saw a huge shelf full of shuckles. That's right, but most of them are medicines, and the fruit juice is just incidental. Seeing this group of people so surprised, the vanity of the old man Shuckle was obviously satisfied. What kind of medicines are there? As the breeder's family, Zyoging is obviously more interested in this matter. All kinds of medicines that can restore physical strength, strengthen muscle strength, and strengthen special skills such as flamethrower and water gun are all my own secret recipes. Old Man Guy said proudly. Old Man Shuckle's words obviously had a great influence on Zyoging. After all, the effects he said were all the efforts of the breeder family to achieve, but the old man Shuckle said it was a secret recipe, so it was not easy to ask carefully. Tangled expression. And I also have a secret medicine that I made with Flash Shuckle and my secret recipe. That secret medicine has the effect of increasing Pokémon's favorability. Old Shuckle said something. The information revealed in this sentence obviously hit Zyoging's G*****T. For a while, he didn't care what he was embarrassed about. He immediately knelt down and begged for some secret medicine for him, and the old man Shuckle showed a look on his face. A tricky smile. Looking at the old man Shuckle's expression, Oki always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't think of any problems. After Zyoging knelt down and begged to share some secret medicine, the old man Shuckle turned his head and called out a Bellsprout, and then began to call Oak Yi and the others to help. Because of Zyoging, Oak Yi and the others couldn't refuse, so they had to nod in agreement. After roughly explaining what to do, the old man Shuckle gave them a few small carts, and then led them to the back mountain. Okay, what you all have to do is to bring back Shuckle, whose medicine has matured on the back mountain with Pacha's help. The matter is very simple, and the simple Oki didn't quite believe it because his intuition told him there is fraud here. Let's go, you guys have to keep up with Pacha's speed. Hearing the old man Shuckle's words, Oki and the others were a little disapproving. After all, how fast can a Bellsprout go? However, Bellsprout quickly slapped them in the face with the facts and saw that Bellsprout ran forward quickly with its two short legs, leaving only dust along the way. Hurry up and chase. Old man Shuckle's voice woke up Oki and the others, and they could only chase forward with the pushcart. The good thing is that Bellsprout needs to stop from time to find the right Shuckle through the taste. Oak Yi and the others caught up with Bellsprout after chasing for a while. But the following Bellsprout refreshed their worldview again. As if they had found the Shuckle's lair, Bellsprout's two vine whips swung quickly and pulled out the Shuckle hidden in the ground, and the five of them couldn't catch it together. It can't be helped, Ralts. Use confusion to help put Shuckle into the cart. Oki saw that several of them couldn't catch him, so he released Ralts directly to help, and he could also train Ralts by the way. Okay then Oak, you and Lena are here to clean up these Shuckles, let's catch up first. Just in this short time, the Bellsprout ran away and disappeared again. No way, Oki and Lena could only stay to clean up these Shuckles, while Zyoging and the others continued to chase. But when Oki and the others finished packing and rushed to help, they found that Zyoging and the others were all lying on the side of the road, and the whole thing was the scene of a car accident. Are you all right? Where's Bellsprout? Oki and the others asked after helping Zyoging and the others up. We're fine, we didn't stop when we went downhill just now. For Bellsprout, let's look for it. It should be near here. Zyoging, who got up, said so. Very helpless, Oki and the other five started looking for Bellsprout again. Fortunately, after a short search, I saw Bellsprout on a big rock with a Flash Shuckle next to it. Haha, I found it. Zyoging is very happy because he will soon get the secret medicine, and he will be able to marry Bai Fume in the future and reach the pinnacle of life. Since you asked the question sincerely, when the Rockets were chatting with Ash and the others, they found an opportunity to come out and say their own lines, and then escaped directly by spitting out smoke through wheezing. Hey Yi, you should be able to stop them just now, right? Sir Lena asked quietly, as if she was afraid that Ash and the others would hear. It's true that it can be rented, but I always feel that this matter is fraudulent. Do you know that the old man Shuckle is a famous Pokémon breeder master, and the Bellsprout is not simple, it is elite level? Oki also quietly replied. How is it possible? Sir Lena was obviously shocked and shouted directly and then immediately covered her mouth. It's just that the two of them obviously thought too much. Ash and the others are not quite used to the presence of Oki, and they haven't thought about stopping the Rockets at all, and they are anxiously trying to figure out a way. I followed Bellsprout all the time, hoping that it would lead me and others to find the Shuckle. But when I was looking for the river, Bellsprout seemed to be a bit square, and the normal flexible leaves like hands scratched his smooth head from time to time. Is there nothing you can do? What can we do now? Seeing Bellsprout like this, Zyoging was the one who worried the most. At this time, Shuckle appeared in the forest from time to time, gathering together and crawling towards one direction. When Zyoging and the others were at a loss, a voice came out. This is a big problem. The Jinjai in the mountains are all starting to move now. I think the people who took away everything from Flash have already taken the medicine. Anyway, let's go quickly. I don't know when the Zhai will appear, Elder Zhai greeted after analyzing. Seeing Xiaogeng and the others chasing after him, Oki murmured, sure enough, it's a scam. Could it be that this old man just wants someone to test the medicine? I now believe he's a Pokémon breeder master, said Lena, who also missed. Anyway, just catch up and have a look. Let's go, Nana. Oki pulled Sir Lena to catch up. It didn't take long to follow the Shuckle group and saw 3 rockets, and they all had Shuckle behind them. Just as the rockets ran to this side, a Shuckle on Jessie looked like a wet guy. It stuck out its tongue and licked Jessie's belly button, which immediately made Jessie go limp. MJU4 NDA20C3 Autumn 1 NDA1 MZU1 Odd U equals. Nana, you are not allowed to subdue Pokémon like Shuckle, do you understand? Oki, who saw this scene, immediately said to Sir Lena. You know I'm not interested in Pokémon like Shuckle. The implication is that I am even less interested in seeing this situation now. Seeing that the rockets have been surrounded, they immediately plan to release Pokémon to resist, but the effect of the secret medicine was too strong, and their own Pokémon was also recruited. When Ash sent Pikachu to give them electrotherapy, Pikachu seemed to be affected and walked over step by step and fell into Jessie's arms. At this time, perhaps the maker of the secret medicine, Flash Shuckle, seemed unaffected. But maybe it was because of Breeder's people, he also stuck out his tongue to Jessie. After Jessie screamed, he threw the Flash Shuckle in his hand, and Bellsprout took advantage of the situation and stretched out the vine whip to catch it. Seeing this scene, the old man Shuckle may have finished testing the effect of the medicine, and took out a little powder from his waist and sprinkled it into the air. The Pokémon exposed to the powder all returned to normal. After Pikachu recovered, it was natural to give Team Rocket a radiotherapy. Ever since, Team Rocket exploded on the spot and flew out as usual. Ask for flowers. Hey, is this really a secret medicine? How does it feel like an aphrodisiac? Just as Ash and the others looked at the meteor flying out of the rockets, Oki quietly asked the Old Man Shuckle. Old Man Shuckle didn't answer, just smiled mysteriously. But Oki has already got the answer from this smile. This F***CK is an aphrodisiac. But fortunately, this is the kind that exudes a scent that makes the Pokémon smell springy, and it should be diluted or artificially reduce the effect of the medicine. Otherwise, Team Rocket will definitely end up in a worse situation. After thinking about that scene, Oki quickly shook his head and refocused on the matter in front of him. The Flash Shuckle was brought back, and the rockets flew out, so the matter was resolved perfectly. After collecting a lot of Shuckles for the old man, Oki and the others were ready to leave. But when they were leaving, Old Man Shuckle gave them a lot of special fruit juice in order to thank them for their help. And also handed Xiaogeng a small bottle, telling him that this was the secret medicine promised to him. 0.0. Thank you, Old Man Shuckle, but I don't need this thing. Just now I saw the rockets guys being chased by Shuckles. I thought, is that true love? That feeling is just a simple secret drug, it's just controlled by my power. So I still want to rely on my own efforts to make Pokémon like me naturally. Only in this way can I be qualified to become the #1 Pokémon breeder in the world. Xiaogeng's words were very contagious, and everyone applauded for him. But maybe because of preconceptions, Oki felt that Xiaogeng saw what it was, so he just disliked it. As for the person next to the pillow, how could Lena not understand Oki's thoughts, pinched his waist and said, "Don't be so dark, okay?" Okay, maybe I think too much. Oki said so, but according to Xiaogeng's usual performance, he felt that his thoughts still had a little credibility. Sir Lena knew what this guy was thinking when she saw him like this. But she didn't bother to talk about him, so she took out the juice that the Old Man Shuckle gave and drank it. I have to say that maybe the Old Man Shuckle has a little habit, but the juice he made is really good, and it is said that it also has the effect of beautifying the skin. In the space backpack. Although there is no shortage of money, Oki is still a little unhappy, not because of the money, but because of the proud smile of Old Man Shuckle when he bought it. But after seeing Sir Lena so happy, Oki let go of that little bit of unhappiness. As long as his girlfriend is happy, other things are secondary. As for Oki and the others who left the Old Man Shuckle and continued their journey, they never expected to see that guy Gary when they were approaching the next town. And to Oki's surprise, Gary's Eevee has evolved, and it has evolved into a moon Pokémon scarf. Seeing Gary's, Ash felt as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He raised his foot and wanted to rush down to fight with him, but fortunately Xiaogeng and the others stopped him. Ash, Gary is fighting. You don't want someone to spoil your battle, do you? Xiaogeng said. That's right, but it will be my turn after the fight. Ash calmed down and said, it's up to you. Zio Gang and the others didn't want to persuade them anymore. They rolled their eyes and said. Oki was watching Gary's duel without being disturbed by Ash. The Moon Pokémon evolved from Gary's Eevee, and rivals Alakazam fight, at least in terms of attribute, has an advantage. Although Alakazam's Psychic Super move has little damage to Moon Pokémon, it doesn't mean that there is no damage. However, Gary's rival directly chose hand-to-hand combat, directing Alakazam to attack the Moon Pokémon with a dynamic punch. Gary's rival finally chose to end the battle directly with his ultimate move. Constantly teleporting and destroying Deathlight, once hit, the damage will definitely explode. But the premise is that it can destroy the condensed Deathlight. There is a slight difference in the surrounding spiritual power 357, and other for Gary who has been spiritually enlightened, this cannot be more obvious. At the moment when the destruction of the Death Ray was ready, Gary's rival also wanted to use a trick to make Alakazam stop in one direction first, and then teleport to another direction at the moment when the destruction of the Death Ray was launched, trying to use sneak attack on Zhangyu Pokémon. It's a pity that Gary has a keen sense of spiritual power fluctuations and so on, so he directly commanded Pokémon to jump up at the critical moment, and used hidden power in the direction where Alakazam appeared. Alakazam, who was emitting all-powerful destructive Deathlight, had already fallen into a stiff state because the spiritual power in his body was exhausted, and was directly sent flying by hidden power. Alakazam, I'm sorry I lost, thank you for your hard work, you won. Alakazam, who flew out and hit a tree, fainted directly, and Gary's rival also conceded. Okay, it's my turn. Ash slid down from the rock wall and stood in front of Gary. Ash, Gary was surprised to see Ash. Ralts, send us down. Ralt's strength has improved a lot. Confusion obviously has no problem supporting the two of them and directly took Oki and the others to fly down. As for Zyoging and the others, they could only take a detour slowly. After all, Ash's bloody way of moving forward is really not suitable for women, and Zyoging is not in a hurry, so he walks slowly with Misty. Brother, sister-in-law, are you here? This is. Ralts, Gary, who saw Oki and the others come down, greeted and also noticed the Ralts on Oki's shoulder. Well, we're bored these days, and we're going to go with Zhai and the others for a while. After all, they can meet a lot of interesting things. As for it, that's right, Ralts, I got it at the Pokémon exchange meeting, and it is said that your kid was there that day, right? He also took Arcanine to show off. The eldest brother was like a father, and he couldn't help but want to say a few words when he met Oki, while Sir Lena secretly smiled beside him, and Lionsy greeted Gary. Hey brother, you Gary, I came down first. Ash was ignored for so long and he couldn't help it. Stop kidding, Ash, just you Pokémon, Gary said disdainfully. How is it? They are the new ones I conquered in the Johto region, Ash said proudly as if he didn't see it. Brother, sister-in-law, I'll go first. See you at the Pokémon Center. Let's have dinner together tonight. Gary turned around and left. Ash was ignored again. Gary, Ash's yelling was a little strange, and because Miuya was beside him, he felt goosebumps all over the floor. Ash, stop shouting, you still want to duel. Look at your Pokémon. Oki couldn't help interrupting and pointed at Ash's Pokémon. Totodile is quite normal, after all. It is not the one who likes to dance, but other Pokémon are a bit nonsense. I don't know when the normal Noctowl was tamed and fell asleep with eyes closed. And the Chikorita rubbed against Ash as if no one else was there. Cyndaquil directly I ran away, and I don't know if I didn't wake up or what. Cyndaquil, where are you going? Seeing this, Ash hurried to hug Cyndaquil back. How about Ash's duel? Zio Gang and the others who had already arrived at the foot of the mountain asked. Oki didn't speak and pointed directly at Ash's Pokémon. Misty, Zyoging and the others understood it in seconds, and then looked at Ash with pitiful eyes. Hey brother, you, what do you mean? Zyoging, Misty, what kind of eyes do you guys have? What do you understand? Ash ran away immediately. Okay, if you want to fight, there are opportunities. Let's go to the Pokémon Center first, and Gary is there too. Seeing what Ash wanted to say, Oki directly pulled out the killer weapon. Ash immediately put away the Pokémon and rushed to the Pokémon Center. Let's go. Oki and the others had no choice but to keep up, but it was only at this time that Oki remembered something, reached out and touched Ralts on the shoulder and said, Ralts, while your strength has improved, your control over the ultimate move is also good. But keep trying. Pokémon has done a satisfactory thing. Oki will not be stingy with his praise. Ralts is also very happy to smile after receiving the praise, and judging from its shaking feet, it should be in a good mood. In fact, Pokémon are often like children who have not grown up, and praises are completely conducive to their physical and mental growth. Sir Lena, who saw this scene, also stretched out her hand and patted Ralts approvingly, making it even happier. Along the way, the sky started to get dark, and when we reached the Pokémon Center, it was already evening. It's not far away at the foot of the mountain, but as the old saying goes, Wangshan is a dead horse, and the distance is quite far. Brother, you check in first, and then we go to eat. Gary, who had arrived earlier, saw Oki and the others coming, so he greeted. Don't worry, where there is ash, there will be rockets. I think those three guys will make trouble. Let's have dinner after watching the show today. Oki shook his finger and said, Really? Well, but you can have some snacks first. Gary was suspicious, but didn't say anything and went out to buy some snacks. After checking in, Oki and the others had just had some snacks when the Pokémon Center went dark. Nurse Joy told them that there seemed to be a power outage, and the phone at the power station couldn't get through, probably something happened. Okay, leave this problem to us, let's go to the power station. When encountering such a thing, Ash obviously did his part to take care of it all. Seeing Ash rushing out excitedly, Oki patted Gary on the shoulder. Come on, isn't Ash always like this? Come and see the battle between Ash and his Pokémon, maybe you will change your mind. Really? Gary couldn't believe it. Let's go take a look and you'll find out, and I can guarantee that this matter is definitely caused by the rockets. If you don't believe me, let's take a gamble. Whoever loses will pay the bill tonight, how about it? Okay, that's all, Gary agreed with a smile. As the sons of big families, they obviously have no shortage of money, and this bet is obviously just a joke. But for Ash's Pokémon that Oki mentioned, Gary is determined to see more. Ash and the others have already run far away. Oki, Lena and Gary also set off quickly, but at night, although the moonlight illuminates the ground, the forest is still a little dark. Fortunately, Gary's moon Pokémon used Flash. What will happen to the road? The light was on. Oki and the three of them also caught up with Ash, who set off first. As soon as I walked there, I saw several people tied together. When Ash wanted to go over to help, he stepped on his big foot. Everyone looked up and a huge machine Wobbuffet appeared in front of everyone. What is this? Ash asked the three of them together. Since you, the rockets, recited their lines again and appeared. The next thing is the battle between the two sides. The rockets paid a lot of money this time. This 5.6 Wobbuffet machine is quite powerful. It can absorb Pokémon's unique moves and then spit them out to attack. So let me say that these three guys are talents, they are really versatile. Oki couldn't help complaining when he saw this scene. It's really amazing, this technology can find a lot of good jobs. Why do these things? Gary agreed. So I always thought there was something tricky about it, but I will always know in the future. Gary, you just watch over here and Sir Lena and I will go to solve the electricity problem. Oki patted Gary on the shoulder and turned to Sir Lena. The power station is gone. Along the way, the stones aroused by the battle between Ash and the rockets slammed into Oki and the others from time to time. But they were blocked by Ralts with confusion. When I came here, I first rescued the staff, and then helped restore the city's electricity under their coaching. When I got back to the battlefield, I saw Chikorita use Vine Whip to tie the mouth of the robot Wobbuffet, and then Rocket exploded and flew out again. Oki couldn't help sighing. This scene is really unforgettable. Brother Yi, how's it going? As soon as he saw Oak and the others, Ash asked. Don't worry, the power has been restored. Gary, what do you think after watching Ash's fight? Oak asked Gary after answering Ash. Gary came out from behind. Ash was surprised, as if he hadn't noticed it all along. Ash, I saw the battle between you and your Pokémon. Your Pokémon has been well trained by you. As for our battle, let's save it for the next meeting, Gary said with a smile. Okay, but why do you have to do it next time? Ash agreed happily at first and then asked again. Because I'm hungry, Gary said directly, but he didn't know what to say after what Ash said. Ha 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 ha. Everyone who saw this scene laughed loudly, and then everyone went back to the small town to find a restaurant to eat. During the meal, Ash unexpectedly challenged Gary again. It was not a Pokémon battle, but to see who could eat more. Okay, don't cry if you lose. Gary agreed directly, and he has an advantage in this respect. Next, a unique competition started in the small restaurant. Gary is a change after opening the spirit. Ash is purely talented. The meal was very dark. The owner of the small restaurant was very happy anyway, even if the food in his restaurant is not expensive, but it is too big. The chef is too tired to catch up with the speed of two people eating 11 degrees. Anyway, the last match ended with Ash lying down. Early the next morning, everyone was up, but Gary was the first to go as he said, if I want to travel with people, why don't I find some of my girlfriends? No way. When Oki and the others finished their breakfast and set off, Gary didn't know where they were going, so Oki and the five of them embarked on the journey again, and Oki didn't point out that they were on the wrong road along the way. It's all for fun anyway, just follow them and forget about getting lost. Along the way, I don't know how many times I got lost. Oki and the others came to a place called the Valley of the Wind. When I first came here, I saw a cute Pokémon. Ash took out the Pokédex and found out that it was Ledian, the evolution of the ladybug. Seeing the new Pokémon, Ash got carried away and chased after it. Oki and the others had no choice but to keep up. As soon as they got to Taniguchi's position, they saw that Ash had been blown down by a gust of wind. Looking forward, they found that it was Tensong Paigiato's Gale Trick. The owners of Paigiato and Ledian are a father and son. Seeing this, they immediately went to check on Ash's situation. However, the lucky Ash was obviously fine, and then Oki and the others followed the father and son to their working and living place. On the way, Oki noticed that Lena had been staring at Ledian, as if attracted by their cuteness. After chatting for a while at the place, Oki and the others learned that the job of the father and son was to help the suffering travelers here. They were the forest patrols here, and they were just training Ledian. Is there any Ledian around here that can be subdued? Oki asked after knowing the situation, which surprised Ash, because judging from the Pokémon that Oki had subdued in the past, he probably didn't like this kind of Pokémon. Only Sir Lena looked at Oki with emotion, because she knew the reason why Oki asked such a question, and she was very touched by her boyfriend being so careful. If you want to subdue Ledian, you may have to leave this side and go to the other side of the Valley of the Wind. The only place we know is the forest over there. Speak up. That's it then, Ash, let's leave here first. I just saw those guys from the rockets in the forest. You can help Shiro and his father and son here. I always feel that those guys are, it looks like it will cause trouble. Oki stood up and said, Are you leaving? Well then I wish you all the best and leave this to us. After hearing this, Ash also said that he would definitely let the rockets guys solve the troubles caused by them. After all, he has experience well. Okay, I'll leave it to you guys here. Shiro still has uncles, so we'll leave first. Thank you for the news. Nana, let's go. Oki went out after finishing speaking and released Charizard, intending to go directly fly over there. Well, Shiro, Uncle, and Ash Zyoging Misty, we will leave first. Sir Lena also stood up and said goodbye to them and went outside. After Sir Lena climbed onto Charizard and hugged Oki, Charizard soared into the sky and quickly disappeared from Ash's sight. Is your friend okay? The wind in the Valley of the Wind is no joke, Shiro's father said worriedly. Uncle, don't worry, Brother Yi is the one who has won the Alliance Championship. This little wind is nothing. Ash said very proudly, as if he was talking about himself. Yeah, Uncle, you may not know that Oki is really powerful. That Charizard seems to have reached the quasi-elite level since the last Indigo Plateau Conference. It should be stronger now, right? While helping out. Well, as long as there is no problem. Since Ash and the others are not worried as friends, Tian Lang's father has nothing to worry about either. After returning to the room and chatting for a while, Shiro's father looked at the time and said immediately, Oh, it's about time. Ash, you guys should take a good rest here. Shiro, take care of them. I should go on patrol. Okay, Dad, don't worry. Shiro's dad left. Shiro went out to train Ledian after chatting with them for a while. Ash and the others expressed their interest, so they went together. Shiro started Ledian's training with a stopwatch in his hand. Ash and the others felt very novel watching it and felt that they had learned something. But not long after the training, Ledian was disrupted by a strange wind, and Shiro, who knew this side, said directly that there could be no such strange wind in the forest. That means this is the rockets, Ash asked tentatively. That's right, it's us, since you are sincere. The three guys from the rockets reappeared while speaking their lines. At the beginning, it was the same as before, and I caught Pikachu very smoothly, and this time I also sucked Togepi together. But before they could be happy, a strong wind that is unique to this side directly blew them away. Leaving aside Ash's battle of wits and courage with the rockets, Oak Yi and Sir Lena riding on Charizard have safely passed through the Valley of the Wind and arrived at the forest on the other side. Maybe it's because I flew high enough, but I didn't really feel the strong wind. According to Shiro's father's instructions, Oak Yi and the others went directly to the region that is said to have a lot of Lediba and Ledian. When I first came here, the first thing I saw was a sea of flowers, and just like what Shiro's father said, there are really a lot of Lediba and there are Ledian, but there are not many. Ruler. It's such a beautiful place and there are so many Ledibas and Ledians. Sir Lena couldn't help sighing when she saw this place. That's right, and if we have so many target Pokémon, we can choose one with good qualifications. But it's really beautiful. As a trainer, Oki thought in a different direction, and after realizing it, he hurried added a sentence so beautiful. Sir Lena directly gave Oki a pair of hygienic balls. 23, although this guy in front of him sometimes has very different ideas, but Sir Lena likes it quite a lot, and he is not the kind of person with zero EQ. People have a headache. Not long after looking here, a group of Pidgeotto came to hunt, and these ladybug-like Pokémon are obviously on their recipe. As Pokémon, Lediba and Ledian naturally won't be caught without a fight. Under the leadership of a Ledian, they start to confront Pidgeotto, who is bigger in size. Seeing this scene, Oki had a sudden whim and asked the Ling to detect the group of Pidgeotto and Pidgey, and the results he got surprised him and were also very happy. Master, the lead Pidgeotto's aptitude is blue, and it agrees with your request. What about the group of Ledians and Ledibas? Oki asked Ling to detect the group of Ledibas next to him. There is a Lediba that meets your requirements, and the qualification is also blue. This surprised Oki a little, because the one with the best aptitude was not the leading Ledian, but the Lediba behind. Nana, I found a very good Lediba, and the high-quality Pidgeotto series of Pokémon I've been looking for has also come to fruition. Oki happily told Sir Lena the news. And Sir Lena, who knew her boyfriend checked Pokémon's qualifications, was surprised, because with Oki's standards, it was really surprising to find two Pokémon that met the standard at one time. How long does it take to meet the character? Then what are you going to do? The Pokémon on both sides are about to fight, Lena asked. As a reward for taking down that Lediba, I will help them solve a big problem. And once that Pidgeotto evolves, there really will be no room for them in this forest. Anyway, Oki is fighting this time. Make up your mind to kill two birds with one stone. An unknown forest, a group of Pidgeotto-type Pokémon and a group of Ledian-type Pokémon are confronting each other, and the war is imminent. Oki, who had made up his mind, walked out of the darkness directly and released Aaron and Ralts. Hey Pidgeotto, come to fight. If you lose, you have to follow me. Facing Pidgeotto, Oki said. As the leader of the group, Pidgeotto has always been open to anyone who comes to battle, and his self-esteem is also very strong. Seeing the appearance of Oki, he directly sent out from the group, and Aaron also consciously walked over to confront Pidgeotto with. Not long after the confrontation, Pidgeotto took the lead in attacking and used Hurricane directly at Aaron, and the power seemed to be very good. Oak could feel the strong wind force so far away. Aaron, it's hard. With the training and adequate nutritional supplements during this period, Aaron's weight has already exceeded the standard, and Hurricane can't beat it with such a strong Hurricane. Yin Muyi also wanted to take this opportunity to test its defenses. After Pidgeotto blew for a while, he found that it had no effect on Aaron at all. After a whistle, the wings began to emit the color of Orberg, but he directly used the steel wings. And from the point of view of speed, agility should be added to launch two tricks in a row, which is really rare in wild Pokémon. Aaron, get ready, use tackle to the direction of 2 o'clock. Pidgeotto's speed is fast, but not fast enough. Oki saw the opportunity and let Aaron hit him directly. With his flying speed and inertia and Aaron's tackle, Pidgeotto fell directly to the ground. Although he was seriously injured, his dignity as a leader made Struggle want to fly up and continue fighting. Aaron, charge forward. Although the collision just now did a lot of damage to Aaron, the hard armor also made it take advantage of it. Aaron is not a Pokémon who is good at speed. After passing the breeder, Aaron's weight increased rapidly, and his speed naturally couldn't increase. But Pidgeotto, who was already unable to fly, was a living target. Aaron's dash directly hit it. This time Pidgeotto was stunned, and he threw the Piquet ball when he spoke. After a few flashes, the light went off, which also means that Pidgeotto has been tamed. Those Pidgeottos and Pidgeys who were still on the tree looked at each other in blank dismay. The leader had been tamed, and they were leaderless now. The other Pidgeottos were obviously interested in the leader's position, and each left here with the Pidgeys who were willing to follow them. Oki was not interested in who among the Pidgeottos could be the leader in the end. He who picked up the Piquet ball was looking at Aaron, who was emitting white light in front of him. After such a long period of training, Aaron has finally evolved. Perhaps today's battle gave him an opportunity to evolve, but Oki only cares about the changes after his evolution. After the white light dissipated, it was no longer Aaron that appeared in front of Oki and the others, but a huge Lairon. To be honest, Okyat feels that there is not much difference between them. The name is just missing a word, and the shape is similar, nothing more than a little bigger, but it can already be seen that it will evolve into the majesty of Agron in the future. Ling, give me Lairon's information. Lairon, gender, male, attribute steel plus rock. Height 1.2 ms, normal 0.9 m. If you eat well, your body will be better naturally. Qualification green. Strength level elite intermediate. Ultimate moves. Harden headbutt, slime, steel talon, iron defense, dash, roar, Orberg headbutt, protection, metal sound, Orberg tail, killing strike. After the evolution of Lairon's strength, the most obvious change is in the unique skills. But what surprised Oki is that this guy can now use the Orberg tail. But after looking at Lairon's current short tail, Oki decisively gave up the idea of letting him use this unique move in battle. Okay, let's solve one and the other. Come out, Nana, it's better to subdue Pokémon by yourself. After reading Lairon's information, Oki called Sir Lena over. I thought so too, but which one are you talking about? How do we tell it to lead? Sir Lena questioned. You don't need to lure it out, just negotiate first. If it doesn't work, just hit it hard, leave the rest to me, and I'll keep the one you want to tame. Oki finally had a chance to pretend it was very he said arrogantly, but when facing this group of Ladibas and Ledians, he has enough capital. Just when Oki was going to ask Ralts to negotiate, the leading Ledian flew over directly and then honked in front of Oki. Boss, it's asking if you plan to tame a Lediba or a Ledian. Ralts' telepathy is very convenient at this time. It is said that when the strength is strong enough, he can directly use his trainer and another Pokémon to use his telepathy. Induction Unicom for short-term communication. That's right, we intend to tame a Lediba. It should be the most qualified existence in your group. Follow us to make it go further. Oki said directly to Ledian. Boss, it said that the one you are going to tame is its daughter, and it also wants her daughter to leave this forest to see the outside world, but you have to tame it through fighting. Ralts said. No problem, Nana, please prepare. This Ledian has agreed to let us tame Lediba, but you need to defeat it yourself. After Oki agreed, he asked Sir Lena to prepare directly, and Sir Lena was also interested in taming Pokémon himself. After Oki agreed, Ledian went back to his group and brought the Lediba over. Sir Lena also released Totodile at this time. After a burst of buzz from Ledian, the battle officially started, and Lediba directly used Supersonic. Totodile hold back used the water gun. Encouraged by Sir Lena, Totodile used the water gun in the direction of Lediba. Although he was dodged, Supersonic also stopped, and the wild Lediba obviously did not. He would continue to launch his tricks while dodging but subconsciously stopped. Lediba, who escaped the water gun, used Swift again. Although it is not a must-hit trick in the game, the word high speed is enough to show the speed of this trick. It made Totodile embarrassed for a while, but thanks to its unknown the dancing, while awkward, escapes most of the Swift. And Lediba, who saw that Swift worked, also continued to issue Swift. Totodile rush over and use the ultimate bite trick. Since he couldn't hide, Sir Lena didn't want to continue hiding and directly ordered Totodile to start a counterattack. Facing the rushing Totodile, after Lediba released the wave of Swift, he directly used Mach Punch to defeat Totodile head-on. What I have to say is that this Lediba is really fast. Before Totodile could react, Mach Punch directly knocked it back. Totodile, don't worry, close your eyes and prepare to bite the trick. Sir Lena fully demonstrated the quality that a trainer should have at this time. Right, bite? When this Lediba told flying, the voice was a little louder, and Lena and Totodile seized the opportunity and hit directly with a bite trick. Don't stop, Ice Fang, Sir Lena ordered after seeing Lediba being bitten. Lediba, who was unable to move after being bitten by Totodile, was directly frozen after being directly hit by the Ice Fang's unique move. After Sir Lena threw the Piquet ball and waited nervously for a few seconds, the red light of the Piquet ball stopped blinking. After picking up the Piquet ball, Sir Lena released Lediba again. At this time, Oki also released Pidgeotto and the team Dr. Blissey, who had just been subdued. After the battle, you should really check it out. Ledian watched all this silently from the side. After Lediba was captured and released to heal his wounds, he beckoned the group to leave. But after flying away for a certain distance, it flew back again, flew to Lediba's side and hugged it and left Zhang without looking back. On the other side, Lediba, who was healing, knew that this should be the last goodbye in this life and shed tears silently. On the other hand, Pidgeotto didn't care at all and didn't have any special reaction when he came out and saw that his companions had all run away. Oki was a little surprised by Pidgeotto's reaction. From the moment Pidgeotto and Pidgey flew away, Oki felt strange. This is the real world. While he was still recovering from his injuries, Oki asked Ralts to find out. After Ralts came back and told Oki the information, Oki felt that today he finally experienced the treatment of a protagonist. It turns out that this Pidgeotto is an outlier in its group, and it has been covet fighting since its Pidgey form. This Pidgeotto is very different from others of the same kind. When it was only Pidgey, because it was attacked by a Spearow, after becoming the leader, it led the whole clan to beat all the Spearows in this forest. In the end, the Spearows either died or fled. Even a Spearow that evolved into Fearow after being attacked died under the beat-up of the group led by Pidgeotto. Now there is a Spearow Pokémon in this forest, nothing. Then there is hunting. This guy thinks there is no challenge to Caterpie and Weedle. After discovering again that the Ladibas were strong in fighting power, they changed the recipes of the entire group and kept coming to trouble the Ladibas. Although the other Pidgeotto and Pidgey were reluctant, they could only fight again and again under the order of the leader. After this guy was subdued, the younger brothers naturally broke up. Pidgeotto, you like fighting, don't you? There will be a lot of fights after you follow me. After learning about it, Oki came to Pidgeotto and said. Pidgeotto raised his head and looked at Oki for a while, then nodded solemnly. But after a while, this guy turned his head and stared at Lairon, and from time to time he let out the growl of taunt. Lairon is also not very good-tempered. When he first got it, Oki thought that this guy had a good temper, but after training for a period of time, he found that this was not the case. Not only was his temper bad, he was also very irritable. It feels like this guy's previous good temper came from his hunger. Blissey watched the two guys recover restlessly and directly resorted to the gravity field. And Lediba, who had been obediently healing beside him, had just recovered his mood here and immediately suffered a catastrophe, looking at Sir Lena next to him with an aggrieved face. All right, Blissey, it's those two guys who messed up 937. I'll take Lediba first. Because Blissey's gravity trick has been trained by Pokémon. So the power is really good, and Sir Lena went to take Lediba away after Blissey put away the gravity field. With Blissey free of worries, the gravity field was fully fired, and Lairon and Pidgeotto immediately felt the majesty of the team doctor. Lairon, who had been in the team for a while, was all right and immediately admitted to being cowardly and stayed there obediently waiting for treatment. Pidgeotto, who had just joined the team, was obviously a little confused about the situation. From the perspective of killing the Spearow clan, this guy not only likes to fight, but is also stingy. So Taunt was still very dissatisfied at the beginning of Blissey Gravity. Blissey directly kicked Lairon out of the gravity field with a jump kick, and then slowly cleaned up Pidgeotto. Lairon, who escaped from the team doctor's wrath, snickered on the side. It was very grateful to Pidgeotto, the rookie, for absorbing Flash Fire, and it was not so hostile to it. But Oki, who watched Blissey take care of Pidgeotto, was thinking about Blissey's strength. Before he knew it, Blissey had already possessed the strength of an elite high-level peak. In the past, he simply watched it treat Pokémon, but he didn't realize it. I really need to find a chance for Blissey to fight, which should help it to break through in strength. After a while, Pidgeotto saw the situation clearly and admitted it directly. After Blissey cleaned up for a while, he also started to heal them again. Lairon also crawled over by himself. After Blissey finished healing Lairon and them, the sky was already getting dark. I looked at the map and found a village not far away, BBDI. Oki and Sir Lena hurriedly packed up and walked towards that village. Before I walked for a long time, I found that there were many Wobbuffets on the side of the road. After reading the travel guide, I found out that the name of the village seemed to be the village of Wobbuffet. Under the sound of Wobbuffetsonins along the road, Oki and the others came to the village of Wobbuffet before it was completely dark. As soon as they came here, 10 fat ants came out to greet them. Hello, my name is Achun. Are you here to participate in the Wobbuffet celebration? Aunt Achun's question made Oki and the others confused. No, we are trainers traveling around the Johto region for the purpose of participating in the Silver Conference. My name is Oki and this is my girlfriend Sir Lena. Is there going to be a celebration here? Oki asked. That's it, that's right, we will hold a Wobbuffet celebration in a few days. If you are interested, you can stay here for a few days. Many trainers and tourists will come here specially at this time of year. Aunt Achun introduced. Then you can play here for 2 days, Nana, what do you think? Oki asked. Okay, just play here for 2 days. Sir Lena also agreed. So after asking about the location of the Pokémon Center on Aunt Achun's side, Oki and Sir Lena rushed over there and checked in directly here. The next day when Oki and Sir Lena were hanging out here, I realized how much I really like Wobbuffet here. Not only does every household raise Wobbuffets, but everyone wears clothes with patterns of Wobbuffets on them, and roadside road signs all look like Wobbuffets. The most exaggerated thing is that for the Wobbuffet celebration, the village also built several tens of meters high Wobbuffet signs. Actually speaking, I'm also very interested in Pokémon like Wobbuffet. Looking at the huge Wobbuffet, Oki said while rubbing his chin. It's really surprising that you like Wobbuffet, said Lena. Why do you say that? Oki wondered why Sir Lena would say that. Because judging from your Pokémon fighting style, you like to be aggressive. A Pokémon like Wobbuffet that cannot take the initiative to attack does not match your Pokémon. Oki was left speechless by Sir Lena's words. After thinking about it, it seemed that it was really the case. Ha 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 ha, these are all nonsense. When Sir Lena was laughing and flaunting herself, there was an explosion sound from the direction of the village entrance. After Oki and the others looked at each other, they rushed in that direction. When I rushed to that direction, I happened to see a battle. Chavarant do the jump kick. A guy who looks like a bad boy yells. A Savarin next to him kicked directly at a Wobbuffet on the opposite side, and these Wobbuffets kept as pets obviously couldn't resist and were kicked out directly, unable to even use the most basic counterpunching trick. It's really just a pet. Just when Oki was thinking about whether to help out himself, he came here yesterday and met Aunt Achun, who appeared with a Wobbuffet with thick eyebrows beside him. Machoke cross punch. Another bad boy next to him ordered his own Machoke to launch an attack. Unfortunately, Wobbuffet was very different this time. Under the order of Aunt Ah-chun, he directly used the return punch trick, and Machoke was just bounced away. What let's go together, Machoke brick break. Wobbuffet throw a counter punch. This Wobbuffet seemed to have been specially trained, and the three fighting-type Pokémon were directly ejected. Seeing this situation, the three delinquent teenagers knew that they were not rival, so they turned around and ran away, leaving behind a sentence. You wait, we will definitely come back. Seeing the way the villagers thanked and complimented Aunt Ah-chun, Oki could only sigh, everyone has their own way of life. These people really just want to live a good life every day. They are really far away. After waiting here for a few days, the Wobbuffet celebration was finally about to be held, and Ash and the others were so lucky that they obviously wouldn't miss it, and arrived on the day of the celebration by coincidence. Brother ye sister-in-law, you are here too, how is it? Have you subdued Ledibba or Ledian? Ash said after seeing Oki and the others. How are you guys? What a coincidence, for Ledibba, your sister-in-law has taken one. Oki pointed to Sir Lena and said, Brother ye, why didn't you subdue it? Seeing that you were so active that day, I thought you really wanted to subdue it. Ash asked strangely. In my case, it's because Pokémon like Pidgeotto and Ledibba are not my style. As for why, Ash, you will know when you grow up. Oki also expressed his helplessness to Ash, a scary guy with low EQ. Pidgeotto, I used to have a bird. What do you mean I knew it when I grew up? Brother you, Misty you. Ash was pulled aside by Misty for education before he could finish speaking. Oki looked at Misty and Ash on the side and elbowed Zyogeng and then said, Zyogeng, did you ever feel that these two people seem to be a couple? Yes, but these two people really can only depend on fate. Zyogeng nodded and said. The three looked at the two people over there together. Ash and the others seemed to have sensed it and turned their heads to look over together. Well, it looks more similar this way, Sir Lena said while clapping her hands. Seeing the three people looking at the two of them strangely, when Ash and the others were about to ask questions, there was another explosion sound from the huge Wobbuffet building. Oki and the others rushed over to see old acquaintances. It was the three a bad boy. Then there are all kinds of nonsense, because today is the reason for the Wobbuffet celebration. The people in the village don't seem to want to fight, although their combat power is zero. Not only that, even Ash and the others are prevented from helping, watching the buildings being demolished. I don't fight back when I feel uncomfortable, because I can only say that a poor person must have something to hate. In the end, it was the Rockets who came out to save the field, but they were stubborn. And when they stole a bunch of food and wanted to run away, they still didn't change their ending. In the evening, the Wobbuffet celebration in Wobbuffet Village was held as scheduled, and all kinds of delicacies were available. Originally, everyone was happily eating delicious food and dancing. But after Ash saw Sir Lena's Pokémon, he wanted to fight her to the death. Because of the rule of not being able to fight during the celebration in the village, Oak Yi and the others had to go outside the village. Fortunately, the moon was extraordinarily bright tonight. I found an open place. Because of moonlight, it can be used as a battle venue. Hey, Ash, don't hit too hard. After the two parties stood still, Misty whispered to Ash. How is it possible? Fighting is all about going all out, Ash said, unconvinced. You should listen to Misty. Didn't you notice the look in Okia's eyes when you pulled them out to fight while they were eating delicious food? If you beat Sir Lena too hard then. He didn't finish the rest of the sentence just now, but Ash shivered visibly, and the fear of being dominated by Oki as a child seemed to come to mind again. But when the three of them were making their own calculations, and Ash was debating whether to hold back or not, Oki had a different atmosphere. Yi, I'm so excited, this is the first time I've fought against others. Sir Lena clenched her fists and said excitedly. What does it mean to fight someone for the first time? Didn't I fight you before? Oki said with an innocent face. Sir Lena rolled her eyes and said, can that be called a fight? That isn't just training. Just as the two of them were talking, there was a burst of power from Ash's shore. Okay, I've decided, fighting is all about going all out, otherwise what's the point? As for the consequences, let's talk about it at that time. Ash shouted a little as if death was at home. Ash's shouting made Misty Zyogeng very speechless and admirable, but it also made Rice here feel a little baffled. But after listening to Ash's words, Lena was a little unconvinced. Ash, what is holdback? It's not certain who will win. Okay, don't waste time. I can go back to eat some delicious food after the match earlier. Oki said helplessly as the two looked at each other with a needle point. Seeing this, Zyogeng came out with two small flags and began to act as a referee. Okay, now let's start the battle between Lena and Ash. Okay, then my Pokémon is it, come out Totodile. Before the game, Oki had roughly guessed that the Pokémon that Ash would send were nothing more than Usangia and Pikachu from the Johto region. In this case, Ledibba, let's play. Now Lena has 4 Pokémon in total, and Crystal Onyx is still trying to evolve in the laboratory, so there are not many choices. The other two Pokémon have their own rivals to deal with. So there is only Lediba left. Okay, I'm getting excited. Totodile used the water gun. The water gun flew towards Lediba at a high speed. In this case, Lediba, after dodging, used Mach Punch. Lediba's speed is already fast, and after subduing it these days, Sir Lena also has a good training aspect under Okya's suggestion. After training, although the growth is not very large, it is still no problem to face the unique move of Totodile Water Gun. Lediba spun and danced to avoid Totodile's water gun, and then used Mach Punch to crash into Totodile's arms, and Totodile flew out with a scream. How about it, Ash? It's not good to underestimate me. Seeing the successful hit of Mach Punch, Lena said very proudly. Okay, I didn't expect Sir Lena to have this kind of strength, so I started to get excited. Totodile used the ramming trick. Ash, who saw Totodile being knocked into the air, became even more excited. Totodile's speed is not slow, and he rushed towards Lediba directly, but because of excitement, Lena didn't come in time to issue a battle command, and Lediba was directly knocked into the air. Nana, you need to concentrate when fighting, Okya said from the side. Okay, I see Lediba, I was wrong just now and now I'm using Swift. Sir Lena had calmed down when she saw Lediba being knocked into the air and the battle started again. Totodile. Bubble Beam and Swift collided directly, an explosion occurred and the field was filled with smoke for a while. Lediba, supersonic. Although he couldn't see the situation on the field clearly, Lena, who had been instructed by Oki, didn't stop and directly ordered Lediba to use a sonic range attack. The smoke dissipated quickly, but Totodile held his head in pain. After all, Supersonic's attacks never stopped. Damn it, since that's the case, Totodile uses a fearful face. Totodile's fearful face was very powerful. Lediba immediately stopped Supersonic after seeing it, as if he was a little scared. Okay, Totodile, take this opportunity to use the water gun. Ash is completely excited, seeing that Lediba has entered into fear. Contest condition, directly order Totodile to continue to attack. Lediba, cheer up. Seeing the water gun getting closer, Lena was very anxious, but she still encouraged Lediba, hoping that it could cheer up soon. Fortunately, although the conquest took a short time, the intimacy between Lena and Lediba has risen sharply during this time. Encouraged by Lena, Lediba directly used a trick that he didn't know before, the Wall of Light. Because of the reason just comprehended, the strength of the Wall of Light is not enough. The water gun hit the Wall of Light, just blocked it and was smashed directly, but this time is enough time for Lediba to avoid the attack range of the water gun. Totodile, keep going. Totodile's water gun kept attacking. Although Lediba dodged all of them, the consumption was significantly greater. Lediba, agility, rush over. Sir Lena, who was a little tired seeing Lediba, ordered. Lediba under agility escaped the water gun combo more calmly, and the distance from Totodile was also constantly minimized. Just when Lediba was close to Totodile and Sir Lena's Mach Punch was about to come out, this guy Ash struck first. Totodile used the bite trick, ask for flowers. Totodile is still a crocodile, so it goes without saying about the bite force. Lediba was immobilized by bite, as if he had returned to the scene when he was subdued. Don't give up, Comet Punch. Hearing Lena's order, Lediba calmed down a bit and waved his remaining 2 movable feet to Totodile's face and gave me a good punch back. Seeing that Okya released Blissey, the 2 fighters obviously had no worries, and the second game continued to come soon. Totodile tap. Totodile let go of Lediba slightly, and then hit him directly to the ground. Lediba, who was seriously injured, fainted immediately. My Chikorita is not just cute. Chikorita, Razor Leaf. After rubbing for a while, Chikorita, who knew there was a fight, jumped off Ash's shoulder and directly threw a bunch of leaves made of spiritual power to hit Totodile. Your Totodile is really, ahahaha, it's up to you, Chikorita. Facing Lena, a traveling rookie, Ash didn't send out Pikachu so shamelessly, but sent another one with attribute advantage. Chikorita was released. Because Ash's Totodile has already fought a battle, Ash's Totodile seems a little powerless, and the transfer point of the water gun is slowly moving towards it. This is not going to work. Totodile dodge and rush over, use the fear face. Knowing that this is not the answer, Ash chose to harass rival first. We too, water gun. The Totodiles who heard the order used the water gun at the same time, and then the 2 water jets collided directly in midair. Okay, this is my second Pokémon, come out, Totodile. After Lena's Totodile came out, she danced an unknown dance on the spot excitedly. Great opportunity, Totodile hit the trick. Totodile, who heard Sir Lena's order, reacted quickly and directly hit the rival in front of him with a trick with all his strength. After hiding from Razor Leaf, Totodile began to dance again with great vigor, making the opposite Chikorita angry. Come on, Totodile, water gun. Ash became even more excited after seeing 2 Totodile fighting. You guys continue to fight, leave this to me. Okya commanded Ralts to carry the wounded out of the battlefield with confusion and released Blissey at the same time. After Ash's Totodile saw Sir Lena's Totodile, the fighting spirit in his eyes became even higher, as if the flames were burning normal again. Chikorita, it's still so cute. Seeing it, Chikorita jumped on Ash's shoulder and rubbed against Ash and used Vine Whip to drive Pikachu off one side and said with a smile, "Totodile, get out of the way." Totodile danced around, dodging all the Razor Leaf with ease. It's believable Lena the Totodile has a big heart. After seeing the fearful face, not only was she not afraid, she even held her stomach and laughed, making Ash look confused. It seemed to be a bit of a payback. Ash's Totodile also fainted under the knocking trick. Oki saw this and commanded the Ralts to remove the Totodile from the battlefield. It's so easy to hide. Let's see if you can dodge this, Chikorita Vine Whip. Chikorita swung the Vine Whip at Totodile, but the effect didn't seem to be ideal. Well done, Totodile, bite them. The they Sir Lena said was naturally the Vine Whip waving over. Totodile took the opportunity to bite the two Vine Whips together and then kept pulling Chikorita towards him. Don't struggle, Chikorita, just rush over like this using a sweet breath. Chikorita, who was struggling to retreat, suddenly stopped struggle, but Totodile was a little caught off guard and fell on his back. When approaching Totodile, Chikorita took advantage of the opportunity to launch a sweet breath. Once it hits, the battle is basically over. Totodile used the water gun on it. Seeing the sweet smell, Sir Lena ordered. At the moment of inhaling the sweet breath, Totodile fell directly into the intoxicated contest condition, but fortunately, the water gun that had just been soaring in the sky spit up dripped down at this time, waking Totodile up. Enough is enough, Chikorita Vine Whip. Totodile just hit smelling salts when the Vine Whip hit it straight. Totodile, how are you? 230 okay, rush over and use the trick of knocking and hitting. Totodile's struggle stood up, and Sir Lena, who felt its heart, ordered directly. Totodile dodges the waving Vine Whip with all his strength, rushes to Chikorita and knocks on it. The effect is good, but it's a pity that Chikorita, who reacted, directly blew it away with Vine Whip. Oki gestured to Sir Lena to explain that Totodile had fainted and then sent another work to Blissey. Ash, you're pretty good. But this is my Earl Dervish Pokémon. Come out, Yanir Fox, Sir Lena said, releasing her last Pokémon. Really? But what kind of Pokémon is this? It's not even on Pokédex. Ash asked while holding the Pokédex sent by Professor Oak. This is our Kalos region's royal Pokémon. Of course you don't have it. It's called Yanirhu, and as the name suggests, it's a Pokémon of the fire element. Sir Lena introduced. Ash put away the Pokédex after listening to it and said energetically, "We can win even if the attribute is not good." When Chigo heard what Ash said, Chikorita, who was already very tired, also yelled energetically, "Really? Flamethrower, flamethrower." The flamethrower of the flamethrower made Chikorita have to dodge. The attribute is disadvantageous and he is already very tired. It would be good if he could do a little damage to the flamethrower. Chikorita, Razor Leaf. Ash was still making the last effort. It's a pity that Yanirhu, who has been training constantly along the way, is no longer at the level of Chikorita in terms of strength. In addition, the attribute is disadvantageous. Even with Ash's support, he will inevitably be hit by the flamethrower and lose his combat effectiveness. Okay, so this is my last Pokémon, come out, Cyndaquil. Watching Chikorita being moved out, Ash released the last Gassangia Pokémon he had captured in the Johto region. Then let's fight. Yanirhu use Phantom Light. Like Ninetales, Yanirhu can use the super power type trick without Psychic. Cyndaquil, who had just come out and was a little depressed, was turned straight by the Phantom Light. Ash looked at this scene with a bit of surprise. Cyndaquil, get rid of it, use the defense volume rollout. Accidentally, Ash reacted quickly and issued an order that seemed appropriate. Cyndaquil hit the ground a few times under the Phantom Light control, rolled up his body with all his strength, and then started to roll out. And although the Yanirhu can use the ultimate move of the super power system, but after all, it is not a Pokémon of the super power system, and the power of the unique move is naturally not so strong, and Cyndaquil quickly broke free. What? Flameeared Fox, rush up and use its sharp claws. Seeing that Cyndaquil broke free and the flames started to rise from his back, Sir Lena directly ordered the Flameeared Fox to start the melee mode. Cyndaquil, dodge and use Swift. This Cyndaquil is also very good at dodging. It easily escaped several times of claw attacks by the Flameeared Fox. Sir Lena, who saw this scene, directly asked Yanirhu to use its second super power type trick, Wall of Light. Swift kept colliding with the Wall of Light, but unlike Lediba's comprehension just now, Yanirhu's light screen directly blocked Cyndaquil's Swift. It's really strong. Cyndaquil, use Flamethrower. Although they are both Fire-type Pokémon, the Fire-type attacks are still effective, and there is no ability in the game to be immune to Fire-type tricks. This is true in reality, obviously impossible. Flameeared Fox, dodge Flamethrower. After the Flameeared Fox dodged Cyndaquil's Flamethrower, it directly fought back with Flamethrower, and Cyndaquil had to dodge. After a few rounds, both sides began to get a little tired and gasped for breath. The two trainers also knew that this could not continue, so both sides changed their tactics. Flame Fox Flame Attack, Cyndaquil Flame Wheel. Coincidentally, there are two similar tricks again. Two Pokémon are covered in flames and collide with each other, and then they are knocked apart. But this time, Sir Lena had a distinct smile on her lips. At first, Ash still didn't understand what was going on, but he understood Cyndaquil's contest condition, and when he thought about the flame attack just now, the color of the flame seemed a bit weird. That's right, the flame attack just now was mixed with Will-O-Wisp. I learned this from you, Brother Yi. Seeing that Ash probably noticed it, Lena also readily explained the reason. Even so, we won't admit defeat, Cyndaquil, hold on and use Quick Attack. Cyndaquil, who received the bonus of Ash's encouragement buff, persisted, and then used Quick Attack, making a final effort. And Sir Lena, who has already established an advantage, is obviously not in a hurry. Yanner Hu Ember Shot. Although Ember's unique move is not as powerful as Flamethrower, it is superior in that it consumes less, which is just in line with the current situation. The next day, Oakyi and the others were going to continue their journey, but Oakyi and Lena were separated from Ash and the others because they took different routes. What's the matter? What's the matter? She asked after seeing everyone laughing as she walked over with Yanner Hu in her arms. Nothing, let's go eat. Ash, as compensation for pulling us out to fight, bring Blissey to the Pokémon Center for me later. Oki pushed Sir Lena away without forgetting to look back. Shout out to Ash. Ash and the others continued their trip with Ecruteak City as their destination, while Oki and Sir Lena were going to visit their grandfather and the others, because this place is already very close to the White Demon family's clan. Passing by here without visiting, once Oki's grandfather finds out, it will definitely be fruitless. Besides, Mew Muyi really misses his grandfather and the others. When Sir Lena was holding Yanner Hu and talking happily, Oki said to Ash, who came to check Pokémon's injuries. Ash, you have played very well. I believe you will become a Pokémon master in the future. Walking on the road, Oak released all Pidgeotto, Ralts, and Lairon, preparing to return to the life of training while traveling. And now the three Pokémon that are still below the Quasi-Elite level are just right. Pokémon that was still at this level originally had an Onix, but with that guy's size, it was really not suitable for on-the-go training. Watching this scene, Misty and Xiaogang rarely smiled happily, only Sir Lena was a little confused about the situation. Sir Lena's three Pokémon were also trained with Pidgeotto and the others. But for Oki, there is really no difference between training 3 Pokémon and 6 Pokémon, so they are together. But at the same time as the training, Oki has been coaching the skills of Sir Lena's training. After all, it is better to teach a man to fish than to teach a mermaid. Learn how to train your own Pokémon well so that you can truly become stronger in the future. Well, thank you, Brother Yi, I will work hard. Ash smiled with firm eyes. Who is it? This is the land of the White Demon family, and no one else is allowed to come near it. In the end, Cyndaquil was hit, and the battle was declared victorious by half-rookie Sir Lena. Ash saw this result, although he was a bit disappointed but recovered quickly. He is a rough guy after all. When we got back to the celebration, it was still very lively here, so Oakyi and Lena had a big meal. After all, most of the time, what you eat is not some kind of food but such an atmosphere. Yi, how are your grandfathers? Is it really okay for me to dress like this? Ugly daughter-in-laws are afraid of seeing their in-laws, but those who are not ugly are also afraid of seeing the man's relatives. Sir Lena began to get a little nervous at this time. Don't worry, you are already very beautiful like this. Let's go, we have arrived, someone should find us. Just as Oki finished speaking, a voice came from not far away. After walking for more than a day, Oki and Sir Lena finally arrived near the White Demon clan. Brother Yi, don't comfort me, I'm fine. If I lose this time, I'll win next time. Ash said indifferently. No, I really didn't comfort you. When you were fighting, your combat intuition and amazing reflexes were very good boosts for you to set foot on the master. Of course, the most important thing is that you and yourself, the tacit understanding of Pokémon, is something that many trainers cannot do. Even if it can be done, it will take a lot of time, so come on. Oki said, patting Ash on the shoulder. Who is it? This is the land of the Beiyao family, and the idlers are not allowed to rush in. As soon as he approached here, a voice came out, and at the same time, Oki could feel a lot of aura around him. Grandma, I came to see you and I brought my girlfriend. I have never met my grandma, and Professor Oak never mentioned it. Oki was very attached to his grandma when he was a child. Yi, are you willing to come here to see Grandma? This is your girlfriend, right? She's so beautiful. Oki's grandma held Sir Lena's hand and said. Sir Lena also said very obediently. Grandma, hello, I am Oki's girlfriend and my name is Sir Lena. Ha 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 ha, okay, this little girl is so cute, come in, don't stand here. Okia's grandmother agreed with a smile and at the same time pulled Sir Lena and walked into the house. Oki, who was left behind, looked at his grandfather in confusion, always feeling that he was being ignored. Ha ha ha, who told you not to come here for several years? Go in, don't stick around here. Okia's grandfather pushed him in, and his body, which has been strengthened by spiritual power for a long time, is now old still so energetic. After talking with Sir Lena for a long time, Okia's grandmother cooks and prepares dinner for tonight. In the evening, Okia's only uncle in the family came here with Bai Yeon and Okia's aunt. Everyone had a meal together, and at the banquet, Oki also introduced Sir Lena to them. Uncle and Aunt Oki, who had already received the news from Bai Yeon, directly took out the presentation they had prepared. When meeting for the first time, the presentation was still very expensive, a set of expensive jewelry. After the meal, Oki kept Bai Yao secretly for a while and asked about his version of fiancé's story. When he was lying in bed with Sir Lena at night, Oki told Sir Lena the combination of the two versions. When it was time, she was overjoyed. It turned out that Bai Yeon's fiancé was from the breeder family, and she was also very beautiful, at least in terms of appearance. But if you want to say gentle words, it really depends on the situation, just like what the white demon said secretly. Under normal circumstances, this Stephanie is really gentle. She is a perfect example of a good wife and mother. But once that kid Bai Yeon commits something, it is really like a transformation. The originally gentle she will directly live action fighting with white demon. You know, Bai Yeon's fiancé is from the Yamazaki family of the fighting family. Although it is from the breeder family, fighting skills are obviously not familiar, and the one who can marry Bai Yeon must be someone with a high status. So opening the spirit is affirmative. In this way, it is conceivable that the white demon who is engaged in a real duel will end up in the dark. Because there must be a reason for Bai Yeon's fiancé to be angry, and it was Bai Yeon's fault for normal, which led to the fact that even after Bai Yeon's real person fighting, no matter how bruised and swollen his face was, it would not be good. And even if they are seen by their parents, they will clap their hands and applaud if they know the virtues of their children and ask his fiancé to discipline him well. Good feelings are not enough. But slowly, Bai Yeon really started to have feelings for his fiancée, and the two of them gradually began to like each other. But Bai Yeon couldn't bear the death spirit from time to time, so he was often beaten. Why are you looking at me like that? Also, what do you mean by that thoughtful look in your eyes? After seeing Sir Lena laughing, do you felt a little uncomfortable staring blankly at the eagerness in his eyes? Good. I just thought about whether to do the same. Maybe the relationship between my aunt and I will become very good, Sir Lena said, biting her lip. Come on, you and my mother are good enough, I swear. Sometimes I can't tell who is hers, so there is no need for us to do this, and you will hurt my hand if you hit me, then my heart will also hurt. After hearing this, Oki took Sir Lena's hand and put it on his chest and said, Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect you to be afraid of this. What made Oki a little confused was that C. Lena, who was serious, suddenly laughed. So you were lying to me just now? Oki looked at C. Lena with malicious intentions. What do you want to do? You and that kid Bai Yeon were there during the day and everything you know came out. What do you know? Sir Lena looked at Oki with a little fear in her eyes and said what happened during the day it is intended to turn the customer into the main, but it obviously doesn't work. Understood because the dark boy like Gary is a playboy type and men understand that. Of course, except Ash's type they are not men, but now these are not important anymore. Okizai said with a smile. Sir Lena like a little white rabbit asked cutely, then what is important? The important thing is your question just now, he he he. What is the problem? You guess. The night passed quickly, and Oki, who had just woken up, felt a sharp pain. Ah, Nana, what's the matter? Why are you pinching me? Oki, who just woke up, obviously didn't know what happened. You still ask why? It's all because of your good deeds last night. Sir Lena, who couldn't say anything, used her unique skill plus female talent skill 9 yin white bone claw on Oak. His yesterday BB night. Very harmonious, yes, very harmonious. The pain made Oki smelling salts, but in the early morning he was already very angry, and he was teased by Lena's shy look just transformed the beast directly. You. A beast. When the two young people who had done some morning exercise in the morning got up, breakfast was already on the dining table, and Oki's grandparents seemed to have gone for a walk. Seeing this situation, Sir Lena really couldn't wait kill the beast beside you with your eyes. However, the thick-skinned Oki obviously didn't care and said while eating breakfast, Grandma's breakfast is delicious, Nana. What are you doing in a day's eat? Sir Lena, who had nothing to do with him, could only pick up the rice bowl and swallow all her emotions and breakfast into her stomach. After spending a few days here, Ok Yat and Sir Lena decided to continue their trip, but before setting off, Mayan pulled Oki aside. Brother Yi, can you do me a favor? Bai Yeon said very affectionately. Hey, you took the initiative to call me brother. It seems that there is something very important. When Oki was bored when he was a child, he often tossed with Gary and this kid, which made him a little resistant to calling Oki brother. This time Oki took the initiative to call out and Oki was really surprised. Hey, it's me. Bai Yao secretly rubbed his hands to say something but was interrupted by Oki. Wait, you should talk about your miserable situation first, maybe I can help you more after I sympathize. Okay, it's like this, they forget themselves. Bai Yao secretly told how he was punished with tears in his eyes. Actually, why are you talking so much? You thought I would sympathize with you and I almost laughed out loud. Bai Yaoan was stunned by Oki's words. At this moment he felt that the person in front of him was a demon. Okay, no kidding, I already knew about you from my grandpa. Grandpa said you just need to finish the work for these 2 days. Be smarter in the future and don't do such stupid and low things. It's gone. Seeing Bai Yao's dark look, Oki hurriedly told the truth, worried that this guy would be ruined. After finishing speaking, Oki left, and Bai Yao was stunned for a while before he realized it. When Oki and Selena were about to reach the gate, they heard White Demon's cheers from behind, and at the same time they said, Brother Yi, I love you. After Oki heard this, he hurriedly dragged Sir Lena and ran out, fearing that this guy was really overjoyed, and he would be bad if he became disgusted. After leaving the Beiyao family, Oki and Sir Lena started to move towards Ekrutik City. The Ghost Gymnasium over there and the Lingling Tower, where many ghost Pokémon gather, have made Dakaya curious for a long time. Just when Oki and the others were about to go to Lingling Tower first, a guy in pink clothes popped up and turned into a little trick, with a flame spit up from his mouth. Because this guy was still away when he erupted, it was quite far away, so Oki and the others regarded it as watching a theater. I just didn't expect this strange guy to come up and sell some treasure-hunting machines, leaving Oki and the others speechless for a while. Before he finished speaking, he walked away from the side. This guy probably felt that Oki and the others were not easy to deceive, and didn't bother him much, which disappointed Oki, who originally wanted Jenger to play tricks on this liar. Oki and Sir Lena, who stayed away from the liar, came directly to Lingling Tower, maybe because there were many ghost-type Pokémon inside, and there were no people around. Oki and the others went directly to Lingling Tower. As soon as Oki came in, he felt that there were a lot of Pokémon around him and Sir Lena, but they were not afraid of Jenger's protection, instead they just wandered inside. The inside of Lingling Pagoda is full of traces of burning. It is said that it was made by the legendary super god beast Fengwang, but Oki still has some doubts about the truth. Just like the legendary Suicune and Tei and Reiku, the 3 Pokémon were all resurrected by the Wind King. But according to existing findings, these 3 Pokémon all have races, but only in small numbers. Yi, it's on fire, it's not hot at all. Sir Lena put her hand into the flame curiously, not because she was crazy or something, but before she came in, Oki told her that there would be a lot of ghost-type Pokémon here. It is definitely not welcome to go in by yourself, so don't panic if you encounter any strange things. Seeing Sir Lena put his hand into the flame illusion, Oki was speechless for a while, although it was an illusion, but Sir Lena's courage was not as big as normal's. Okay, come out Houndoom, use foresight. After Houndoom came out, his eyes glowed red and shot at the Lingling Tower. The illusion created by the ghost-type Pokémon in Lingling Tower quickly disappeared, and the surrounding invisible ghost-type Pokémon also appeared. Come out, Oki ignored these ghosts as Pokémon and shouted towards the location of the stairs. As expected of Master Oki, I feel like I hid pretty well. A man older than Oki and the others appeared at the stairway. It seems that all the ghost-type Pokémon here belong to you. Oki ignored him, but directly looked at the Jenger-type Pokémon gathered not far from him after this person appeared. That's right. In the past, there were really many ghost-type Pokémon here, and there were many types, not just the Jenger type. But this place is so famous, and there are many people who come to visit. For safety, I can only drive them back into the forest. The man shrugged and returned. Oak nodded clearly and then said, By the way, I haven't asked for advice yet. I don't dare to ask for advice. You can call me Morty at the White Demon Pine. Hearing Oki's question, Morty replied formally, I knew it, you are also the gym master here, right? You must go all out in the battle later. Fearing that Morty would hold back because he knew his identity, Oki took the vaccination in advance. I will. After all, although I am a member of the Beiyao family, I am also one of the gymnasiums in this place. I still have basic professional ethics. Okay, forget it, let's fight first and we'll talk after finishing the business. Oki looked at the time and wanted to take this opportunity to get badge before talking. After Morty nodded, he made a gesture of invitation to Oki and the others. Then please come with me. The Ekrutik gym is very close to here. Oki and the others followed Morty after walking for a while. When they entered the gym, there seemed to be many people inside. I'm here as the head of the gymnasium, and I have also recruited some disciples. They should still be training now. Seeing Oak Yi and the others look a little puzzled, Morty explained. After Oak Yi and the others nodded to show their understanding, they followed Morty to the battlefield here. Seeing that there was a trainer who wanted to challenge, the referee quickly stood at his post. Then start the gymnasium competition now, and the Pokémon used are 3 each. The rules are similar, but the procedure still has to go. Let's play Ghastly. As a member of the White Demon family, it's normal for Morty to like Pokémon like Ghastly, so the first Pokémon is Ghastly, and if nothing else, the next 2 Pokémon are its evolutionary forms. Looking at Ghastly floating on the field, Oak released the match Pokémon that had been decided long ago. Come out and fight Ralts. Pokémon of the super power system, but it's all the same to me. Ghastly rushes Overlick, entered the stealth contest condition. Ralts use Confusion to find it. After so long training, Ralts' Confusion trick has been used very well. The fluctuations of Confusion kept moving around, and soon a round object appeared above Ralts. That was Ghastly right. Ghastly, who had been caught by Confusion, showed his figure, and Lick's trick that he had prepared could not be used for a while. Hypnosis. Ghastly's eyes glowed red quickly, looking straight at Ralts. Close your eyes and use Sishak. Ralts yelled and used Sishak on Sissy. In that case, Ghastly used Dark Eyes. Seeing that Ghastly couldn't get rid of Ralts' Confusion, Morty chose to let it play its last bit. Keep using Sishak's Ralts at Ghastly, they won't move around until they hear trainer's order. Oki never thought about taking back Ralts. Using them in this battle is meant to be a bit of training, so the Dark Eyes Ralts that hit straight. Ghastly lost the ability to fight. Please release the next Pokémon from the gym trainer. After a while, Ghastly, who had endured the continuous Sishak of Ralts, lost the ability to fight. Come back, Ghastly. It's your turn, Haunter. Do what? After Morty unleashed the second Pokémon Haunter, he wanted it to attack directly, but it didn't seem to work because there was a little accident on the field status. It's not that someone is asking for trouble or anything, but the Ralts who just defeated Ghastly started to evolve. Regardless of his identity or reason, Morty could only stop Haunter from attacking, and then quietly waited for the evolution to complete. After a while, the evolution was completed, and Ralts changed from a Lolita to a girl. No, Curlia appeared in front of everyone now. The appearance did not change much, that is, she grew a little taller, and then there was a slight change. But the evolution, the completed Curlia has undergone relatively big changes in strength, and is more adaptable to the current battle. Okay, let's start the game after the evolution is complete. Curlia after teleport hypnosis. Seeing that the evolved Curlia's strength has also increased a lot, and it has reached the elite intermediate level and is about to reach the advanced level. Oki directly ordered it to launch an attack, and it is the iconic trick hypnosis of the Jengar series of Pokémon. Ask for flowers. Interesting. Haunter Shadow Punch. Haunter's 2 arms were completely separated, and he immediately separated and then flew around to use Shadow Punch to prevent Curlia's sneak attack. It's useless. Curlia, launch an attack. After the evolution, Curlia has a better grasp of the unique move of teleport, and directly appeared in front of Haunter when Haunter's 2 arms were flying, and directly used hypnosis. Teleport dodged. Seeing Oki hit directly by hypnosis, but felt that Morty's reaction was a bit wrong, and hurriedly asked Curlia to give up hypnosis and leave that place. It's useless. I've been waiting for a long time. Dark Pulse. Following Morty's voice, another Haunter appeared near Curlia, and a Dark Pulse hit Curlia directly. Seeing that Curlia was hit, Oki didn't look anxious, which made Morty feel cheated and quickly looked towards Curlia and found that Curlia, who had been hit, didn't have many scars on her body, but was a little tired, as if looks like it's overused. Point 0. How no, it's that one's. That's right, you guessed it right, but there is no reward. Curlia used the super wave. Oak's order surprised Morty and the audience except Sir Lena because they had never heard of this trick. A colorful beam of energy hits Haunter directly, and because of Confusion lock on, the attack hits directly. Haunter used Destiny Bond. Morty desperately chose Destiny Bond. Because Dark Pulse used too much spiritual power to resist Haunter, Curlia was directly affected by Destiny Bond's unique move and lost the ability to fight. You did a good job. Come back, Curlia. Oki put Curlia, who fell to the ground, away. Come back, Haunter. Let's play Jengar. Morty released his last Pokémon Jengar, but he knew the difference between this Jengar and the previous 2 just from the momentum. Fortunately, the next 2 Pokémon prepared by Oki are not simple characters. Houndoom, come on. Seeing that Houndoom is also very strong, Morty frowned. As a gym trainer, it is his duty to issue badges, but it doesn't feel good to lose. By the way, the super wave you just had was actually improved based on other wave skills. Morty asked a question during the blank period of the battle. That's right, since there is Dark Pulse, why can't there be super energy fluctuations? Although Oki said it easily, he spent a lot of energy training Curlia's super energy fluctuations. Yes, let's fight first. Jengar Strange Light. The battle started again and Jengar directly used the Strange Light, but judging from the eye contact between Jengar and Morty just now, there should be a backhand. Although he roughly guessed that Jengar's attack would have a follower or something, but looking at Jengar who had already disappeared, Oki still needed to find it first. Houndoom foresight the whole audience. Oki added a whole audience on purpose, just to prevent it from being like the last game, where he didn't even know when Haunter's avatar was created. Jengar, who was swept by Foresight, appeared, but Foresight is not an attacking trick after all and failed to stop Jengar's attack. The strange light directly hit Houndoom, but Houndoom also insisted on scanning the audience with Foresight and confirmed Jengar's attack. Quantity, good opportunity, Jengar Shadow Punch. Houndoom was hit by a strange light and unfortunately entered the chaotic contest condition, attacking everywhere, but turned a blind eye to Jengar not far away. Morty seized the opportunity to launch an attack, and Jengar's Shadow Punch hit Houndoom directly. Judging from that, the damage should not be small. But the pain also awakened Houndoom, and Oki also began to prepare for a counterattack. Houndoom Fire Spin. Houndoom's flame directly covered half of the field, and Jengar failed to enter the invisible contest condition again in order to avoid it. 520. The flames heated up the venue. Although Jengar was not directly hit by the flames, he was also affected by the flames and looked very uncomfortable. Oki took this opportunity to launch a counterattack. Shadow Ball. Houndoom jumped towards Jengar's direction and the Shadow Ball was also thrown in Jengar's direction. Jengar Night Curse. The two blacks' rays of light and the Shadow Ball collided and exploded, creating a puff of smoke. Right after the explosion, just as the smoke and dust blocked Jengar's sight, Houndoom rushed over from the smoke and dust, and a Shadow Ball directly hit Jengar, who was still a little dazed. Jengar Night Curse. Jengar was knocked out, but it seized the opportunity to re-enter the hidden contest condition. And because Jengar has been trained to be invisible, it can launch attacks without revealing its body shape. Two black rays of light appeared from midair and hit Houndoom directly, and Houndoom could only dodge for a while and couldn't even use the trick of Foresight. Houndoom Crunch. As a canine Pokémon, Foresight can't be used and the nose can be used. Relying on his sense of smell, Houndoom accurately grasped the location of Jengar and then used Crunch against it. Because the speed was too fast, Jengar couldn't react, and because Houndoom and Oki's Jengar had fought many times, when using the Crunch trick, Houndoom's teeth were covered with Dark-type spiritual power so that the damage is obviously stronger. Jengar Lick. Jengar's long lickitung hit Houndoom directly because the place where Jengar was bitten did not prevent the release of Lick's ultimate move. Houndoom Thunder Fang at full strength. Seeing that Houndoom was hit by Lick, the contest condition was obviously not good, fearing that Jengar Encore would be useless. So Oki could only let him use his full strength to use Thunder Fang, even if he lost the battle ability, also have to bring Jengar together, lest he has to send a Pokémon to the field. Hearing the order, Houndoom used his Thunder Fang with all his strength. For a moment, Spark flickered on its mouth, and Jengar, who was bitten, also licked Houndoom with another lickitung. The final result was that both sides lost their ability to fight at the same time. Jengar, who was hit by Thunder Fang, was lying on the ground, twitching from time to time, apparently severely shocked by the shock. And Houndoom was hit by Lick twice in a row, and it lost its fighting ability with a circle of bubbles around its mouth. And it was unknown whether it was because of the paralysis caused by Lick or simply nausea. The contest condition of the two Pokémon left everyone around speechless. It was originally a relatively exciting battle, but this scene obviously lowered the score. Fortunately, the referee smelling salts announced the result of the game. Jengar and Houndoom lost their combat capabilities at the same time, because all three Pokémon in the gym trainer lost their combat capabilities, and the challenger won. Congratulations, young Master Yi, this is the badge from the Ecruteak gym. After putting away Jengar, Morty walked up to Oki and handed him the spoils. Now I'm not in the family, so I shouldn't see others like this, just call me Oki. Oki said after getting the badge. In fact, if Morty's strength is not good enough, Oki really wouldn't say that. After taking a deep look at Oki, Morty said, then respect is worse than obedience, Oki. Your strength has been recognized by me, so, anyway, I am very happy in this battle. If you have a chance to fight me with your real strength. Morty is using his full strength now. As the gym trainer's full strength, Oki really wants to see the real strength of this person who can be a gym trainer here and take charge of this city. Okay, if you can stay here for 2 more days, I think we will have a chance. Gym challenges don't happen every day. After all, many people would rather challenge those gyms with normal strength, at least get Silver Conference Challenge qualification or something. Therefore, there are actually relatively few challengers for powerful gymnasiums like Ecruteak Gymnasium. Okay, it doesn't matter if you stay for 2 more days anyway, there is time. Oki is really interested in seeing Morty's full strength, so he talked to Sir Lena and decided to stay here for 2 more days. In the next 2 days, trainers came to challenge, and Oki failed to fight Morty in a 6v6 full-strength battle. So in the past 2 days, Oki took Sir Lena to have a good time in Ekrutik City. Oki, who lost the game, was even more excited because no challenger came the next day. Oki and the others stayed for another day and fought Morty again, and Morty did not refuse. As a gym trainer, it's not easy to find a suitable rival, and you can't use your full strength to fight at ordinary times. When necessary, you have to release water and lose badge to those rookie trainers with potential. Now you have the opportunity to fight with all your strength. Let the water go, and Morty is happy too. Ha ha ha, I'm actually very happy that I lost these 2 fights, because I don't have my own old enemy like Ash Gary. I have been working hard to become stronger. Oki didn't explain much. After chatting with Morty for a while, he took Sir Lena and left. This time, Sir Lena didn't refuse and left Ekrutik City with Oki very happily. As a member of the White Demon family, 5 of Morty's main team are all ghost-type Pokémon, except for one Ursaring. But this Ursaring can be put into the main team by Morty, and its combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. Yeah, the Quartz Conference champion last time was really a fluke. Let's see how many good players will appear in this Silver Conference. Mentioning the Silver Conference, Oki was also a little excited. But I always feel that something is missing, and now I know what I am missing. So alliance competitions are still necessary. Did not wait for Sir Lena to ask, Oki said his reasons. So Oki used Machamp and Ursaring for a head-to-head duel. Machamp, who has improved greatly in strength, fought against Ursaring and lost the battle at the same time. You're a real genius, that's what Morty said after the third fight. Hey, the main reason is that your battles seem to be going well, but you lost 2 games in a row. It's a little uncomfortable. Now it's all right. I believe there should be many strong people in the Silver Conference this time, and you can have a good fight at that time. Sir Lena said after listening. Originally, Oki thought about it and forgot it. The battle experience he should get has already been obtained in these 2 battles. There is no need to waste a few more days, because the next 2 days will be challenged by Trainer, which is already reserved all right. Followed by Morty's other 5 Ghost-type Pokémon, a stronger Jengar as the core combat power and the Mega Charizard are inseparable. The remaining Sableye, Dusknoir, Candlelight and Banette are also quite strong. Although Oki tried his best, he still lost the game. Until the 3rd day, because there was no challenger, Morty and Oki came to fight with all their strength, and Oki also saw Morty's real main team. No 1.4 Na, are you so happy? On the road, looking at Lena who was bouncing around, Oak asked. Excitement is nothing but excitement. Strength is the most important thing if you want to fight as many powerful rivals as possible. Although a city named after the city is not too big because of the large area and sparse population here, there are still things that should be there, such as playgrounds, movie theaters, and other places for couples to date. They have experienced it all, but Sir Lena disagreed and insisted on fighting before leaving. Oak had no choice but to wait for 2 days to fight Morty again. This time Oki won. Jang Song was surprised by Oki's growth in this battle. Oki still lost the second battle, but compared with the previous one, the improvement is obvious. If he fights again, he must be the winner. Oki and Sir Lena, who left Ekrutik City and continued to travel, originally planned to follow the way they used to advance slowly, training while traveling, basically a way of combining work and rest. But on the way, when a Pokémon Center spoke to Professor Oak told them a surprising news. Ash and they met Blizzard on a certain snow mountain and were rescued by Articuno. This news surprised Oki and the others, but Lena was surprised that Ash and the others met Articuno, a beast-level Pokémon, and Oki was surprised that Ash and the others had already arrived at that place. After coming to this world, Oki has already decided to travel in front of Ash, because that guy is lucky and can always meet great Pokémon. As for Ash, this guy is either subdued by others or left alone. This is a complete waste of resources, and it is better to subdue him in advance. Nana, let's speed up our journey, at least go to the place where Ash and the others met Articuno, maybe we can meet him too. Oki discussed with Sir Lena. Okay, I also want to see the legendary Articuno. It looks so beautiful from the pictures, and it must be even more beautiful when I meet it alive. Sir Lena is also very excited. After all, there are not many opportunities to meet the legendary Pokémon. After all, not everyone is like Zio 11 Jai, and the beasts in every region can basically be seen. In the next period of time, Oki and Sir Lena Pokémon also suspended their training and went straight to the road at full speed. They only stopped to take a look when they encountered certain things or strange places on the road, as if a new restaurant opened near a snow mountain. The hot spring hotel, Oki and the others stayed there for a day. After soaking in the hot springs, Oki and the others came to the snow mountainside after making all preparations. It seems that there are often people in need of help here, so a Pokémon Center was specially built, and Oki and the others checked in here first. After checking in here, Oki adjusted his team by the way. After a while of exchange, the Pokémon team on Oki became Charizard Jengar. Ninetales, Blissey, Persian, Pidgeotto, and the rest of the Pokémon were all returned to Pallet Town. Nana, are you ready? Oak asked after releasing Ninetales. Okay. Sir Lena put on all the little things like cold clothes, gloves, and hats and replied excitedly. But just when Oak, Yi, and the others were about to go out to look for Articuno, Nurse Joy stopped them. What are you going to do? It's going to snow soon. Nurse Joy, don't worry about us. It's because it's going to snow, so we're going out. We want to meet the patron saint here, Sir Lena said with longing. But it will become very dangerous outside. If you go out like this, you will. As a real angel in white, Joy is very worried about Oki and their deadly actions. Thank you, Nurse Joy, for caring. We have Pokémon protection, it's fine. And as a trainer, isn't it normal for us to take risks? Oki raised his hand to interrupt Nurse Joy's persuasion. Looking at them, Joy knew that he couldn't persuade them anymore, and then took another look at the Ninetales, who looked not so simple, although he didn't know what was going on with this Ninetales. But at least he felt relieved and told Oki and the others helplessly after being careful, I will not persuade you anymore. After saying goodbye to Nurse Joy, Oki and Sir Lena started to head towards the snow mountain. Not long after we set off, snow began to fall in the sky, and the already cold Daxushin became even colder. Oki, who is fully equipped with all kinds of warmth and equipment, feels okay, and Ninetales, who was released to be a bodyguard, is like a fish in water in this kind of place. After obtaining Oki's consent, Ninetales began to freely move around Oki and the others, but the distance was not too far away, ensuring that Oki and the others could appear as soon as possible when they needed it. When they came here, Oki had already asked Ash about where they met Articuno, so they didn't just wander around aimlessly, but headed directly in that direction. After searching for about an hour or so, Oki and the others finally found the place. There is a big hole here. It is said that Ash and the others met the Rockets here. Articuno and what was left of their battle. Walking in through the hole, Articuno was not found, but after Oki looked around, he found a lot of traces of Articuno's activities. If there is no accident, this should be Articuno's lair or temporary residence. I believe you just need to wait a little longer. Well, should be able to wait until it does. Yi, doesn't it mean that Articuno seems to be the patron saint here? Now that there is such a heavy snowstorm outside, it should be outside helping Pokémon and travelers who may be suffering, Sir Lena guessed. It's possible, let's just wait a little longer, Oki agreed. By the way, what are you going to do when I meet Articuno later? After hearing this, Oki smiled mysteriously and took out a high-end camera from his backpack. Dang ding dang Nana, if I see Articuno later, I want to use Charizard to fight it. From Ash's description, from the looks of it, this Articuno should not be too strong, and it should be able to fight. You can use this camera to help take a few photos when the time comes. After all, this is the first time I have fought against a mythical Pokémon. Although I don't really have the strength of a mythical beast, it still has a commemorative meaning. After a pause, Yin Mui said, Okay, then I will definitely take good photos. Sir Lena said after taking the camera, patted her chest. After waiting for a long time, this blizzard didn't show any intention of stopping, and Articuno naturally didn't show up either. But Oki also thought about this problem before he set off. The space backpack on his back is full of things, and he can have a simple hot pot here. Watching Oki take out various ingredients and tools from the backpack one by one, Sir Lena looked at him dumbfounded. When did you buy these? No wonder you have to carry this backpack on your back when you go out. It was such an idea. Sir Lena poked Oki with a finger and said, Oki rolled his eyes and said, Then do you want to eat? Okay, Nana is ready. Charizard come out Mega Evolution. After releasing Charizard, Oki directly started the Mega Evolution, ready to have a good fight with this Articuno. P.S. I came back late today because I have something to do, so I am really sorry to just stop this chapter. With ice blue feathers, long tail feathers, and the sunshine shining on the Daxu Mountain after blizzard stopped, Articuno's appearance is perfect. Sir Lena's eyes have become heart-shaped on one side. Articuno couldn't dodge for a while, so he could only wave his wings and use the steel wings to fight back. And because this Articuno seems to be underage, its strength is not much different from that of Charizard after Mega Evolution. As a Charizard who often fights in hand-to-hand combat, his experience is obviously richer than this Articuno who has been living in the snow-capped mountains. After a few rounds afterwards, Charizard took the opportunity to grab Articuno's neck hard. But it may be true as the old saying goes, the hard work paid off and not long after Blizzard stopped with a gust of wind, Articuno appeared. Articuno, let's fight. Articuno looked at the human in front of him and felt that this guy was looking for trouble, so he prepared to fight. When he was sure that this guy was looking for trouble, Articuno took the lead in attacking. Maybe he wanted to test Charizard's strength first, so Articuno resorted to blowing snow. After falling to the ground, Articuno, who was hit by the fire again, fell completely. But Oak did not throw a Piquet ball to contain it, but called Blissey out to help Articuno heal. Charizard flapped his wings and flew, and after dodging Blizzard, he used Flamethrower on Articuno. As for the Charizard after Mega, after the flame released is compressed, its color becomes blue and its power becomes stronger. Articuno had to use agility to dodge. Come on, Dragon Claw. Charizard roared and directly approached Articuno to launch the close combat. Eat, but if we haven't seen Articuno by 5 o'clock, let's go back to the Pokémon Center. The next big character, Fire. Dragon Rage's effect was outstanding, but Articuno still didn't fall, so Oki asked Charizard to make another big character, Fire. Maybe it was because Rage was injured after being injured, and Articuno's freezing light kept hitting Charizard. It's a pity that although Rage can increase people's strength, it often can't bring victory. Charizard was a little tired after Articuno launched the freezing light a few times. After a short pause, Dragon Rage, which had been prepared for a long time, directly shot towards it. When Oki and the others finished eating the hot pot, Articuno still hadn't appeared, but the blizzard outside stopped. So Oki and the others were going to wait for a while and let it go if they couldn't wait. Charizard used Dragon Rage after dodging. After Oki agreed, the two of them ate a simple hot pot here. I have to say that eating hot pot in the ice and snow felt really good. Ninetales, protect Nana. Charizard use Flamethrower. 183 Articuno is quite strong and Fubuki is very powerful. Oak let Ninetales protect Sir Lena first and then let Charizard launch a counterattack. After Articuno screamed, he took advantage of the situation to stay away from Charizard and then used the excited light. The speed of Pokémon's physical strength and injury recovery is amazing. Not long after Blissey helped Articuno heal, Articuno has already woken up. Are you awake? Just let Blissey help you heal your wounds honestly and we'll talk about the rest later. Seeing that Articuno woke up and didn't cooperate with the treatment, Oak spoke up. Surprisingly, I don't know if Oki defeated it or what, but Articuno was obedient and lay down to receive treatment. Anyway, Oki was very happy to see this scene. Because although Articuno is not an adult, he still has strength. When Charizard attacked, he didn't have a hold back. Blissey could only give it a simple treatment in this case, and the rest had to recover slowly, or head to the Pokémon Center for a full treatment. Okay, now Blissey can only help you treat like this. Now you need to make a choice. Do you want to follow me, leave this place and go outside, and following me can accelerate your growth? Or say you want to stay here, continue to silently help the suffering people here, and be the patron saint of the snow mountain here. Oki gave two options, but from the two options he proposed, it can be seen that he still has selfish intentions. In fact, Oki does not deny the fact that he has selfish intentions, because this is a divine beast, even if it is relatively weak among the divine beasts, but it will be different when it grows up. After hearing Oak's words, Articuno lowered his head and pondered. After a long time, Articuno agreed. It seemed that being defeated by Charizard really stimulated its self-esteem. Great, come in, Articuno. Oki took out his Piquet ball and subdued Articuno. Because it was voluntary, it didn't flicker a few times and it was subdued directly. And because the Piquet balls used by Oki are all advanced, it is enough to subdue Articuno, but there is no need to use frozen balls. That's great, Yi. You actually subdued the beast, I still can't believe it. Lena threw herself on Oki's back the moment the Piquet ball stopped flashing. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this either, but this time I was lucky. This Articuno is not yet an adult, and now it just broke through to the elite level. Oki said modestly, but the smile on his face was a little restrained means nothing. That's also a mythical beast, and you've only been traveling for a long time, and there's already an elite Pokémon, so I'm unbalanced. Sir Lena, who was lying on Oak's back, pretended to strangle his neck. Take it easy, you won't have a husband after I die, Oki said, pretending to have difficulty breathing. HMPH, it seems like I can't get married without you. Having said that, I knew this guy was pretending, but Sir Lena still let him go. Okay, let's go back to the Pokémon Center first. Although Articuno's injury is not too serious, it's best to go back and get a full treatment. Hearing what Oki said, Sir Lena stopped arguing with him, and after helping to pack up all the things, the two returned the same way. Because of a blizzard just now, the snow on the road has become thicker and more difficult to walk on. Oki is okay, after all, he is a person who has been spiritually enlightened, and Sir Lena is a little uncomfortable. The deepening snow made her tired after walking for a while, so Oki had to help her think of a way. Ninetails, are you okay? Oak asked, looking at Ninetails, who had deepened footprints on the snow after carrying Sir Lena. No problem, boss. At least it's the first time to carry people. I'm not used to it. It will be fine soon. The fact is the same as what Ninetails said, and after a while, Ninetails returned to the contest condition of treading snow without a trace up. Well, thank you for your hard work. Hold on, it's not far away. It's also a bit dark now, otherwise we'll just slide down. Seeing that what Ninetails said was true, Oki also felt relieved. In fact, if Charizard hadn't fought a battle, and Oki felt sorry for it, it would not be Ninetales who carried people now, but Charizard directly took the two of them down. Back at the Pokémon Center, before Oak could tell what Articuno needed to be healed, Nurse Joy spoke first. You are finally back. If you don't come back, I will call Officer Jenny to find you. I'm sorry, Nurse Joy, for making you worry, Lena said shyly. Forget it, I'll be back now, I'm relieved. Nurse Joy's words made Sir Lena feel even more embarrassed, because just remembering that this time, her boyfriend seems to have subdued the patron saint here. Seeing Lena lower her head in embarrassment, Nurse Joy asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable?" "It's not like that, Nurse Joy. We went out this time and tamed a rather special Pokémon here." Nana felt a little embarrassed. Oki stood up and explained at this time. "A special Pokémon, could it be?" Seeing Oak looking towards the statue of Articuno, Nurse Joy covered her mouth in surprise. The matter has become a fact, and Oki readily admitted it. That's right, we're subduing Articuno. What surprised both Oki and Selena was that Nurse Joy was only a little surprised when she first found out about this matter. And then there was no other reaction. How to say that the patron saints here are all subdued? No matter what the reaction is, it is not an exaggeration, but why this kind of reaction? Seemingly seeing Oki's doubts, Miss Yin Yi explained. Actually, this Articuno only appeared here in the last few years. The legend has existed before, but that's what the people here comforted themselves. And after having Articuno, more and more people want to meet Articuno, but went to the snow mountain and fell into danger. It is a good thing that you subdued Articuno. After listening to Nurse Joy's explanation, Sir Lena was relieved now. At first, she was worried that subduing the patron saint here would make them unhappy. Nurse Joy, when I was fighting Articuno just now, both my Pokémon and Articuno were injured, although my Blissey helped to heal them, but the conditions are limited after all. Or trouble you to do a thorough treatment. After Oki finished speaking, he took out two Pokémon and handed them to Nurse Joy. Looking at the two Pokéballs in his hands, Nurse Joy's expression was a bit strange, because it is surprising that the boy in front of him subdued Articuno with just one Pokémon. But after Nurse Joy took the Pokéball, she went to the treatment room. After waiting outside for a while, Oki suddenly thought that it would be better to talk to his grandfather about this matter, so he came directly to the phone. "Grandpa, there is something really wrong. I have tamed a Pokémon and I think it is necessary to tell you." After Sir Lena greeted Professor Oak, Oki said, "Which is that?" For Professor Oak, the producer of Pokédex, the above Pokémon information has already been memorized by heart and the number is naturally the same. Looking at Professor Oak's serious face on the screen, Oki also nodded solemnly. Although he has his own ideas, Oki also wants his grandfather to rest assured. But the premise is that the speed of your cultivation and growth can keep up with their consumption. Grandpa knows that you have your own secrets, but promise me, don't link spiritual power when you are not sure. Zio Yi and Selena, what's the matter? Is there something wrong? The growth cycle of the mythical beast Pokémon is, are you long? That's right, you can think of this, but this is one of the relatively small reasons. After all, time is not enough for our families who don't know how many years of inheritance. It's not a big problem. The main problem is that as a trainer of the mythical Pokémon, the spiritual power cultivated by oneself can help Pokémon grow after being opened, and the growth cycle can naturally be shortened, but these require a lot of spiritual power. Spiritual power after linking, the beast will forcibly absorb a large part of the spiritual power, some even all the spiritual power, which is fatal to the powerful Pokémon trainer. So every family will have a few people to be the beast Pokémon the trainer. Okay, goodbye then, Grandpa. It's a good thing to tame the beasts, but Zaioi, do you know why there are so few people in our big family who tame the beast's Pokémon? Taste. Professor Oak's face was a little dignified, and Oki's heart suddenly lifted. Okay, Grandpa believes that you can grasp the scale. It's so late, let me notify your parents and Grandpa. But the stronger the Pokémon is, the more it can help the trainer grow up right. Yes, although the whereabouts of the beast Pokémon are uncertain, you can still find it if you look for it. But why are there so few people who tame it? Isn't it easy for a big family to find a few underage Pokémon? Could it be that the growth cycle is too long? Oki guessed. What Pokémon? You came here to tell me. Speaking of Pokémon, Professor Oak became interested. That's right, that's the one. After I heard you talking about this, I came here with Nana to fight it. It seems that I won because I was not yet an adult. It was also after it fought Charizard. Ask at its will. That's Pokédex number 144. In the Pokémon Center on the Daxu mountainside, Oak Yi and Sir Lena felt a little heavy in their hearts after talking on the phone with Professor Oak. Yi, what should we do now? Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Lena was very worried. Don't worry, there will be a way. Tomorrow I will use my method to test the consequences of connecting with it with spiritual power. Before I am sure I will not do stupid things. The it in the words is of course Articuno, yes, and the method is very simple. Isn't there a cheat called Ling? Ling, did you hear the conversation just now? Help me figure it out. After Oak Yi comforted Sir Lena, he called Ling with his consciousness. I'm sorry, Master, because I don't have relevant information, I can't figure it out. Then come up with a solution for me. It would be the biggest waste to not use a single divine beast. Then I can only try the spiritual power link, and then I will make a synchronous calculation. If there is any problem, I will remind you to stop. It's just that this method is a bit dangerous. I'm sure it can be calculated before your spiritual power link is completed, but I don't know if you can terminate the spiritual power link in time. Danger and opportunity always coexist. If you don't pay, where will you get in return? That's the decision. After knowing that there is a way, Oki has a bottom line in his heart. As for the danger, it is still dangerous to travel now. Could it be because of that? A ridiculous reason to stop. On the second day, Articuno's injuries were no longer serious, and with his physique as a divine beast, he was probably able to carry out some simple battles. After Ling said the solution last night, Oki couldn't wait to do something. This morning, he took Articuno to find a suitable place on the snow mountain and planned to try it out. After searching for a long time, they still returned to Articuno's old 917 lair, which is remote enough, and the Pokémon here also know that there are powerful Pokémon here, so they will not come to fight a group. After releasing all the Pokémon on his body for vigilance, Oak Yi began to prepare for the spiritual power link. Sir Lena, who came with him, looked inside a little worriedly, and Ninetales next to him rubbed his head to comfort her. Ling, get ready, I'm going to start. After adjusting the contest condition, Oak Yi said to Ling, Understood, Master, everything is ready. Now that everything is ready, Oak Yat also started the first attempt with Articuno. Because he has already connected with so many Pokémon's spiritual power, Oak easily guided the spiritual power and started the spiritual power connection. But because this time is different from before and may need to stop at any time, so Oki deliberately slowed down all movements. Master stopped quickly. When the spiritual power link was only halfway through, Yuan stopped. What's the matter? Has it been calculated that it won't work? Oki's face was a little ugly. No, Master, on the contrary. Although my calculation is not complete based on the existing data, your spiritual power is completely enough to complete this spiritual power link, and it will not affect other Pokémon. Then why did you stop? After hearing what Ling said, Oki looked a little better, but he was still very puzzled by Ling's behavior of calling for a stop. For the safety of the owner, I would like to calculate a few more times. Okay, since this is the case, let's try a few more times, and let me know when you have a definite calculation result. For the sake of his own safety, Dahei agreed with Ling's idea. In the following time, after Oak Yi and Articuno tried 5 times, the Ling finally informed Oak Yi that the calculation had been completed. Only now did Oak Yi and Articuno start a formal spiritual link, because there were already results. Oak Yi completed it as quickly as possible. But such a long time has made Sir Lena and Pokémon outside anxious, worried that something happened to them inside. Nana, I succeeded. Oak Yi's voice came, and Lena turned around in surprise and rushed towards her. Originally, Oak Yi thought she was excited, but when he hugged Lena, he felt her body trembling. It was only then that Mew Mui knew that Stephanie in his arms was already crying. Okay, didn't this come out? It took a little longer to calculate the possibility of the success of the spiritual power link. I'm sorry to make you worry, Oki explained, hugging Sir Lena tightly. I thought something happened to you. After a long time, Sir Lena replied choked up. No matter how much Oki had in his heart, he couldn't say it at this moment, he just hugged her tightly. After a long time, Sir Lena finally stopped crying, but the clothes on Oki's chest were already wet with her tears. After Sir Lena left Oki's embrace, the place froze quickly, restored dryness. Let's go back to the Pokémon Center and continue our journey, Oki suggested. After Sir Lena agreed, Oki summoned Articuno in the cave through the spiritual link, and then the two returned to the Pokémon Center in Articuno. Along the way, Oki thought that it would be great if this exciting scene could be recorded, but as soon as he arrived at the Pokémon Center, he heard a sound of pressing the shutter. Looking in the direction of the sound, a curly-haired young man was take a picture of them with a camera. The road to the snow-capped mountains is not easy, so Oki and the others flew over directly in Articuno. On the way of flying, Oki felt the spiritual power in his body, and found that both the running speed and the quality of the body had made great progress. But this also meant that some plans had to be put on the agenda. After arriving in the city, Oki first booked a high-end hotel because there is a phone in the room, which is relatively hidden and some conversations cannot be leaked. Sir Lena happily went to develop the photos, and Oki sent Jenger over there for safety reasons. When Oki and the others packed up and came out and planned to continue their journey, Zio-Chi was still a little bit reluctant, but after taking such a long time, there were already many satisfactory photos, so he was very happy to see Oki and the others off. Of course, the main thing is to say goodbye to Articuno. Because this is Z's private phone call, Oki did not hide his identity, but no one can know the content of their conversation, at least for now. Okay, I will agree to any conditions. No matter what the cost, Ziyarach would not let go of this opportunity to become a hit, but he was a little worried about Oki's request that he could not accept or fulfill. Flying over the snow-capped mountains, Sir Lena refused to stop, and wanted to fly directly to the nearest city because she couldn't help but look at those photos. Judging from Zio-Chi's camera just now, his photography skills are still good, so she wanted to see the effect of those photos washed out. Hi, I'm Oki, there are some things I need you to do. It's like this. I've been here a while ago, and I've been planning to take some photos of Articuno. I just left for a few days because of something. I didn't expect that when I came back today, Nurse Joy told me that Articuno had been taken by someone. I've subdued it, so I'm waiting here to see who subdues this beast, and I also want to ask you one thing, can you let me take some photos for Articuno? Zayach said his reason. As soon as Oki and the others jumped off Articuno, the young man stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello, my name is Zayach, and I specialize in Pokémon photography. Although I don't know much about it, Oki and the others have no doubts because many people can't do Pokémon Trainer, but there are still many people who work with Pokémon. I rushed to do it. Don't worry, it's just a small request. First, when I want you to publish these pictures, at the same time explain that the Articuno here has been subdued, so that those who want to die will give up that stupid idea. Wait for Zayach to nod after agreeing, Okyikai continued. Second, the photos you publish cannot carry any information about us. Third, in the photos just taken, there will be negatives of me and my girlfriend, all of which will be handed over to me. Oki thought for a while and agreed. After he arrived in the city, he also had a call to make, and someone needed to prepare some plans first. However, it is a bit too power trip to replace Articuno with Charizard and insist on riding a beast to fly around. However, Oki had already considered the task assigned to Z after all. He still couldn't fully trust him, so he just took this opportunity to test this bounty hunting area. After Zio-Chi heard these conditions, he couldn't believe his ears. After all, he was ready to bleed, and he didn't expect it to be so easy. Yes, but I have conditions. Oki thought for a while and said. After handing over the negatives of Oki and the others that he just took to Oki, Zio-Chi started to take pictures of Articuno, who was helping himself to trim his feathers because of boredom. Oki and the others also took advantage of this time to enter the Pokémon Center, packed up the luggage. When he got to the room, Oki took out a business card from his backpack. It belonged to Z, who had surrendered to him, and it was time for him to do something. In fact, these conditions are not difficult. After all, Oki does not lack anything, and what he lacks cannot be obtained by this person's strength. It is better to ask for those negatives to make his girlfriend happy. As for not disclosing his own information, it's not because of fear, but because he doesn't want to be troubled. After all, there are two big families behind him, and not many people dare to make any plans. After Oki arranged for Z to do something, he waited in the room for C. Lena, who went out to develop photos. After waiting for a long time, Sir Lena hummed a ditty and came to the reserved room, holding a big photo frame in her hand. Nana, who is this? Although C. Lena was very happy knowing that the photos had been edited, Oki couldn't understand holding such a big photo frame. Come and help me get it, I'm exhausted. Seeing Oki staying in the room, C. Lena hurriedly greeted him. Taking the photo frame from Sir Lena, Oki took a look first, and found that the two of them rode Articuno back to the Pokémon Center, and the lighting and other things were handled very well. How is it? It's pretty good, isn't it? It took me a long time to pick this one out. The others are actually pretty good, but they're not as big as they are. Sir Lena asked as if she was offering a treasure, and at the same time took out a stack photos. Well, it's pretty good, it's just me, why make it so big? Oki looked at the large photo frame in his hand, which was nearly 1 meter in length and width, and suddenly felt troubled. Huh. But I just feel that such a beautiful photo, it will be more beautiful if it is washed bigger, and it will look good at home. I don't think about anything else. Sir Lena realized that this photo frame is difficult to carry. Let's send it back. The capacity of the space backpack is limited after all. This thing takes up too much space, Tilda. Okay, but I have to appreciate it for 2 more days. Although she agreed to send it back, Lena said, reluctantly holding the big photo frame. That's fine, but let's go to another place. There's really nothing interesting in this town and it's not worth our stay. Okay, but where? When Oki heard Sir Lena agree, he directly took out the travel guide, and after turning to a certain page, he handed the book to Sir Lena without saying a word. Where is it? It's so mysterious. Let me take a look. The Historical Heritage Designation Candidate Area White Town. It looks pretty good from the picture. Sir Lena looks at the pictures and introductions in the travel guide and also points from time to time. Start. Hey, actually the main reason is that the scenery over there is good. During this period of time, a new themed hotel called Full House has opened. It is said that it is built by the lake. When the sun shines on the white town in the morning, you can relax in bed. Zog. Hearing Oki's description, Sir Lena was also very moved. The morning scenery of White Town is indeed very attractive. During the time I came to Johto region, I have heard many people talk about that place. After thinking about it, Oki and Sir Lena took their things and checked out. When checking out, Oki always felt that the front desk looked at him strangely, like looking at some precious animals, and there was a little sympathy in his eyes. After thinking about it for a while, Oki wanted to flip the table a little bit. This guy saw Sir Lena not long after entering and the two of them came to check out. Did he think he couldn't do it? This is really something that uncles can bear and aunts can't bear it. But in the end, Oki didn't pay much attention to the front desk. After checking out the room, he took Sir Lena and left. After all, arguing with this kind of person would simply lower his status, and he might never see him again in this life, so why waste that energy? But this is also because the front desk did not do anything rude except for the first glance, otherwise it would not be so simple. Except for the town, Oki released Charizard directly since he decided to go there for a while. He had to hurry up. And because of the big photo frame, it's not easy to take it on the go, so put it in a space backpack because it takes up space, so other materials are not easy to carry. Just fly over, directly put the photo frame into the space backpack first. Although Charizard flying was very fast, it took Oki and the others more than a day to get here. Standing on the mountain and looking over there, it fits well with the name of the town. The houses and everything are all white in appearance, but I don't know if there is some evil fate. When Oki was looking at the houses here, he accidentally found a group of people gathered. Seeing that they were holding brooms and the like, they should be residents here. On the opposite side of these residents are the three of them. Ash. Nana, do you think we have some bad relationship with Ash and the others? Why did we meet them again? That's what Oki said, but Oki didn't dislike this kind of bad relationship because he had a relationship with Ash. Meat to eat. Sir Lena, who also heard his latent meaning, completely ignored what he said. The Hearthome class asked directly, are Ash and the others there? Maybe something interesting will happen today. Well, now even Sir Lena knows the unspeakable fate between the Rockets and Ash. Let's go, the three of them seem to be in trouble. Let's go and see if we can help. After Oki put Charizard away, he pulled Sir Lena and rushed towards Ash and the others. However, because I was not familiar with the road, I was delayed for a while on the road. When I arrived, I found that everyone here seemed to have been hit by some immobilization spell, and they all stayed where they were, standing in various strange postures. At the same time, I could hear an old man shouting inexplicably, "Don't move, Art," and other inexplicable words. Nana, it's a good thing we came here a little late, otherwise it would have been a tragedy. Ha ha ha, Oki was talking and saw Ash standing there. Even Pikachu and Togepi were painted, put on the paint and make it colorful. Well, I think so too. Sir Lena looked at the crowd in front of her and said in agreement. After the three scribbled Smeargles had finished displaying their uncanny craftsmanship painting skills, Oki and Sir Lena also walked over slowly. Stop, Smeargle, the old man said. He should be the owner of these three Smeargles. It seems that he also thinks that these three Smeargles are completely scribbling. Ash, Misty, Zyoging, you are all here. No matter what happened, Oki and Sir Lena carefully squeezed through the crowd and greeted Ash and the others. Ask for flowers. Hearing someone calling his name, Ash and the others, who had been left speechless by the old gentleman, just noticed that there was an acquaintance here. After greeting each other, the surrounding residents dispersed, and it seemed that they should go back to take a shower collectively. Ash and the three of them are not residents here, and there is no place to take a shower, so the old man directly invited the three of them to his place of residence, and the two of them, Oki, went with them because they were friends. After talking on the road, Oki and the others knew the identity of the old gentleman, and he was a very famous artist. But Oki and the others didn't seem to pay much attention to this aspect, and their reaction was very flat. So they went to the old gentleman's side. I was just curious about what is so magical about this old gentleman's work, and he dared to say that the photos could not reflect the charm of his own flowers at all. After arriving at the old man, where Master Cass lived, everyone was stunned by the countless paintings in front of them. People like Oki who don't like oil paintings were full of praise after seeing it. A man dressed as a reporter also came out in the middle talking nonsense, but praised Mr. Cass enough. After looking at it for a while, Oki and Sir Lena went directly to the hotel, but because there was no place to live and Ash was not as rich as Oki, they decided to borrow here directly. After leaving Mr. Cass' house, Oki let Jengar out. He obviously didn't want to miss this opportunity to watch a 3D movie. At night there was a lot of noise in the White Town, and Oki knew that it was the Rockets who were messing around again, but with Jengar who could help me record the whole process. Oki and the two had no interest in participating at all. So stay well, it's great to see the night view from the room, and Ash and the others can completely solve the Rockets and have rich experience. When Oki and the others woke up the next day, Jengar had been back for a long time. After ordering breakfast, he watched a 3D movie while eating breakfast. I knew that those three guys would be blown away, Oki said after taking a bite of bread. This time, Sir Lena did not agree with his statement but gave him a blank look. Can you pay attention to the important point? The painting that the three Smeargles painted on the wall at the end is really too much. Is there? Paintings and photos are actually no different. They are just a way to record the beautiful scenery you see. The real beautiful scenery still has to be seen by yourself. Just like just now, you only have Smeargle in your eyes. I saw it is the beautiful scenery of White Town recorded by Jengar. It is not at the same level at all, okay? Sir Lena, who was speechless after being robbed by Oak, ignored him directly and started to fight with her own breakfast. But she doesn't want to argue about it. Oki, who may be a little out of order this morning, didn't stop his speech. He was very blind and teased Sir Lena from time to time. In the end, Sir Lena couldn't bear it anymore and she put down her breakfast like Oki fluttered. Past. Oki, you are playing yourself to death today, suffer death. The two of Oak and Yi are on vacation here, and the three of Ash are continuing their journey. But before leaving, Oki asked Ash to call himself every time he came to a Pokémon Center during this period. Although he felt baffled, Ash agreed and did the same. Why did you ask Ash to call you? After Ash and the others left, Sir Lena asked suspiciously. It's a secret to others, but you can tell it to Nana. I figured it out, and I feel that Ash and the others will meet a Pokémon that suits my heart in a certain place. Look, pinching fingers said. Then you might as well not say it. Sir Lena said after rolling her eyes, and then she didn't care too much, just pretending that her boyfriend fell ill again, just like a woman who comes for a few days every month. This guy will do it every once in a while, some inexplicable things happen. Anyway, every time it's not a bad thing, Sir Lena is used to it. But did Oki really do this kind of thing out of nowhere? Of course not. Oki let Ash go to a Pokémon Center and call himself. The purpose is actually to know the whereabouts of that guy Ash. Because I was very curious about a little 687 spirit in my previous life, counting according to the time and plot, I will meet in the next few days. As for what Pokémon, it can only be said that the secret cannot be revealed. A few days later, Ash called again and told Oki where he was now. After Oki wrote it down, combined with the time it would take him to go to the destination, he decided to take Sir Lena and set off tomorrow and went directly there and waited. The next day, Oki and Sir Lena embarked on a journey, but Oki didn't rush too much, because according to his calculation there was enough time, and in addition to the fact that Ash and the others got lost anyway, they walked slowly. All will do. Quickly and slowly, Oki and the others came to the side of the target town. There was a small lake here and there was a small island in the center of the lake. It was not bad as a camping place. But the purpose of Oak's coming here is not camping. He is for a Pokémon, a rather peculiar Pokémon. In fact, the types of Pokémon are very popular, and there are a lot of them, but maybe there will be some weird ones when there are too many. Oki's goal is this kind of weirdness. One can only move freely in the water and is even quite familiar with underwater combat. Rhydon. Originally, as a Pokémon of the Ground and Rock series, Rhydon is not afraid of water at all, but he definitely doesn't like the feeling of being splashed by water. After all, the damage of water-type tricks to them is relatively high. But there are often such a few strange ones. If there is a shortage of food, Rhydon can also overcome his own inner barriers for food, and he can accept being drenched in water or entering the water. But the Rhydon that Oki wanted to find didn't respond to water at all. If it's for the food that Huxon Island likes, it's okay to swim in the water for a while. But this Rhydon completely treats water as if it were land, and even in the animation, its attack in underwater seems to be very strong, which makes Okya deeply remember this Pokémon. It was already afternoon when we came here, and Okya felt normal when he didn't see Ash and the others at night. After all, those three people, who knows where they will get lost again. Ash and the others didn't come the next day, and Okya waited here and didn't see that special Rhydon. This made Okya very frustrated and wondered if it was true that he could only meet him with the aura of the protagonist Jai. On the third day, Okya and Selena were still waiting on the island in the middle of the lake, completely unaware that the three of them, Ash, had already arrived here, and they even set up a tent by the lake for the night. Until it was close to noon on the third day, Oak still didn't realize that Ash and the others had arrived, or he didn't care at all. He just wanted to wait for that Rhydon to show up and tame it, that's all. However, even though they didn't know that Ash and the others had arrived, perhaps due to the influence of the protagonist's halo, Rhydon showed up, and the big ant would naturally not miss this opportunity. He directly released Blastoise, who happened to train and cultivate a tacit understanding during this period of time and planned to fight Rhydon. Blastoise use. Wait, please wait a moment. Okya was interrupted by a voice before he finished talking about the trick. And now that Rhydon has appeared, Okya will not worry about this guy running away at all. So he stopped first and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw Ash, the three of them, and a woman with green hair holding Marilu running towards this side. And the voices of the three of Ash were obviously different from what he heard. So Okya naturally looked at the rest that woman. I remember it seems that in the original book, the person who fooled Ash and the others to tame this special Rhydon was this woman. Please wait, hello, my name is Huey. May I take this Rhydon? I have a special reason. Okya wanted to transfer the long-awaited Pokémon as soon as he opened his mouth. Okya's heart immediately felt uncomfortable. But seeing that this Rhydon would be subdued by her originally, and he was regarded as a cutoff, Okya resisted the urge to curse and planned to listen to the reason of this woman, although Rhydon would definitely not be sold. Tell me your reasons, I'll think about it, let her say it herself. Okya stopped Xiao Gang, who was on the brain, and pointed to Huili. Okay, that's how it is. So can this Rhydon be subdued by me? This woman named Huili, although I don't know if the story told is true, but it is matched with her actions when she speaks and voice, but a little lifelike and can move some people. But after the woman finished speaking, she still looked at Okya with a cute face, which made Okya a little disgusted. For a woman who didn't know how many years older than him, it was really enough to be cute in front of him. Even Sir Lena, who was a little touched by her story at first, looked at this woman towards her boyfriend Charm, and she didn't know where to throw that feeling. He simply looked at Okya, but there was a clear message in his eyes. If you are moved by the charm of this old woman, then you are really dead. Naturally, Okya would not be influenced by this woman and said directly, since you want to get through the tunnel after I subdue it, I will help you get through it directly. Okya's enthusiastic words directly made Huili's cuteness a little bit unbearable. She also really didn't expect that there are two waves of people she knows, why the first wave is so easy to fool, but these two people are a little rational. She really couldn't think of any other excuses for a while. Therefore, Huili, who was a little troubled in his heart, looked directly at Ash and the others with poor eyes, focusing on the more lustful Xiao Gang. Looking at Huili's eyes, Ash didn't know what to say, but he had no intention of standing up to help persuade him. After all, he was Brother Yi who had played since Arnold and grew up. On one side is someone I just met. Although Ash has a lot of nerves, he is not stupid. How could he be stupid? Besides, hasn't Okya already agreed to help get through the tunnel? Then what else is there to say? Misty's thinking is similar to Ash's. Now that the matter has been resolved, whoever finds the Pokémon first will be the first to conquer it. Only Xiaogang, a strong man who has been single for many years, wanted to speak regardless of the sperm when he was in his head, but he calmed down when he looked at Okya's cold eyes. As a relatively older person, after calming down, Xiaogang also found something suspicious from Huili, so he didn't speak, but thought about it over there. Seeing that there was no one to help her, Huili still looked at Sir Lena unwillingly, but found that Stephanie had been looking at her with cold eyes, and then looked at the positions where she and Okya stood and the tone of the conversation just now. Huili felt that made a big mistake myself. Huili wanted to struggle at the end and turned her head to Okya, trying to do the last struggle, but Okya didn't give her a chance. Okay, since there's nothing else to do, let's make room first. I'm going to start taming this Rhydon. Okya drove everyone out, then turned to look at the man who was stared at by Blastoise just now. Find Rhydon who has a chance to escape. Blastoise used the water gun. 3.4 In order to try this Rhydon, Okya first tried the less powerful water gun. Although Blastoise's moves are fast, they are not so fast that Rhydon has no time to react. But Rhydon just stood there and let the water gun hit him without blinking his eyes. Okay, this Rhydon is even better than I imagined. Seeing that Rhydon didn't respond to the water gun at all, Oki said excitedly. And the onlookers who saw this scene also expressed their own sighs. This Rhydon is so powerful, I seem to miss the armored rhino at home. Hee, I just said that this Rhydon is very special. It really is, no wonder brother you likes it. Wow, isn't my water-type Pokémon difficult to fight? But forget it, it seems that it is not difficult to fight and I can't beat Oki. It seems that I need more training. This Rhydon's no wonder. For a moment, everyone had their own exclamations and thoughts, but no one paid attention to the heavy ceremony with a gloomy face and no words. By the lake, Oki commanded Blastoise and Rhydon to fight. Although it was a battle, the difference in strength was too large. Blastoise was just teasing Rhydon. Blastoise Hydro Pump. The water gun just now had little effect on Rhydon, and Oak wanted to try its bite again. Facing Water Gun's enhanced version of Hydro Pump, Rhydon didn't dare to stand still like before, but he didn't dodge, but directly used the single-handed Horn Drill, and rushed towards Hydro Pump head-on. Interesting Blastoise Frozen Punch. This Rhydon's strength is not bad, and the Horn Drill alone directly smashed the Hydro Pump. But when Rhydon rushed in front of Blastoise, what was waiting for him was Blastoise's ready-made Frozen Punch. Because he had just been drenched in water, the Frozen Fist was very effective, and it directly frozen the part he hit. Feeling the power of Blastoise's Iron Fist, this Rhydon turned around and used Orberg's tail while his hands kept moving. To Oki's surprise, this guy also used Fire Punch. And at the same time Orberg hit Blastoise with his tail, he used Fire Punch to thaw out the frozen place on his body. Blastoise Megaton Punch. After all, the difference in strength levels is not small. Blastoise blocked Rhydon's Orberg tail with one hand and directly hit Rhydon's back with a Megaton Punch with the other hand. Directly it staggered and almost fell to the ground. His own attack didn't work, but he was beaten by rival and almost fell to the ground. Iron Armor 11 Tyrannosaurus immediately became angry and roared again. Horn Drill charged towards Blastoise again. Blastoise Megaton Punch. Blastoise dodged Rhydon's attack sideways and the Megaton Punch hit Rhydon's back again. Rhydon, who was hit this time, couldn't hold on, and with the inertia of rushing over, he fell directly to the ground. Rhydon, who fell to the ground, roared, struggled, and stood up. Full body punch on Blastoise. Fix it, Blastoise Rocket Head. The Rocket Head was so effective that it hit Rhydon's stomach directly, and Rhydon's eyes seemed to pop out. Rhydon, who fell to the ground, has spiral eyes, which is inexplicably cute. Oki took out the Piquet Ball and planned to subdue it, but unexpectedly, someone threw the Piquet Ball first. Just as Piquet Ball took Rhydon into it, a Noctowl appeared and took Piquet Ball away. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the place where Hewley stood was no longer there. The culprit is also obvious. Steal my things, you may not be able to afford the price. Come out, Pidgeotto Houndoom. Oak released Pidgeotto and Houndoom and asked Pidgeotto to chase the Noctowl, and then Houndoom used its sense of smell to take Oki chased in one direction. Nana, you and Ash are waiting here. I'll go back as soon as I go. It was the first time he met someone who robbed Pokémon face to face, and Oki felt a fire in his heart that must be vented repeatedly. Oki felt that the waiting scene might be a bit horrible, so he directly asked Sir Lena to wait here. And the meaning in that sentence is to ask Ash and the others to wait here. Oki worried that the three people would help intercede or stop the continuation if they encountered that situation later, so he asked them to wait here. Ash, don't go, don't you know your brother's strength? With Houndoom leading the way, you can find that woman very quickly. Sir Lena obviously knew Oki, nodded and stayed where she was. At the same time Ash, who was about to step forward to help find someone, also stayed. On the other side, Oki, who had just left Lena's line of sight, released another Pokémon and said to them, Houndoom Persian, you catch up, as long as no one is killed and brought back, the rest of you saw listen. Two quasi-elite Pokémon went out. Oki didn't believe that Hewley could solve it, and if she really had that strength, she would definitely grab it directly. With the Pokémon catching up, Oki walked slowly behind, waiting for good news from the Pokémon. Not long after, Pidgeotto returned with a Piquet Ball in his claws, apparently successfully snatching Rhydon's Piquet Ball back. But what made Oki frown a little was that Pidgeotto had a lot of scars on his body. But seeing how excited he was, he didn't say anything. After all, the Noctowl just now was not weak. Because Pidgeotto was injured, Oki simply stopped, released Blissey to help heal the injury, and then sat cross-legged on the spot, watching the direction in which Houndoom and the others disappeared. After about half an hour, Houndoom and Persian finally came back, and Houndoom still dragged some unknown object on the ground in his mouth. When they approached, Oki finally saw the unknown object that twitched from time to time. It was the woman named Hewley. Good jobs, you two guys are wet. Are you dripping water? Oak patted Houndum and Persian's heads as a reward, only to find that they were wet from head to toe. Go over there and deal with it first. You don't feel comfortable if you're wet. Oki patted the two of them, pointed in one direction, then turned to look at Hewley lying motionless on the ground. Don't pretend to be dead. Houndum them, get my order. It won't kill you. If you still dare to touch porcelain like this, it will really kill you. No, big brother, I was wrong. Hewley, who was lying on the ground motionless and barely breathing, didn't pretend to be dead when she heard that she was about to be killed. He kowtowed and prayed in Oki's direction. Oki didn't speak, just looked at her like this. And Hewley, who kept crying and didn't get a response, took advantage of the moment. He raised his head and secretly glanced at Oki, but saw the eyes of you continue. I'll just watch your performance. HMPH, why didn't you continue? Isn't the performance very realistic? Seeing Hewley stop, Oki snorted coldly. I was really just confused for a while. I have been here for nearly a month just to tame this Rhydon. I saw that you were ready to tame Rhydon after defeating it. I didn't feel balanced for a while, so please forgive me. Me, begging for mercy is not enough. Hewley wanted to try to see if he could arouse Oki's sympathy. And by the way, it would be even better if he could feel a little bit of guilt. After Hewley finished speaking, he just looked at Oak so pitifully yet. Oki heard that the woman snatched his Pokémon and was so confident, squinting his eyes and asked, "So it's still my fault?" "No, I just want to apologize to you and then I want you to let me go this time." Hewley smiled. "You said you were just impulsive. You can tell from the water on my two Pokémon. You were quite calm when you escaped. How many times have you done this kind of thing to get rid of your own smell?" No, this is the first time for me. It was really impulsive." "Don't dare to be stubborn, okay? What question did you just ask me?" Oki had a smile on his face again, but anyone who knew him knew that this guy was the most dangerous at this time. "Just asking if you can let me go," Hewley said weakly. "Let you go? No problem. Let me ask you a question. If the answer is correct, I will let you go, okay? Okay, you can ask me whatever you want and I can tell you my measurements. I feel like I have a little hope of living, but 707 Hewley is a little bit desperate. Let me ask you, how old do you think I am?" Oki's question made Hewley unable to react for a while. "What?" Seeing Oki staring at her, Hewley quickly looked at Oki and guessed an age, 18 years old. "Really? Am I that old? Even if you can answer such a simple question wrong, what is the value of your life?" Oki said as he stood up, and dropped the dagger he just took out on the ground as if accidentally on the ground. Seeing Hewley who had landed the dagger, he picked up the dagger directly and planned to give Oki a shot, and took him away by the way. After all, Pokémon are a little far away, so it must be safe to do it. However, Hewley who slashed at Oki's calf with the dagger was stunned, because the dagger didn't feel the real thing at all, it seemed to go straight through. Papapa came the sound of clapping hands and Hewley took a closer look, and saw that Oki was at least 2 meters away from him, and there was a Jengar beside him. "Ruthless and decisive enough, I can't help admiring you." Oki clapped his hands and said, "You never planned to let me go, didn't you?" Knowing that he had no hope, Hewley sat on the ground with his legs limp. "It's kind of interesting, but I always feel that it's too cruel to kill you by stealing a Pokémon from me. I'm glad you gave me another reason." Hewley didn't respond and just sat there blankly. "Forget it, let's send you on your way. In the next life, remember that you can't snatch other people's things if they haven't been given to you." After finishing speaking, Oki gave Jengar a look, and then Jengar floated next to Hewley. In a short time, Hewley's originally elastic skin became like that of an old man, and some old people may even have much better skin than her. Seeing Hewley's shriveled skin and Jengar's breakthrough to the quasi-elite midterm strength, Oki had to lament the attraction of this method. No wonder so many trainers were lost. This is another feature of Ghost-type Pokémon. It can absorb the anger of people or Pokémon and can quickly increase its strength. Ghost-type Pokémon with trainers usually have trainers to provide them with spiritual power, so they don't need to do this, and wild Ghost-type Pokémon usually don't do this. After all, they are easy to become public enemies. But even so, Ghost-type Pokémon, there are few other Pokémon in the places where they get together. According to what Oki read when he was a child, many civilian trainers got lost in the pleasure of rapid growth in strength and committed many tragedies. But this kind of person often has no good end, either being killed by other trainer beat up or being backlashed to death by his own Pokémon. As for the trainers with families, those who are spirited naturally have no problem. And families without spirituals will basically not allow the cultivation of ghost-type Pokémon. Only the Beiyao family, which seems to have their own method, can cultivate ghost-type Pokémon without spiritual enlightenment. As for the method, no one knows. After all, this is the foundation of one's life, and even Oki, who is considered half of the white demon family, does not know, so he can know how secret it is. "Okay, Jengar, Shadow Ball." Seeing Hewley's miserable state, Oki felt a little uncomfortable. After Jengar made a breakthrough, he let him use the shadow ball to finish her off. And Jengar was not disobedient. When Oki called to stop, he stopped directly, and at the same time a shadow ball blasted Hewley into several pieces and scattered them in the surrounding grass. Well, consolidate more, you've made up for it this time. Seeing that he wasn't lost with Jengar, Oki nodded in satisfaction and then let Jengar go back into the shadow. This kind of strength that grows by absorbing people's anger is a bit vain. Don't you see that those Pokémon that counterattack Trainer are basically losing their minds? Jengar's strength has been stuck at the quasi-elite low-level peak for a long time. It is not very surprising that Assist's anger broke through Oki this time, but after the breakthrough, Jengar needs to consolidate his strength a lot. The matter has been settled. Oki took the Houndoom and they rushed back. Now that they are not training while traveling, they still want to stay outside for a while. As soon as they got back to the camp, Sir Lena and the others surrounded him. Yi, are you okay? How's things going? Although Lena believed in Oki's strength, she still couldn't help worrying after going for such a long time. How is brother Yi? Has Rhydon come back? Asked Ash, the representative of the Ash trio. Misty Zyoging also looked at Oki with concern. Ha, don't worry, how can I miss my job? It didn't take me long to catch up with her, but I lost time because of a fight, and I got it back when I won. Here, this is Rhydon's Piquet ball, but you can only change it to your own when you get to the town. Oki said as he took out a Piquet ball to show them. That's it, I'm relieved now. If we don't get back, we'll be really embarrassed to face you. Misty said at this time, pumping her incomparably flat chest while talking. Ha, it's okay, now that the matter is settled, let's go to the town over there first. Oki laughed. After everyone agreed, Oki and Lena took their things and set off with Ash. Although Sir Lena knew that things were not as Oki said, but Oki came back safely and brought the Piquet ball, that was enough, and they went on the road together without saying anything. Walk along the mountain road to the place where Hewley lied to Ash and the others. The Dugtrio, Sandslesh, and Graveler who used to work here are no longer there. Since you're here, let's just get through. That liar has done a little good. Come out, Rhydon, Oki said and released Rhydon. That's good, it can be regarded as doing a favor to the people here. Everyone had no objections, so they walked into the tunnel together. Rhydon, go ahead, alone horn drill. Although it was not subdued by Oki's Piquet ball, Rhydon obediently used the soul horn drill and began to complete the final project. The remaining part is really not much. It only took more than half an hour and the tunnel was completely opened up. It's finally connected, Rhydon, you've done a good job, come back first. The tunnel was connected, but Oki looked at Rhydon but kept staring at Sir Lena and made a decision in his heart. Below is the city and it will be easier for people here in the future. After coming out, looking at the city below, Zio Gang sighed. Yeah, but let's go to the Pokémon Center first and then we'll have a big meal, my treat. Oki said generously. Okay, let's go, Pikachu. Ash was very excited to hear that Oki was entertaining guests because he could eat freely and the food was good, so he greeted Pikachu and ran towards the city first. Oki shook his head helplessly. This kid really, let's go. Come to the Pokémon Center, there is a machine for changing Piquet balls. Nana, take out your Piquet ball, Oak said after taking out Rhydon's Piquet ball. Hey, why do you want to? Sir Lena covered her mouth in surprise. That's right, that's the one, but I already have so many Pokémon and the combat power is very sufficient, but you only have a few. It would be better to add a strong guy. And doesn't that guy really like you? Lena has always been fond of ironclad rhinos since she was a child, and thinking of the scene when she and Lena went to the ranch to ride an armored rhino when they were young, Oki couldn't help laughing. You're not allowed to laugh. Sir Lena obviously knew what this guy was laughing at and said angrily, Okay, I won't laugh anymore, give me the Piquet ball. Oki held back his laughter and stretched out his hand. After struggling for a long time, after seeing Oki's firm eyes, Sir Lena reluctantly took out her own empty Piquet ball. Okay, here you are. With the machine running for a while, Rhydon's Piquet ball was finally replaced. Nurse Joy handed both Piquet balls to Da Shui. Thank you, Nurse Joy, let's go and eat, I'm hungry. Oki took the Piquet ball and said. But after leaving the Pokémon Center, Oki randomly found a trash can and threw away the Piquet ball that Hewley originally had, and then several children in tattered clothes rushed to pick it up. Of course, the scene behind it was what happened after Oki and the others left, because those children were still afraid that Oki would go back if he went back on his word. After a good meal, Ash and the others are ready to leave and continue their journey, while Oki and Lena plan to rest here for a day. So the two groups separated. Ash and the others continued to travel, and Oki and the others found a hotel to check in. The next day, Okyat and Sir Lena continued their trip. On the way, Oki and the others released Pokémon for training, and Sir Lena released Rhydon. But as soon as Rhydon came out, he ran to Sir Lena very intimately and rubbed his head against her. And Sir Lena was rubbed backwards and forwards Chinese letter put it away again. How's also? Okya's laughter quickly caused a disaster, and Lena stared at him viciously as if wanting to settle accounts. Nana, I didn't laugh on purpose, Okya said while shaking his shoulders. After Sir Lena stared at him for a while, she said helplessly, I don't even know why Iron Rhino likes me so much, and I didn't expect Rhydon to do the same. Okay, it's a good thing that Pokémon like you. And they're not like the Pokémon of Team Rocket James, so they're all okay. Does Shui comforted, Team Rocket's Pokémon? Sir Lena asked curiously. Haven't you noticed? James's Victreebel will swallow him every time he comes out. That guy Wanglize is also very popular with Pokémon, and none of his own Pokémon is like that. Oki raised came out of what happened to James to comfort Lena. The effect is obvious. Sir Lena imagined the feeling of being taken away by Victreebel Swallow and instantly felt that her situation was all right. But I still have to find a way, Sir Lena said distressedly. Train it more in the future and tell it to pay attention at the same time. Yin Muyi came up with advice. That's the only way to go. Sir Lena thought about it for a while. Rhydon rubbed his head against himself, very desperate, but couldn't think of any other way, so he agreed in frustration. In the following time, Sir Lena released Rhydon out for training from time to time. While this guy's strength grew, he also changed his habit of rubbing against Sir Lena with his big head. Sir Lena just needs to pat him when he's trained or after a fight, and the guy is happy. During this period of time, Oki also summoned Jengar to fight with his other Pokémon several times, and its strength due to devouring anger was finally consolidated. After conquering Rhydon, Oki, who left the town and traveled again, came to a desert. Come out Pupitar Onyx Lairon. The current environment is just right for training these Pokémon. Just when Oki was about to arrange a few Pokémon for training, Sir Lena spoke. Yi, what did you say about that Nurse Joy? This question made Oki confused, thinking that he had no idea who Sir Lena was asking, and it seemed that the Nurse Joy he met was fine. Oh, it's the Nurse Joy by the lake we met that day who turned around and ran away when he saw my little koi. Lena said angrily. Do you still remember? I almost forgot, maybe there was some shadow when I was a child. We didn't stay there either, didn't we leave after changing Pokémon? If Lena didn't mention it, Oak would have almost forgotten that there is such a Nurse Joy. After all, they all have the same appearance and not much difference in personality, and they feel like they are all the same person. But I really care. As a Nurse Joy, how can I be afraid of Pokémon? Okay, I think someone will solve the problem of Nurse Joy. You don't want to talk about Ash and the others, do you? Sir Lena acted like you don't want to tease me. Oki said as a matter of course. Who else would they have? They have rich experience in this kind of thing and they will definitely be able to help. When you meet Ash and the others in the future, you can ask them. Sir Lena thought for a while, and it seemed that this was the only way to go, so she didn't bother Oki to train Pokémon. Nana, let's take a look at the Pokémon centers around here. It's suitable for training Pokémon, but if you want to live here, it's better to find a Pokémon center. Sir Lena, who was arranged by Oki, took the travel guide and looked for it. There will still be a Pokémon center in a relatively remote place like normal. And Oki started to train Pokémon well. Sir Lena is protected by Pokémon and nothing will happen. Onyx, you are already on the verge of evolution. If you haven't had a while, you should train well. From now on, you will dig a hole in the ground and dig as deep as possible in the ground. The process of assist will exercise your self-body. Try to complete the evolution in the next few days. The first one to be arranged is Onyx, because it is on the verge of evolution, and the training to be done is very simple. That is, simply digging holes, constantly exercising, and striving for evolution. Then there are other things. The arrangement of the two spirits is relatively more complicated. As for the two of you, after evolution, you will have a pair of hard armor, so let's train against each other for the time being. But the content is a little different. First, Lairon will attack Pupitar with alloy claws, and Pupitar will use the hard bide. Well, good steel is made after thousands of tempers. With Blissey here, you don't have to worry about injuries, and I will watch you from the side. Because this training has just started, the two Pokémon may not be able to grasp the proportions, so Oki can only stare at them first. After they are proficient, they can be distracted and train other Pokémon at the same time. Time passed by. Just when Oki was a little worried, Sir Lena, who was looking for the Pokémon Center according to the travel guide, finally came back. Yi, I found it. It's in that direction, but it's a little far away. Judging from how long it took Sir Lena, that distance is really not that close, but now that he has found it, it will be easy to handle. Charizard, come out. Nana, let Charizard take you to the Pokémon Center to store things first, and then let Charizard come back to find me. You can take a rest at the Pokémon Center today. Okya's arrangement was reasonable, but Lena refused. No, I also want to take this opportunity to train my Pokémon. That's fine, then you can arrange it yourself first. The training of these two guys on my side can't be sloppy, I have to watch over here. Laron now changed to ordinary boxing with Arnold's strength first. Oak said without looking back, and at the same time he did not forget to train his two Pokémon. Okay, I also want to train my own Pokémon well. For a long time, Sir Lena's Pokémon training has always been coaching with Oak Yi on the side. I can only rely on my own Sir Lena to be full of energy today. The training time finally passed relatively quickly, and Oak Yi and the others had already trained until dusk before they knew it. Okay, that's the end of the training, we will continue tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work today, Blissey, Oak Yi said while stroking Blissey who had been helping two Pokémon recover from their injuries. Lucky, although a little tired, Blissey responded happily. After all, as a team doctor, being able to treat Pokémon is the happiest thing for him. Then Laron, use Earthquake and call Onyx back. In fact, because Onyx has received Okya's instructions, it will definitely dig as far as possible. Whether Earthquake can reach its place is still unknown, but it is also the most suitable method that can be done without harming Onyx. After watching Oki for a while, Sir Lena guessed that it was getting late, so she stopped training Oki, then called her to go back to the Pokémon Center together. After a day of training, when Oki wanted to go back, Onyx, who was called out by Laron Earthquake, told Oki that he still wanted to train more and felt that the time for evolution was coming. Watching Onyx's body emit white light and slowly change its form, Oki, Lena and the Pokémon present were all a little obsessed, and it was not until Steelix appeared in front of them that they slowly recovered. However, among the Pokémon present, those Pokémon who can still evolve are a little bit excited. Isn't hard training just to sublimate the level of life? Those of Ash who do not evolve are completely different, because Pokémon evolution does not only represent strength, the improvement of your own lifespan during the trial will get you. Okya does not command. Houndoom is stronger than Onyx, but Onyx's huge body is also a powerful combat force. Two Pokémon after a fierce battle. Both sides have injuries, but the goal of the battle is achieved. Just when Houndoom is ready to fight again while attacking, Onyx's body glowed with evolution. It seems that because the drill, BBCA, was too deep and the ground heat was relatively strong, Oki could clearly see that Onyx's rock body was actually scalded, but the effect seemed to be good, and Onyx himself was quite satisfied, so the injury was not a problem. For the next few days, Oki and the others trained Pokémon here. After Laron and Pupitar were able to master the scale better, Oki also released other Pokémon for training. Even Articuno, who hadn't been released much after being captured, Oki also released this time. Okay, but the effect of simple training may not be obvious. Houndoom, you and Onyx fight. Oki released Houndoom, trying to use the battle help Onyx to make a breakthrough, thereby promoting evolution. That side is of course Sir Lena's side. Today, Sir Lena, who trained Pokémon by himself, did not go with Oki, but chose to go to a place where Oki couldn't see to train. However, the effect of this period of training is remarkable. The two guys, Laron and Pupitar, have raised the hardness of their armor to a higher level, and at the same time, they have a more thorough grasp of the power used in their unique moves. However, because of Pupitar's current form and Laron's control over his own physical strength is different, Pupitar simply has a better grasp of his special skills such as Sandstorm. Okay, Houndoom, witness this sacred moment with us. Blissey, you can help Onyx deal with it first, and I'll go over there to take a look. Sure. When Oki came here, it seemed that the training hadn't been completed yet. Oki watched it for a while and felt that Lena's training was generally good. There are 4 Pokémon in total, each of which is taking care of it. The training is more targeted. And when Laron was able to train by themselves, Curlia and Pidgeotto, who were released by Oak, also made great progress and they trained reasonably. A Confusion is stronger, controls are finer, and a Flying has better speed and dodge attacks. As for training, Articuno has absorbed the spiritual power transmitted by Oki during this period, and his elite-level strength has been stabilized. The only one who can train against it is Charizard after Mega Evolution. Because it has to take care of other Pokémon, there is less training for it. Only when other Pokémon are resting can Charizard be called to conduct battle training together. Fortunately, being underground, and because it is rock plus ground type, Onyx is still very sensitive to Earthquake. It didn't take long for Onyx to break out of the ground not far from them after using Earthquake in Laron. Although Onyx probably trained like this before, but because he will face danger at any time in the wild, he will definitely keep a little strength during training. But now that it has been subdued, with the help of the team doctor for treatment, and the help of its companions to help it is dangerous in hell, it has become even more crazy in training. Oki estimates that evolution is only a few days away. After Steelix evolved, Oki and Sir Lena did not leave here, but chose to stay and continue training. On this day, after a period of training, the Pokémon gathered together, because it was time for Articuno and Mega Charizard to train for battle again. Charizard Mega Evolution. After Charizard Mega evolves, it goes straight into the sky and fights with Articuno in the sky. Oki had no command, and the two of them had been fighting freely during this time. Charizard, as the first Pokémon of Oki, has rich combat experience from the Kanto campaign to the Johto region, while Articuno, as a divine bird, was guarded by elders when he was young. After arriving in Daxu Mountain, he has never fought much. Zero, all relying on instinct. The gap in combat experience makes up for the lack of strength. After the Mega Evolution, Charizard, which is infinitely close to the elite level, is always a quasi-elite level. There is a huge gap between the two. The battle during this period has allowed Articuno to quickly accumulate combat experience, and Charizard is now a bit overwhelmed. Today's battle was very exciting, but Charizard had the upper hand at the beginning, and now it is a little bit overwhelmed. The gap in the middle is also for the Pokémon watching the battle to understand the power of elite Pokémon. Just when everyone thought that Charizard would lose to Articuno just like yesterday, Charizard let out a dragon cry, his momentum increased rapidly, his eyes became red, and his fighting style became a bit like a desperate Salvador. Has Charizard learned Outrage yet? Do you want to stop it? Seeing Charizard's current contest condition, Sir Lena asked worriedly. That's right, this is what it looks like to use Outrage. As for blocking, then there's no need, maybe there will be a big surprise waiting for us today. Oki said mysteriously. Although he is also a little worried about Charizard, Oki knows that this may be of great benefit to Charizard. It may even help to understand 10 things that do not belong to its current Kangsai. Sir Lena was full of doubts, but she didn't mean to refute Oki. She just looked up at the two Pokémon fighting in the sky. During this period of time, Articuno has accumulated a lot of combat experience in several battles with Charizard, but facing Charizard who has entered the Outrage contest condition, it finds that it seems that it still has a lot to learn. But gradually, because Charizard who entered the Outrage contest condition had lost his mind, and his attacks were completely merciless, Articuno also played real fire. The two Pokémon started a real duel in the sky. Sir Lena was worried while watching this scene. As their trainer, Oki was even more worried, but he just released the Pokémon he was carrying and told them to prepare after that. There is no other action. Because Oki knows that the current situation is not only a good thing for Charizard, but also a good thing for Articuno, a rookie in combat. And I am fully capable of stopping them in time when they are in danger, so let them have a good time. Because of the real fire, Articuno didn't show mercy. After all, he has not been a partner for a long time, so there is no saying that he can't make a move. The two Pokémon were getting more and more injuries. Just when Oki and the others were worried, Charizard seemed to wake up from the Outrage contest condition. But the momentum on his body not only did not drop, but rose sharply. It's time, everyone is ready. Aim at the middle of the two of them and launch an attack. Other Pokémon, including Sir Lena's Pokémon, all issued their strongest unique moves, because they were afraid of collisions between their unique moves. So they all kept a little distance, but this can already separate the two Pokémon. Oki also seized the opportunity to put the two Pokémon away. After putting away the two Pokémon, Oak let Lena rush back to the Pokémon Center with Charizard's Piquet Ball, while he let Articuno out. Articuno, who had just released the Piquet Ball, tweeted, then stared at Oki so coldly, obviously very dissatisfied with him. I know you are angry now, but get treatment first. Blissey, go to work. Oki ignored its cold eyes but called Blissey over directly. Articuno, who has many wounds on his body, did not refuse Blissey's treatment. But he kept looking at Oki with cold eyes, feeling like he would go crazy if he didn't give an explanation. After Blissey treated the more serious wounds first, Oki spoke while slowly treating the other wounds. Are you very angry now, right? I'll make Charizard apologize after it recovers from its injury. But as a companion, you just hit it just now, so don't worry about it so much then, okay? Articuno, who was very angry at first, felt that most of his anger had disappeared after hearing Oki's soft voice. After all, Articuno has never been in contact with anyone, and he is completely like a child. His anger comes and goes quickly. Seeing that Articuno turned his head and didn't look at himself, Oak smiled, because he knew that when Charizard recovered from his injury, after apologizing to Articuno, Articuno would definitely not be angry. As for Charizard, as the captain of the Oki Pokémon team for a long time, his sense of responsibility has been tempered unconsciously. I touched Outrage today, probably because I thought that as the captain, I couldn't beat Articuno, so I was a little anxious. Calm down, Charizard. Dalinya believes that it will apologize to Articuno by itself. Two Pokémon were injured. Charizard has been recuperating in the Pokémon Center, and Articuno is released in the wild from time to time, allowing Blissey to help heal the injuries. Oki does not want to announce the existence of Articuno for the time being. On the third day after that battle, Oki randomly found a place in the desert to release Articuno and asked Blissey to help heal his wounds. But a Miltank suddenly appeared in front of Oki and the others and ran away naturally. Go to Articuno and use the Bell of Healing to heal its wounds. Because this Miltank is not hostile, Articuno does not reject it at all, and its healing bell is actually more powerful than Blissey. With Miltank's help, Articuno's injury healed faster. After today's treatment ended, Miltank said hello to Articuno and Blissey, and then left directly, completely ignoring Oki, who was always beside him. And Oak can feel that the feeling of being watched since the appearance of Miltank has also disappeared. Ask for flowers. Just when Nurse Joy wanted to ask Oki for a question, Yin Mui and Sir Lena came out. Point 0. After today's healing, Articuno is almost fine. Judging from what Miltank said to Articuno when he left, it is estimated that he will not come again tomorrow. It seems that this Miltank is not simple, Oki muttered thoughtfully. What did you just say? Asked Lena, who was standing next to Okiat. Oki estimated that it was the battle that day that allowed Charizard to break through to the elite level in the Mega Contest condition. With the understanding of the elite level, his strength will naturally rise faster. But he doesn't know if he can directly break through to the elite level. But no matter whether it can break through to the elite level or not, it is certain that the Mega will reach the elite level after evolution. Nurse Joy, has anyone over here seen a wounded Cyndaquil? That means I now have 2 elite-level Pokémon. Oki looked at Charizard and whispered in disbelief. And Oki probably remembered something. It seems that there is an oasis in the desert here. This Miltank is the leader there. He has been helping the injured Pokémon. At the same time, he maintains a high degree of vigilance against humans, more peculiar Miltank. There are only 2 people in the Pokémon Center today, let me ask for you. Just when the two were surprised, Ash's voice came from the Pokémon Center. Yeah, brother Yi, what do you know? This time, Oki asked Jengar to investigate, and the result was that there were many Pokémon around Oki who were watching Oki. And at the same time, his body kept a tight contest condition, as if he would rush out if something went wrong, to protect the only Miltank left this way. The next day, Oki also brought Articuno here for treatment, and the Miltank also appeared, but also ignored Oki next to him. And Oki can clearly feel that the surrounding surveillance eyes seem to be a little less, but there are still many. After returning to the Pokémon Center, I found that Charizard is almost fine. And thanks to that battle, this guy seems to have realized something, and his strength has been rising. After being tested by Spirit today, he found that Charizard is already a quasi-elite senior, and it seems that it can rise a little bit. Oki didn't hide anything and directly expressed his thoughts. After Sir Lena thought about it, she also felt a little unbelievable. Because there are no outsiders and Nurse Joy is not a bad person, Oki said everything he knew. Then the 3 of Ash went to find Cyndaquil, and Oak reflexively asked Jengar to follow, and after Jengar came back, he watched another 3D movie. No, Nurse Joy, I know this guy. Ash, did your Cyndaquil get hurt in the desert and then disappeared? Although the 3 of Ash often enthusiastically help strangers to solve problems and waste a lot of time, they are still very active in rushing. After getting Cyndaquil back and helping Miltank take down Team Rocket, instead of resting at the Pokémon Center, they went straight to the journey again. The day after Ash and the others left, Oak and Sir Lena also left the Pokémon Center. Charizard and Articuno's injuries are almost healed, and they are not far from the Asahi Onion City where the next gym is located. If they go all out, they should arrive soon. On the way, they found a relatively remote place, and Oki released Charizard and Articuno. There was still something to be resolved between these 2 guys. Articuno, who had just been released, was still a little dazed, but when he saw Charizard next to him, he couldn't help but let out his anger, and after a chirp, he planned to make a move. Okiat didn't stop it, knowing they wouldn't fight. Sure enough, Charizard had no intention of resisting at all and just stood there without moving, and Articuno couldn't do it directly. Then the 2 Pokémon talked about 030 in a conversation with you and me. Although the other Pokémon were not translated, but from Charizard's movements and expressions, it was known that this guy was apologizing. The 2 Pokémon were talking while Oak and Lena were watching. After a while, Articuno turned his head away from Charizard arrogantly, but Oki knew that this guy had already forgiven Charizard, and he was just a little embarrassed for a while. Now that the matter was settled, Oki put away the 2 Pokémon and set off for Asahi Onion City with Sir Lena. After 2 days of rushing, Oki and the others came to Kyangong City. Oki, who was planning to directly challenge the gym, got a bad news. The Pokémon Ampharos, the owner of the gym, was sick, and he would not accept the challenge of the gym these days. After asking about the specific situation, Oki decided to wait here for 2 days, and then go to the next destination after challenging the gymnasium here. After all, it is too troublesome to go back and forth. I didn't make Oki wait too long. It is said that the afternoon when Oki came here, the people sent by the Asakong City Gymnasium to Cyanwood City to get the medicine came back. Hi, is there anyone? I'm here to challenge the gym. In the afternoon of the second day, Oki came here early, probably because he expected that there would be challengers coming today. The gym trainer stayed here all the time, and Oki was taken directly to the battle place as soon as he arrived. Hello, challenger, I'm Jasmine, the owner of the Asparagus Gym. Are you ready for the challenge? You can start anytime, Oki said confidently. Okay, because of Ampharo's illness, the Asahi Onion Gym has been closed for a few days. There should be a lot of trainers who came to challenge today. Let's skip the complicated procedures. The number of Pokémon used is 2. The basic rules are trustworthy. You get the idea. My first Pokémon was a Magnemite. After seeing Jasmine release the Pokémon so proactively, Oak nodded to show that he understood, and then released the Pokémon that was going to challenge the gym today. Steelix, come out and fight. Before coming to the challenge, Oki also did a little homework. He knew that Jasmine also had a Steelix, and it happened that his Onix had evolved, so it would be good to use the gymnasium competition as a test for Steelix. Steelix, great guy, Magnemite metal sound though. As a gym trainer, Pokémon cannot be exchanged during gym challenges, and the electricity-type tricks really don't have much effect on Steelix, so Anning is also working very hard now. We won't lose compared to this, Steelix make noise. 2 voices surrounded the field. Sir Lena and the gymnasium people who were watching the battle took out earplugs to block their ears, while the 2 fighting, all of them temporarily closed their ears with spiritual power. Enough is enough, Steelix, Orberg tail. Although there was voice interference, Steelix still heard Oki's cry, and from the tip of the tail to the protruding part began to emit white light, and then moved towards soaring into the floating Magnemite hit the sky. Magnemite dodge, used the swing ball. Magnemite assist successfully dodged Steelix's Orberg tail using the spin of the swing ball. It's too late, Steelix tackle. The moment Steelix dodged Orberg's tail, Steelix's head was already approaching that way. Hearing Oki's order, Steelix rammed directly towards Magnemite. Magnemite lost the ability to fight and won because of the steel snake. The referee on the sidelines announced directly upon seeing this. Okay, since that's the case, let me show you my Steelix. Jasmine released her Steelix as she spoke, and it seemed that Ampharos didn't plan to use it in this battle. The 2 Steelix are facing each other. Oak Steelix is the leader in the Onyx Cave and is relatively large in size, but Jasmine's Steelix is not inferior at all, almost the same size as Oak Steelix. The size is the same, but the difficulty of my Steelix's evolution is beyond your comprehension. Steelix, give up your life. Facing the same huge Steelix, Oak's Steelix roared and rushed over. Since that's the case, Steelix, let's make a sacrifice. Boom, the 2 Steelix collided together, making a loud noise. Oak Yat's Steelix tackle then stayed put, but Jasmine's Steelix did get knocked back a good distance. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, Jasmine couldn't accept it. Breeder's Steelix, which he had worked so hard for, lost under the same conditions. Nothing is impossible. Jasmine, did your Steelix evolve after using metal coating? Oak replied. Yes, so what, aren't you your Steelix? Jasmine guessed something. My Steelix was conquered during the Onyx period. It existed as a leader at the time. At the same time, this guy has been insisting on exercising his body. After being conquered by me, he trained even harder. Finally, he evolved a few days ago. Metallic coating, I think you know what that means. Roar, Oki's Steelix roared very cooperatively. So what, my Steelix won't admit defeat, destroy the Deathlight. Of course, Jasmine knew what that meant, but he didn't expect that this person's Steelix would evolve like this. Normal trainer can't wait for so long. It was also because of good luck that Oki had practiced for a long time before taking over Onyx, which was a big bargain. Come if you want, Steelix, and we too destroy the Death Ray. 2 powerful destructive death rays collided directly, and explosion occurred. After the explosion, the gymnasium was in chaos, and Jasmine regretted being so impulsive. I have to say that Jasmine's Steelix is really well cultivated, even if the evolution method is a bit lacking. But the cultivation after evolution makes up for this point. It is very close and it has suffered a relatively large amount of damage. The time for evolution is still too short, but Steelix rushed to bind and then the dragon fluctuates. The difference in the way of evolution caused some gaps that were not easy to make up for. Oki's Steelix was very fast, so he rushed over and tied Jasmine's Steelix before he could react. Hit it. The effect is outstanding, but as a Steel-type Pokémon, Steelix's defense is amazing. After being hit by a short-range Dragon Wave, it has not lost its combat ability. Fight Steelix Crunch. Jasmine tried to fight but failed. Oak Yat's Steelix, which had better contest conditions, evaded Crunch directly and gave rival a powerful knock at the same time. The battle is over, Jasmine's Steelix fell, and Yin Mui also successfully won the mineral badge. Thanks Steelix, it's all because of your hard work. Oki, who got the mineral badge, climbed onto Steelix's head and said, Steelix, which won the first battle with 4.8 after evolution, is also very happy, but the sound it makes is a bit noisy. As a person who has spiritual power after opening the spirit, Oki said that this is not a problem at all, and he stood on Steelix very calmly and communicated with it. Not long after, Oki took Steelix back because there was another battle going on here, and before leaving the gym, Oki roughly lost a bit. There were 10 trainers who came to challenge, and they didn't know can you finish playing this afternoon. Fortunately, I came early. Where are we going next? Lena asked after leaving the gym. Next, let's go to Cyanwood City, it's very close by boat. Oki said after reading the guide. Well, I found out that there seems to be a big competition on the Vortex Islands. Can we go and have a look? Sir Lena asked coyly. For such a trivial matter, Oki naturally would not refuse and agreed to go there after challenging the Cyanwood gym. In fact, even if Sir Lena didn't say anything, Oki still planned to go there to have a look. Maybe he still had a chance to compete directly. After Oki got the mineral badge, he stayed in Kyangong City for another day because there was really no boat to Cyanwood City, but the distance was so close, Oki was not in a hurry. Besides, there is still some time before the Vortex Archipelago contest is held, and it will be boring to go early. Because the two cities are very close to each other, there are quite a lot of boats. Early the next morning, Oki and the others took the boat to Cyanwood City and arrived in Cyanwood City in the afternoon. Coming to Cyanwood City, Oki went to the Pokémon Center first. Facing the fighting gym, the Pokémon team still needs to adjust. After changing the Pokémon to be used, Oki rushed directly to the Cyanwood gym. That's it, Machoke, use some force. You too. Machoke. Yes, teacher. As a fighting-type gymnasium, it is naturally full of vitality. As soon as Oki came outside the gymnasium, he heard a burst of shouts. Hello, I'm here to challenge the gym. Pushing open the door, Oki, who was training in full swing, yelled twice, but found no one to answer him, so he could only yell helplessly. Everyone who was training and the Pokémon all turned their heads to stare at Oki. I have to say that the momentum was a bit scary. Oh, there are challengers, so the training will be temporarily suspended and everyone will gather at the competition venue. Oh, the Hall Master's disciples agreed with great momentum, and then collectively ran towards a certain place. Watching this scene speechlessly, Oki was very thankful that he was not reborn into the fighting family. Otherwise it must be very miserable, and he couldn't accept this way at all. When we came to the competition room of the gymnasium, the disciples of the gym owner Chuck were already kneeling and sitting in a row on the sidelines, and only one disciple was standing on the sidelines holding two small flags. Trainer Chuck from Cyanwood Gym and challenger Oak Yat from Pallet Town. Yat badge is the official start of the gymnasium competition. There are 2 Pokémon available. Are you 2 ready? Then the competition begins now. The referee who got the response from the 2 directly announced that the game had officially started. Listen up, challenger. The Pokémon I use is Machoke and the Fast Stroke Frog. Let's fight. The Fast Stroke Frog that Chuck just released stood in the middle of the field and looked at Tian Mui. Okay, then I use these 2. Come out, Machamp Persian. Persian, you go first. Persian, who used to fight Machamp for a long time, was very excited when faced with this kind of scene and went straight to the fast-swimming frog in front of you, staring straight at it. Swimming frog, rush over, Chuck ordered passionately. Persian Thunderbolt. This game was not a fighting game, and Oki didn't intend to fight directly, and he called Persian and the others just to let them come over for fun. Avoid double slap. The Pokémon in the fighting gym, even if it's not pure fighting, has excellent speed. The fast-swimming frog dodged the Thunderbolt with a few strides, then kicked its feet and rushed straight towards Persian. Shadow Claw. Oki didn't order to dodge, but directly ordered Persian to rush towards the fast-stroke frog. With Machamp, Persian, who used to PK with Machamp, has rich combat experience. The Shadow Claw and the double slap of the fast-swimming frog kept colliding. After a few times, it was not Persian who was knocked out, but the fast-swimming frog. This scene shocked Chuck and his disciples. Good chance, Persian Thunderbolt. Before the fast-swimming frog got up, Oki directly ordered Persian to attack. Thunderbolt has an outstanding effect on the water plus fighting type of fast-stroke frog, and it will be knocked down by electricity directly. Swimming frogs out of action, Persian wins. Next is you, Machoke, come on. Following Chuck's shout, Machoke kept hitting Chuck with a knife in his hand, and judging from the reactions of the people around him, he knew that this was not the first time. Machoke's hand knife is obviously reserved, so it can be seen that this Machoke's control of power is very precise. Oki looked at his own Machamp, and found that it also looked full of fighting spirit. After a while, probably because the encouragement before the battle had been healed, Machoke stopped the sword in his hand and walked to the middle of the field full of fighting spirit. Under the signal of Oki's eyes, Persian retreated to Oki, and Machamp walked to the field instead of Oki and kept colliding with Machoke's eyes on the field, looking like he couldn't wait to start fighting immediately. Rival is your evolution, but this kind of fighting is interesting. Machoke is on the sword. Machoke's imposing hands showed the appearance of knives and rushed towards Machamp. We also use hand knives. Oak found that he liked the battle between two Pokémon of the same kind more and more now. As an evolutionary type, Machamp with 2 extra arms took advantage of the collision of the 2 swords at the beginning, and Machoke was continuously hit by Machamp's swords. Even Machamp found an opportunity to grab Machoke's 2 arms and use the other 2 arms to continuously attack. Machoke, that's it, use Hell Rollout. Seeing that his Machoke kept getting hit, Chuck didn't rush but directly launched Hell Rollout, which is considered a big move in the fighting department. Machoke's 2 arms that were originally caught turned over directly, but instead grabbed Machamp's 2 arms, then leaned back and used the Hell Rollout. As an evolutionary type, we have a great advantage. Machamp, don't let it succeed, Hell Rollout is ours. With 2 free arms, Machamp directly grabbed Machoke, and at the same time used cleverness to turn himself into a hellish rollout. As a fighting type ult, Hell Rollout is very effective. Machoke suffered a lot of damage, but Oki didn't intend to stop and directly used another ult. Machamp used Seismic Toss. Taking advantage of the fact that Machoke had just received a Hell Rollout and hadn't woken up yet, Machamp rushed to hug it. Then he kicked his feet hard, jumped up with Machoke in his arms, spun a few times in the air and threw it down to the ground the moment he landed. Machoke, come on, stand up, Chuck encouraged. However, Chuck is not as powerful as Ash to encourage this ultimate move, and Ash's Pokémon can usually explode and defeat rival after receiving his encouragement. And Machoke, who was encouraged by Chuck, stood up after struggling but still rushed to the street. Machoke is incapacitated, so the challenger wins. Early the next morning, Oki and the others left under the warm blankets, because it was not long before boarding time. Okay, let's not talk about this. I have already booked the SS ticket to the Whirlpool Islands and I will leave tomorrow. Sir Lena waved 2 boats. After coming here, Oki went directly to the Pokémon Center to sign up, but the Vortex Islands contest will take some time. Oki and the others came too early. However, because of the relatively large size of the island, and the place where the Whirlpool Archipelago contest is held is Chica City, another city on the island, Oki and the others could only board another ship and head towards Chica City. Just approaching this side, several large eddies on the sea attracted the attention of the people on board. However, the captain came out at this time to issue a statement that this kind of vortex is completely a small case and will not affect the navigation at all, so that the passengers can rest assured. When Oki said rest, you can emphasize the pronunciation of the 2 words. How could Sir Lena not understand what he meant? However, as a young man who knows the taste, Sir Lena did not refuse and went directly into the bathroom. Oki, who fully understood what it meant, smiled and followed in. Naturally, there is no need to mention the scenery of this night. Okay, take a good rest today, let's go tomorrow. However, I got 2 badges in a row for celebrate, let's rest. Oki smiled. For these 2 SS tickets, Lena separated from Oki as soon as he got off the boat and didn't even go to watch his gymnastics match. However, it was worth buying tomorrow's SS ticket. After passing through several whirlpools without any risk, the ship came to one of the islands in the Whirlpool Archipelago, Red Rock Island. After several days of sailing, the ship that Oki and the others took finally arrived at the Whirlpool Islands. After the referee announced the result of the battle and got the Cyanwood badge, Oki and Chuck exchanged pleasantries and left. After all, unlike Ash, who can be friends with everyone he meets, Oki and Chuck are just the relationship between the challenger and the challenged. There is absolutely no common thread. After leaving Cyanwood Gymnasium, Oki went directly to the hotel that he had made an appointment with C. Lena. Because he booked a luxury suite, the staff warmly brought Oki to the door of the room before leaving. Of course, it doesn't rule out that they want to make sure that he really has something to do with the guests inside. Although the passengers who got the captain's guarantee were a little worried, they gradually calmed down after being persuaded by the surrounding passengers who were not here for the first time. Oki shook his head and said, I use Machamp and Persian. It should be because I have restrained the owner's fast-swimming frog and Machoke, so it's so easy. And the owner must have hidden strength after all. I saw one of his disciples carried a Machamp. Aren't you worried about me? I got it very smoothly and it seems to be the easiest thing to get. Oki took out the signwood badge and said, "Is this curator so weak?" Sir Lena asked strangely. "Yi, how's it going?" "Did you get the badge?" Sir Lena asked as soon as she entered the door. There are 4 relatively large islands in the Whirlpool Archipelago. They are Red Rock Island, where Oki and the others are currently located, and the largest Kingyan Island, Hyungyan Island, and Silver Rock Island. At the beginning, Oki wanted to go to the surrounding islands to play, but he still needed to make some preparations to participate in the Whirlpool Island competition. The Vortex Archipelago tournament will have preliminaries first, and after the top 64 are determined, the finals will be held at the main venue. Because the number of participants is different every year, the number of preliminaries will also change, but this year only needs to win 2 preliminaries. In fact, these are not the key points. The key point is that Oki's water system Pokémon is a bit less. No, it should not be said that there is less, but that there is one and only one Blastoise. Nana, lend me your Totodile. The only water-type Pokémon I have is Blastoise. Oki looked at the Blastoise Piquet ball in his hand and said with a wry smile. For a long time, Oki has always followed the elite route, and there is no lack of combat power now, but it is not easy to form a team of any other department. But fortunately, this time the Whirl Islands finals will only 2 Pokémon are required. That's no problem. Are you going to spend these 2 days getting to know Totodile well? Yeah, there are still a few days before the Whirl Islands competition. Let's get acquainted with Totodile so that it can be used in the competition. In the next few days, Oki and Sir Lena found a beach to train Pokémon, preparing for the Whirl Islands competition. A few days passed and the Whirl Islands competition was finally about to start. The first is the preliminaries. Oki used Blastoise because it is estimated that there should be many strong players in this 3-year Whirl Islands competition. If he is eliminated in the preliminaries, he will be caught blind. There were 2 preliminaries and only 1 Pokémon was used. Oki met Dugong twice and it was relatively easy to fight. He directly entered the top 64 and got the qualification to fight in the main venue. Brother Yi, are you here to participate? The place is small, and Oki, who had just won the game, met Ash and the others who also entered the top 64. Well, Ash, Misty, have you finished the game too? It's all right. Of course, we all advanced. Ash replied, very power trip. Come on, maybe we can meet in the final. Oki chatted with them for a while and left. On the second day, the venue for the competition was the main venue. According to the practice here, the great priest Maya also came here to watch the game, and at the end gave the champion a prize, the mysterious water drop. After a while of speeches from the Maya priest, the game officially started. Today is a 64-32 competition. Because of the large number of people, there is still only 1 Pokémon used, but it will take a little time for Oki to turn. But taking advantage of this time, Oki observed the players' Pokémon. As a relatively large-scale competition, it is still a water-type competition. The Pokémon used by the participating players are really varied, but the most pitiful one is Ash's rival. A Kingdra was defeated by Ash's Totodile. I don't know what to say. Because only 1 Pokémon is used, the battle is relatively fast, and Oki was soon notified in the broadcast to prepare. In order not to overturn, Oki plans to use a Pokémon today and tomorrow to use Blastoise. If he loses in this way, it can only be said that he does not have that strength. Come on, Q-Willfish. Rival is using Q-Willfish, and Oak is the first to release the Pokémon with you, so the first strike is his. In this case, Blastoise Hydro Pump. Although Rival is a water-type Pokémon, the powerful impact of Hydro Pump can still cause considerable damage. Q-Willfish, avoid using the Pin Missile. The Q-Willfish, which looks a bit like a puffer fish, sank directly into the water and opened up the Hydro Pump attack. At the same time, it began to absorb a lot of water. It is said that when this Pokémon uses the Pin Missile, it must absorb a lot of water. And then I don't know if it can strengthen the power of the trick. Q-Willfish's ability to absorb water is still very strong, and a small vortex appeared in the fighting place. As the vortex dissipates, Q-Willfish emerges from the water and uses Pin Missile. Boring Blastoise used the Rapid Spin. Blastoise's Rapid Spin is very powerful, and because when using this trick, the limbs and head will retract into the turtle shell, so Q-Willfish's Pin Missile does not cause any damage at all. Blastoise spun and ran into it directly. Although Q-Willfish gave up on Pin Missile at the last moment and planned to sink into the water, but Blastoise's speed was not slow and Rapid Spin directly hit it. Q-Willfish fainted and floated directly on the water, which also means that Oki successfully broke into the top 32, although it is quite simple. The game continued on the second day, also using a Pokémon. This time Okia's rival used the more common Pokémon on the Vortex Islands, Remoraid's evolutionary Octillery. Octillery used the ink cannon. Rival used a unique trick as soon as he came up. Okia frowned, not that there was any trouble, but even if the ink cannon couldn't hit Blastoise, it would be annoying if it fell into the water and blackened the surrounding water, so Oak quickly asked Blastoise to push it back. Blastoise Hydro Pump and Freeze Rays. Knowing what Okia meant, Blastoise used the Hydro Pump to push back the Octillery's ink cannon and at the same time began to prepare the freezing light. It can't go on like this. Octillery dives and rushes through the water to use the coil. Rival also felt bad at this time and then changed tactics. Although Rival changed tactics and gave new orders, Oak didn't move, Blastoise just stopped the hydro pump and the freezing light was ready to send out at any time, just waiting quietly. Rival's words made Totodile, who had been dancing since he came out, stop. It usually looks like an optimist, and it rarely showed a serious expression. Then it stared at its final evolution form opposite and let out a very taunt small water gun. Ha ha ha, Totodile, this kind of baby that hasn't evolved yet. Let me show you my Pokémon, come out Feraligatr. The two Pokémon that Misty uses today are Mosquito, Frog, and Psyduck, which is a risky move, but Rival likes to hit Psyduck on the head if he wants to die. Frog didn't even get a chance to play. Not long after the battle between the two was over, it was Okia's turn to play. Just like Oki observed them, Ash and Misty also went to the auditorium to find good Xiaosur, Lena, and Zio Gang, and they sat together to watch Oki as it's time to compete. After all, it may become a strong obstacle for him to win the championship. For a sneak attack, the best direction is behind because it is more difficult to react. Rival obviously thought so too. Following trainer's order, Octillery jumped up from the water behind Blastoise, opened his tentacles, and planned to give Blastoise a warm hug. As for Ash, this guy's Squirtle was released and led his former boys to become firemen. Now he only has 2 water Pokémon, one more than Oki, but enough. The Totodile given to Ash by Oak is well trained and strong in fighting. That's it, then I'll take a good look at how your Totodile is doing. When Ash saw Sir Lena's Totodile, he inevitably had the mentality of comparison. Octillery it's now. But what Rival didn't expect was that even without trainer's reminder, Blastoise still accurately grasped its position based on the sound of Octillery when it came out of the water, and turned around, and the freezing light hit Octillery directly. It was directly frozen into ice cubes under the freezing light. The other Kingler is even more eye-catching. It was severely stunted when it was taken in, but after the careful care of the laboratory, it is not too big now, it is a bit normal, and the unique crab punch is really strong. Does it have special power like my own Persian? That's right, Oki, it's not like you don't know that Pokémon is very picky. Up to now, there are only a dozen Pokémon, and the only water type is Blastoise. I can only borrow my emergency. Because Oki's match was relatively late, he came to the battlefield and took a good look at the match between the two. Because starting tomorrow, the rest of the game will use 2 Pokémon. After the game, Oki and Lena came to the beach directly with Totodile, planning to conduct a special training before the game. Octillery lost the ability to fight. Oki won and successfully advanced to tomorrow's round of 16. Following the referee's decision, the audience in the audience burst into congratulations. And in the audience, Ash saw this Totodile always felt a bit strange, but after shaking his head, he just asked Sir Lena. See Lena, is this Totodile your spear? In the main arena, watching the Totodile released by Oki, Rival started to laugh. Come out Totodile. As originally planned, the Pokémon that Oak uses first is Totodile. One night passed quickly, and early the next morning the Whirlpool Archipelago's 16-8 match officially started. Fortunately, Oki did not meet Ash and Misty, and it seemed that it was because of Oki, the butterfly effect caused, the 2 people who would have met today, Rival also became a person they don't know each other. In the main venue of the Whirlpool Islands contest, Feraligatr Rage of Totodile Taunt was unstoppable, but there was no extra action. It seemed that Breeder was very good. HMPH, a little one is a little one, I'll show you what despair is. Feraligatr Hydro Pump. Feraligatr's Hydro Pump is the same as its name, just from the momentum and speed. You can know that this Hydro Pump is very powerful and powerful. But Oki has never thought of using Totodile and Feraligatr to be tough. After all, the gap is really not small. Dive into the water and freeze the light. The results of the special training these days are obvious. Totodile enters the water very fast, and at the same time, the preparation speed for freezing the light is not slow. It is almost in the process of sinking into the water, and then surfacing it was ready, and then hit Feraligatr's mouth directly. Because Totodile is fast, the Feraligatr Hydro Pump is still on at this time, facing the oncoming freezing light. It can only use its right hand to resist, and the result is that Feraligattor's right hand is directly frozen. Feraligattor, break the ice with your claws. Okia's rival didn't dare to push it too hard now. The longer Feraligattor's right hand was frozen, the more unfavorable it would be for him, so he could only look for an opportunity to break it. But as rival, Oki obviously won't let him succeed. Totodile Bubble Rice Light. The position of the bubble beam is also the mouth of Feraligattor. The powerful attack part is also the place where it cannot be injured. Feraligattor can only use his sharp claws when he stops, turn around and use the bubble beam to hit Totodile. Go. Because of the gap in strength and size, Totodile's bubble beam was pushed back directly, and he had to dive to avoid it, but the task of preventing Feraligattor from breaking the ice has been achieved. 860. Feraligattor, dive into the water and bite. When rival trainer ordered, he gave Feraligattor a look. Oki guessed that it was basically related to breaking the ice, but there is no good way to stop it now, but try to. There is nothing wrong with giving rival damage. Totodile used the Iron Head skill. Oki gave the order and at the same time gave Totodile a wink. I believe that after these few days of cooperative training, Totodile can understand. Feraligattor jumped directly into the water, and at the moment when he entered the water, he swung his right hand directly and hit the platform he had just stood on. Because that thing is actually a very long pillar, but most of it is buried in the water, so it is very hard. The ice on Feraligattor's right hand directly shattered and broke free. But before Feraligattor was happy, Totodile's attack arrived, and Iron Head directly hit the back of its head. Feraligattor, turn around the claws. Feraligattor, who was instructed by the trainer, quickly turned around, and then the claws swung directly at the charging Totodile. The claws landed a direct hit, but Feraligattor and his trainer couldn't be happier. Because just when Feraligattor's claws hit Totodile, Totodile's figure dissipated directly, and at the same time Feraligattor's stomach was violently tackled. Feraligattor, whose stomach was attacked by the Iron Head Kung Fu, hadn't reacted yet, and another blow from the Iron Head Kung Fu hit its mouth. Damn it, Feraligattor used the destructive death ray. Looking at Totodile dancing on the high platform, the trainer rage of the alligator was abnormal. Feraligattor's destructive deathlight was impeccable both in terms of BBCH condensing speed and power after it was emitted. Totodile on the diving platform was hit directly, but the result was a bit unacceptable to rival. How is it possible, still a clone? Okia's rival said in disbelief. This is substitute, but these are not important anymore. Totodile Iron Head has successfully fired. Taking advantage of the freezing time after Feraligattor used the destructive deathlight, Oak ordered Totodile to continue attacking. Wait, I surrendered. To Okia's surprise, rival actually conceded directly, not for Feraligattor, but directly gave up the game. Looking at Okia's eyes, rival smiled frankly. I only have Dolly Ray and a water Pokémon. Looking at the back of rival leaving in a cool way, Oki had to sigh that there are indeed people like him, but he has a girlfriend and he has already won. The fight ended in a funny way, but it is undeniable that Oki successfully advanced, and the referee also announced that Oki advanced to the top 8. In the next 2 days, Oki fought another battle with different rivals. It couldn't be said to be easy, but it wasn't too difficult either. The two guys, Ash Misty, really have a bad relationship. Even though the appearance of Oki changed the result of their meeting in the top 16, they still collided in the top 8. The result was the same as in the animation. Corsola, who was subdued by Misty assist, successfully defeated Ash and unfortunately lost to the female player named Trinity in the semifinals. And Oki fought the original champion in the semifinals, won. A bit strong, and Blastoise was injured to beat it. On the last day of the Vortex Islands contest, the finalists are Oak, Yat, and Trinity. The trainer named Trinity uses Golduck and Gyarados, both of which are very strong. Oki fought hard with her for a long time before defeating it and successfully winning the championship. At the Champions Awards ceremony, the great priest Maya handed over the champion's prize Mysterious Water Drop to him and gave him a blessing. In fact, these are not important. As the son of the Oak family, the Mysterious Water Drop may be a treasure to others, but Oki didn't take it seriously. But when he caught the Mysterious Water Drop, he felt the difference. At the same time, Maya's blessing also made Oki feel a strange power, which shocked him very much. After the ceremony was over, Oki and Sir Lena were on their way back to the hotel. Oki couldn't wait to ask the Ling his own question. Ling, what's going on here? Is that force spiritual power? That's right, Master. After my inspection, it was indeed a force I had never seen before. After listening to Ling's analysis, Oki was very shocked and accompanied Sir Lena back to the hotel in silence. And he gave new instructions to Ling when Sir Lena said to go to Ash and the others to celebrate. Ling, call up all the books I've read since I came to this world, and see if I can find anything else. When I read the book before, I didn't pay attention to these aspects at all. So there may be records, but I didn't pay attention to them. Let the spirit reorganize and there may be unexpected gains. In fact, when he learned that there are other mysterious forces in this world, Oki was not very shocked. As a world surrounded by spiritual power, it is not normal to have no special power. The reason why the cultivation method of spiritual power can become the mainstream of the world is that it is something that has been handed down from the plane of the earth after countless years. It is normal for something that has been tested by time to have this effect. It's just that I didn't pay much attention to it before, but now I suddenly discovered it, and while I was surprised, my curiosity was aroused at once. Although it is said that curiosity killed the cat, social development and progress all start with curiosity, and then slowly explore. Besides, one's own identity is doomed to not be in much danger. Unless someone deliberately wants to start a war, then it doesn't matter whether he does this by himself at that time, doesn't it? In the evening, Oak, Lena and Ash had a meal together and had a good celebration. Although Ash and the others didn't win the championship, they had a top 8 and a top 4, which is already very good, so everyone had a very happy meal. During the dinner, Oak asked Ash about their plans and they said they would go to Silver Rock Island first. Oki thought for a while. It is said that there is some mysterious Pokémon on the Silver Rock Island, and with Ash's luck they will definitely encounter it when they pass there, so they plan to go to the Silver Rock Island as well. But not with Ash and the others, because although they are lucky enough to encounter good things, they also encounter a lot of strange things at the same time. Unlike Ash and the others, Oki and Sir Lena came directly to Silver Rock Island by boat and investigated the situation here, but found a lot of news about Team Rocket's activities. Not free-roaming rockets like Jesse James and the others, but big horse action. And with this sign, it is certain that something unusual will happen here, and Oki is rarely excited. A few days later, Ash and the others came here. In order to be able to participate in the affairs here, Oki and Lena started activities with the three of them. As for assist Ash's luck, Oki and the others soon made a new discovery. They met Richie, an acquaintance who is said to have checked a lot of information, and then we all searched for the mysterious Pokémon. Oki had a hunch that it might happen soon. Something big has happened. After discussion, Oki and the others chose a remote island to move forward. Unlike Ash, who only found someone there, Oki saw a little boy, a lantern and a little Lugia with his enhanced eyesight. After seeing Lugia, Oki probably thought of what happened, but because of the long time, his memory is rather vague. But what is certain is that things here have become more interesting. Johto Region Vortex Islands, here on Silver Rock Island. Oki and the others had just arrived on a remote island, and they met a kid with a ball head and a lantern that seemed to be developing well. Kids, what I have to say is that Ash is really clueless. After talking for a while, this guy seems to be persuaded by the child, and he believes that there are really no mysterious Pokémon here. Fortunately, luck always favors this guy. Although Oki knew it but didn't reveal it, but because of Team Rocket's trouble, the baby Lugia was discovered by Ash and the others. Little devil, stop for me and take Lugia baby Tian. Maybe Power Trip got used to it. Before the rockets arrived, the voice came first, and the direct result was that Ash and the others directly intervened. The leaders of the rockets this time are Cassidy and Butch. These two are elite members of the rockets. Although their strength is not very good, they still have brains when they do bad things. The Pokémon of these two guys are the ones that are often changed, and this time they sent out Hounder and Kebelang. Ash immediately sent Bayleaf to fight, and Richie sent Pupitar, which surprised Oki. Needless to say, the rarity of quasi-god Pokémon, he can have one that has not been snatched. It made Oki have to doubt his origin. The two of Cassidy lost the Pokémon battle and planned to hit them directly with a submarine. I have to say it was a bit ruthless. Just as Oki was touching the Piquet ball, intending to rescue it if necessary, a boat rushed out from the side and directly knocked the Tilda submarine. The two of Cassidy didn't know why, so they retreated directly, but that's fine, there is no need for Oak to escape. After the rockets left, the kid Joshua told Oki the whole story, and during the conversation, the baby Lugia ran up to Oki and rubbed against him. Oki guessed that it was his special baby, spiritual power attracted it. I guess Mama Lugia is coming soon. After talking for a while, Ziu looked at the sea and said, maybe it was due to experience, maybe it was other reasons anyway. As soon as Joshua finished speaking, a huge Lugia appeared on the surface of the sea. Ling, check it out, I feel that this Lugia's strength is a bit low. Looking at Lugia in front of him, Oki always felt something was wrong. That's right, Master. This Lugia only has the strength of an elite midterm now, which should be the reason why the baby Lugia was just born. After Lugia came out, she was very rage, thinking it was Oak and they wanted to do something to their baby. In fact, it is right to think about it. It is normal for every mother to get angry when she sees a lot of people around her baby for no reason. Ash and their explanations obviously couldn't convince Lugia. When Oki felt that he needed to use his strength to convince it, the one named Lugia who rushed over at this time took out a piece of Lugia's feather and successfully calmed Lugia down. And this also made Oki feel that he was here to make soy sauce this time. Seeing Lugia bring baby Lugia back into the sea, everyone decided to go down to have a look, but Oki let Blastoise out. After all, Team Rocket is nearby. Who knows if they will suddenly attack in a jerk? Everyone who came to the sea saw a warm scene. Lugia's mother was feeding Lugia's baby. This is a rare scene, and it is a little more difficult than seeing a mythical beast. In the temporary base of Team Rocket in the sea, Namba, the person in charge of Team Rocket here, is deciding to experiment with the Pokémon power-enhancing machine he invented. Namba doesn't know how many. After Lugia's mother fed the baby, she disappeared again and everyone stopped staying and went ashore together. While everyone was chatting, the two guys, Cassidy and his men, came to capture Lugia treasure again. "I'm silent, you really think I'm transparent?" Blastoise hydro pump. After receiving the order, Blastoise hit Team Rocket's submarine with 2 jets of water rushing out of the pipe at the back. The huge force directly caused the submarine to sway left and right. Even the submarine, they didn't know what material was shot out twice. A sunken place. "Damn it, where did this kid come from? He's so strong," Cassidy said after looking at the damaged condition of the submarine. "It doesn't matter where he came from, it's important to take back little Lugia. Even if you can't take it back, you have to," Butch said after he found something at this time. "Okay, fight Hounder, come out Kopalangs." Although he knew that these two guys had other plans, Oki couldn't stop him at this time because the moment the two guys released the Pokémon, they threw something into baby Lugia's cage. Oki because the distance was too far and it was too late to stop them. But Ash and the others stood by the side as if they were watching a play. "Lugia, damn it, Totodile, go and save baby Lugia." After seeing baby Lugia fainted, Ash and the others reacted. The Rockets, who seemed to have achieved their goal, retreated, and Oki could only ask Blastoise to help rescue baby Lugia before planning. It wasn't until the cage was pushed ashore that Blissey checked that the little guy had just passed out. "Great, as long as there is no problem." After hearing that baby Lugia was fine, Ash and the others were relieved. "Not necessarily, the guys from the Rockets can't simply want to stun it, they must have other plans," Oki said. "Why is that?" Hearing what Oki said, everyone thought about it. It didn't take long for them to think. The sound from a distance made them stop thinking. Stephanie and the little guy Joshua stayed here to take care of baby Lugia and prevent it from being stolen. But Oki and the others went towards the direction of the sound. "After a long distance, I found a huge machine floating on the sea next to a machine-made baby Lugia locked in a cage. Because a layer of artificial leather was made, it still looked very realistic and it didn't release Lugia baby's growl. But what Oki and the others heard was the sound of Lugia's mother attacking the cage. Charizard, come out, Mega Evolve, go block that Lugia, it's a trap, ask for flowers." After Mega Evolution, Charizard's strength has obviously reached the peak of Elite's early stage, and it is still no problem to block that crazy Lugia. "It's you again, come on, stop them." Cassidy and the others, who were waiting for Lugia to be caught, directly led their men out to block the way. All of a sudden, dozens of different Pokémon appeared in front of Oki and the others. They thought that there was only one way to fight and the battle was imminent. "In that case, Ash, Richie, Zyoging, you guys get rid of the miscellaneous soldiers and I'll deal with that crazy Lugia." After Oki released the Pokémon he was carrying, he walked directly to the place where the Mega Charizard and Lugia were fighting. Along the way, Pokémon rushed over from time to time trying to stop Oki, but was directly hit by Machamp and Persian. Knowing that melee combat is not enough, Team Rocket resorted to various long-range tricks, but unfortunately most of them were intercepted by Kirlia and Pidgeotto, and Steelix, who was behind Oki, used a strong defense to block all the tricks. The attack is like scratching an itch to it. Oki just strolled around the courtyard like this, walking normally near the battlefield of the Mega Charizard. Seeing how the Mega Charizard kept dodging and dealing with Lugia, there should be no problem for the time being. "Steelix, destroy the Deathlight and smash this cage and the garbage inside." Seeing that Charizard has no problem for the time being, Mumui intends to solve the root of Lugia's mother's madness first. Steelix's destructive Deathlight directly flooded the cage. And after the destructive Deathlight disappeared, the cage and the mechanical baby Lugia inside disappeared, leaving only a big hole in place. The cage and its contents were gone, so baby Lugia's growl also stopped, but Mother Lugia in soaring in the sky was only slightly startled, and then attacked the Mega Charizard again. "Is this guy really crazy?" Charizard, big word, fire. Seeing Lugia continue to attack unrelentingly, Oki also became angry. Directly ordered the Mega Charizard to start a counterattack. If it is Lugia, a sane elite intermediate, maybe it would be good if he really supports and does not fall, but facing Lugia who has gone crazy and lost his mind, there is still a chance to win. Faced with the big blue fire hitting him, Lugia instinctively used the Hydro Pump to block it, and then hit the Mega Charizard with the destructive Death Light. Charizard Fly Up then Dragon's Claw. Facing the destructive Death Light of the Divine Beast, Oki really didn't want to let Charizard take it hard. Although the strength of Lugia who gave birth to the baby has declined, the original experience and insights are still there. The power to destroy the Death Light is not comparable to regular Pokémon. After avoiding the destructive Death Light, Mega Charizard accelerated to Lugia's side directly, and the Dragon's Claw hit him hard. Lugia retreated straight after being hit by the Dragon's Claw, but seized a gap, and shot a destructive Death Beam in the direction of Oki. Damn it, destroy the dead light and stop it. Sister, I just yelled out, but is this guy really crazy? He knows to beat me first. Is Lugia really crazy? Oki is not so sure about this now. Taking advantage of the gap, he directly hit Oki's destructive Death Beam, which was directly blocked by the destructive Death Beam of several Pokémon around Oki. But judging from the result of the collision between the Pokémon's destructive Death Beam and Lugia, the power it's really big. Your sister, did you give me a face? Articuno, come out and beat me up. With such a powerful destructive Death Light coming, Oki was really angry and directly released Articuno, intending to directly knock out the idiot who is not a bird. Charizard Flamethrower, Articuno Frozen Light. Alternating hot and cold play, I believe it can cause a lot of damage to Lugia. The strength of the two Pokémon beat up, both of which have reached the elite level, greatly increased the pressure on Lugia, who could only dodge constantly and seize the opportunity to counterattack from time to time. After a few rounds, Lugia's injuries increased greatly, and Articuno and Mega Charizard also suffered a lot of injuries. After all, hitting it hurts normal, but if it is hit, it will be really blinded. Articuno Destruction Death Ray Charizard Blast Burn. Oki seized the opportunity of 657 and ordered through the spiritual power link. The destructive Death Light just now let him know that this Lugia in front of him is completely a stupid bird now. If he attracts hatred, he might be killed at any time. It's a priority to solve. Grabbing Lugia's gap, Articuno and Mega Charizard's unique moves hit it one after another. Because the two Pokémon's unique moves directly hit the same place, so from extremely cold to extremely hot, the damage exploded, plus the damage done to it just now due to the injury, Lugia was finally knocked out and floated on the sea. The two Pokémon were also very tired. After landing next to Oki, Oki hurriedly released Blissey with him to help heal. Fortunately, just seeing that baby Lugia just fainted, Oki put away Blissey, leaving only Blastos for safety, and now he can help. Ha 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 ha, my luck is really good. Just as Blissey was healing Articuno and Charizard, a burst of power trip laughter came from behind Oak and the others. Looking back, Ash and the others were stopped by Team Rocket's miscellaneous soldiers and Cassidy's Pokémon with a Pokémon booster. A man in a white coat appeared not far in front of him. Facts have proved that the person riding the white horse is not necessarily Prince Charming, he may be Tang Seng. The talking frog is not necessarily Prince Frog, it may be a monster. The professor who contributes to the development may just be a researcher with a brain hole who knows how to do some research. Hey, what is that look in your eyes? I, Dr. Namba, have taken a fancy to your Pokémon, hand it over yourself, don't let me do it. Standing in front of Oki, he was wearing a white coat, but he was bald with red hair and a beard. The old man said it was a power trip. Old Bo, right? Where did you get the confidence? You're just a researcher and your subordinates are all over there. Oki pointed in Ash's direction and said, it's not Layabo, it's Namba. This guy seems to care about it, but he quickly relieved, but forget it, I'm used to it. As for why, just let you see it come out Alekid Nidoking. What is that thing? Oki noticed that these two Pokémon also had the same machine on their heads as Cassidy's Pokémon. Ha 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 ha, you noticed. That is my masterpiece, Namba number 5, that can enhance the strength of Pokémon. Namba was very proud of his invention. So what? How strong can it be enhanced by the rage caused by the machine? Machamp Persian, you go. You can see it, not bad, but you will soon know how strong Rage's enhanced strength can be. Nidoking, use Rage's Megaton Boxing, Electabuzz, Rage's Thunder Palm. It can't be seen that Dr. Namba, who specializes in research, is so passionate about fighting and launch the attack first. It's just a machine. If these can do much, then why are we training Pokémon so hard? Machamp Dynamic Punch hit back Persian Orberg Tail. What Machamp faced was the Nidoking, and the 4-fist Dynamic Punch made it keep retreating. Under the command of Oki, Persian avoided the Lightning Palm of Electabuzz, and Orberg's tail directly hit Namba No. 5 on its head. After breaking it and falling, it turned around and hit the one on Nidoking's head. How is it possible? Namba couldn't believe it when he saw his masterpiece was knocked down without any effect. Nothing is impossible. If your machine is used in large-scale battles, it may be okay and can be useful. But in one-on-one duels, someone with a little sense can directly destroy it, but I believe that the cost of that thing is not high. Low right. Otherwise, only the two leaders would be able to install it. Quan Shui said leisurely, "You are right, but please remember the beasts are not so easy to own," Namba said and planned to retreat. "Want to leave, have you asked me? As for owning Articuno, I believe the Oak family can handle it, so you don't have to worry about it." Seeing that Namba wanted to leave, Oki commanded Steelix to stop him. Hearing Oki talking about the Oak family, Namba seemed to think of something, took out a book and started flipping through it. As if he was very familiar with this book, Namba flipped through it casually, and he turned to the page where there was something he wanted to know. "Are you Oki, the eldest son of the Oak family?" As if seeing something incredible, Namba shouted in disbelief after checking it several times. "It's me, so what? What are you going to do about this matter?" Oak smiled and looked at him. "How do you want to solve it?" Namba knew that he had offended a terrible person, and combined with the rumors about Oki some time ago, Namba immediately faltered. After a while, Ash, who was not stopped by the rockets, ran over. Fortunately for Oak Yi and the others, after this Luja appeared, looking at the situation in front of them, they did not make any drastic moves, but landed next to the fallen Luja and began to heal its injuries. Instead, Blissey could only walk while making way for it. "Because my healing speed is really not as fast as others, I am here to direct those who get in the way." "No, it's terrible. Articuno, Charizard, you go and rescue Luja first, and Blissey will heal her with all her strength later." Hearing what Oki said, Namba ran to their mobile base without much thought and called his men back. "Pills?" Oki raised his head to the sky and said 5.7 speechless. "Here you are, we've written it off." Namba reluctantly put the Electabuzz into the Piquet ball and then threw it to Oki and said, "Yeah, just now my Articuno told me that a very strong Pokémon is approaching. Who else can approach this side at this time except that Luja's spouse?" Oki said indifferently. Okay, let's go. I guess this Luja's mate is coming soon." Oki, who got the Electabuzz, was in a good mood and gave Namba a free reminder. "Brother Yi, is it true? Just before the rockets left, they said that another Luja was coming." Seeing Articuno and other Pokémon beside Oki, Ash and the others were shocked, but didn't they ask first top concern? Soon, on the surface of the sea in front of them, a Luja that was bigger than the knocked-down Luja appeared. "No." As if stepping on the tail, Namba was timid, but suddenly changed his posture, but remembering the horror of Oki, he could only say reluctantly, "At most, I will give you one." "Okay, I want this Electabuzz." Oki didn't think about getting all of them. After all, the blue-type Pokémon is too precious. It would be great if Namba could give one, just because he still lacks an electric-type Pokémon. The main force, so Electabuzz has become the best choice. After a while, Articuno was Oak at the same time, and the Pokémon was approaching rapidly. This is scary. Oak has traveled for so long, and with the help of Spirit, how many blue-qualified Pokémon are there? The two Pokémon that this guy uses as guards are both blue-qualified. Looking at Luja lying in front of him, Oki was a little speechless. Only then did he remember that he seemed to have beaten the baby Luja's mother. If the baby Luja's father really rushed over then, Oki, who was reminded of the freezing, silently put away all the Pokémon except Blissey. If it really came, it would make no difference if these Pokémon were there, and without these Pokémon, he watched Blissey help heal his wounds. Maybe there is a chance to explain it. Ash and the others watched Oki's series of actions and probably guessed what was going on. Although they were surprised that Oki could have Articuno and beat Luja to the ground, there was nothing they could do about the imminent crisis. It was also Kiki who looked up at soaring in the sky and then said, "The cause of medicine. These two Pokémon have good aptitude and strength, give them to me." Just now, Ling gave Oki a terrible news. Namba's Electabuzz and Nidoking have blue-level aptitude. Is Luja really crazy? Oki is not so sure about this now. Taking advantage of the gap, he directly hit Oki's destructive death beam, which was directly blocked by the destructive death beam of several Pokémon around Oki. But judging from the result of the collision between the Pokémon's destructive death beam and Luja, the power, it's really big. "Your sister, did you give me a face? Articuno, come out and beat me up." With such a powerful destructive death light coming, Oki was really angry and directly released Articuno, intending to directly knock out the idiot who is not a bird. Charizard Flamethrower, Articuno Frozen Light. Alternating hot and cold play, I believe it can cause a lot of damage to Luja. The strength of the two Pokémon beat up, both of which have reached the elite level, greatly increased the pressure on Luja, who could only dodge constantly and seize the opportunity to counterattack from time to time. After a few rounds, Luja's injuries increased greatly, and Articuno and Mega Charizard also suffered a lot of injuries. After all, hitting it hurts normal, but if it is hit, it will be really blinded. Articuno Destruction Death Ray Charizard Blast Burn. Oki seized the opportunity of 657 and ordered through the spiritual power link. The destructive deathlight just now let him know that this Lugia in front of him is completely a stupid bird now. If he attracts hatred, he might be killed at any time. It's a priority to solve. Grabbing Lugia's gap, Articuno and Mega Charizard's unique moves hit it one after another. Because the two Pokémon's unique moves directly hit the same place, so from extremely cold to extremely hot, the damage exploded, plus the damage done to it just now due to the injury, Lugia was finally knocked out and floated on the sea. The two Pokémon were also very tired. After landing next to Oki, Oki hurriedly released Blissey with him to help heal. Fortunately, just seeing that baby Lugia just fainted, Oki put away Blissey, leaving only Blastos for safety, and now he can help. Ha 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 ha, my luck is really good. Just as Blissey was healing Articuno and Charizard, a burst of power trip laughter came from behind Oak and the others. Looking back, Ash and the others were stopped by Team Rocket's miscellaneous soldiers and Cassidy's Pokémon with a Pokémon booster. A man in a white coat appeared not far in front of him. Facts have proved that the person riding the white horse is not necessarily Prince Charming, he may be Tang Seng. The talking frog is not necessarily Prince Frog, it may be a monster. The professor who contributes to the development may just be a researcher with a brain hole who knows how to do some research. Hey, what is that look in your eyes? I, Dr. Namba, have taken a fancy to your Pokémon. Hand it over yourself, don't let me do it. Standing in front of Oki, he was wearing a white coat, but he was bald with red hair and a beard. The old man said it was a power trip. Old Bo, right? Where did you get the confidence? You're just a researcher and your subordinates are all over there. Oki pointed in Ash's direction and said, it's not Layabo, it's Namba. This guy seems to care about it, but he quickly relieved, but forget it, I'm used to it. As for why, just let you see it come out Elekid Nidoking. What is that thing? Oki noticed that these two Pokémon also had the same machine on their heads as Cassidy's Pokémon. Ha 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 ha, you noticed. That is my masterpiece, Namba number 5, that can enhance the strength of Pokémon. Namba was very proud of his invention. So what? How strong can it be enhanced by the rage caused by the machine? Machamp Persian, you go. You can see it, not bad, but you will soon know how strong Rage's enhanced strength can be. Nidoking, use Rage's Megaton Boxing, Electabuzz, Rage's Thunder Palm. It can't be seen that Dr. Namba, who specializes in research, is so passionate about fighting and launched the attack first. It's just a machine. If these can do much, then why are we training Pokémon so hard? Machamp Dynamic Punch hit back Persian Orberg Tail. What Machamp faced was the Nidoking, and the four-fist Dynamic Punch made it keep retreating. Under the command of Oki, Persian avoided the lightning palm of Electabuzz, and Orberg's tail directly hit Namba No. 5 on its head. After breaking it and falling, it turned around and hit the one on Nidoking's head. How is it possible? Namba couldn't believe it when he saw his masterpiece was knocked down without any effect. Nothing is impossible. If your machine is used in large-scale battles, it may be okay and can be useful. But in one-on-one duels, someone with a little sense can directly destroy it, but I believe that the cost of that thing is not high. Low right. Otherwise, only the two leaders would be able to install it. Quan Shui said leisurely, you are right, but please remember the beasts are not so easy to own. Namba said and planned to retreat. Want to leave, have you asked me? As for owning Articuno, I believe the Oak family can handle it, so you don't have to worry about it. Seeing that Namba wanted to leave, Oki commanded Steelix to stop him. Hearing Oki talking about the Oak family, Namba seemed to think of something, took out a book and started flipping through it. As if he was very familiar with this book, Namba flipped through it casually, and he turned to the page where there was something he wanted to know. Are you Oki, the eldest son of the Oak family? As if seeing something incredible, Namba shouted in disbelief after checking it several times. It's me, so what? What are you going to do about this matter? Oak smiled and looked at him. How do you want to solve it? Namba knew that he had offended a terrible person, and combined with the rumors about Oki some time ago, Namba immediately faltered. These two Pokémon have good aptitude and strength. Give them to me. Just now Ling gave Oki a terrible news. Namba's Electabuzz and Nidoking have blue-level aptitude. This is scary. Oak has traveled for so long, and with the help of Spirit, how many blue-qualified Pokémon are there? The two Pokémon that this guy uses as guards are both blue-qualified. No. As if stepping on the tail, Namba was timid, but suddenly changed his posture, but remembering the horror of Oki, he could only say reluctantly, at most, I will give you one. Okay, I want this Electabuzz. Oki didn't think about getting all of them. After all, the blue-type Pokémon is too precious. It would be great if Namba could give one, just because he still lacks an electric-type Pokémon. The main force so Electabuzz has become the best choice. Here you are, we've written it off. Namba reluctantly put the Electabuzz into the Pokéball and then threw it to Oki and said, Okay, let's go, I guess this Lugia's mate is coming soon. Oki, who got the Electabuzz, was in a good mood and gave Namba a free reminder. Hearing what Oki said, Namba ran to their mobile base without much thought and called his men back. After a while, Ash, who was not stopped by the rockets, ran over. Brother Yi, is it true? Just before the rockets left, they said that another Lugia was coming. Seeing Articuno and other Pokémon beside Oki, Ash and the others were shocked, but didn't they ask first top concern? Yeah, just now my Articuno told me that a very strong Pokémon is approaching. Who else can approach this side at this time except that Lugia's spouse? Oki said indifferently. No, it's terrible. Articuno, Charizard, you go and rescue Lugia first, and Blissey will heal her with all her strength later. Looking at Lugia lying in front of him, Oki was a little speechless. Only then did he remember that he seemed to have beaten the baby Lugia's mother. If the baby Lugia's father really rushed over then, pills. Oki raised his head to the sky and said 5.7 speechless. Ash and the others watched Oki's series of actions and probably guessed what was going on. Although they were surprised that Oki could have Articuno and beat Lugia to the ground, there was nothing they could do about the imminent crisis. It was also Kiki who looked up at soaring in the sky and then said, the cause of medicine. After a while, Articuno was Oak at the same time, and the Pokémon was approaching rapidly. Oki, who was reminded of the freezing, silently put away all the Pokémon except Blissey. If it really came, it would make no difference if these Pokémon were there, and without these Pokémon, he watched Blissey help heal his wounds. Maybe there is a chance to explain it. Soon, on the surface of the sea in front of them, a Lugia that was bigger than the knocked-down Lugia appeared. Fortunately for Oak, Yi and the others, after this Lugia appeared, looking at the situation in front of them, they did not make any drastic moves, but landed next to the fallen Lugia and began to heal its injuries. Instead, Blissey could only walk while making way for it. Because my healing speed is really not as fast as others, I am here to direct those who get in the way. Next to the Silver Rock Island of the Whirlpool Islands, the mother Lugia soon woke up under the treatment of the newly arrived Lugia. Watching Lugia wake up, Oki started to get a little nervous. After all, he just took advantage of it to go crazy and beat it up, and now that it has regained its senses, it doesn't know if it will do any radical behavior. Fortunately, the awakened Lugia immediately looked at the rushing Lugia, as if she had forgotten what happened just now. Young man, don't doubt it, it's me. After Lugia comforted Lugia's mother earlier, Oki suddenly heard a strange voice, and looking at the Pokémon around him, he knew that it should be similar to telepathy. And the only ones around him who can still use this are Curlia and the big Lugia, so Oki focused his eyes on Lugia. It's not suspicion, it's just a little surprise to hear your voice for the first time. Okay then, I understand the matter roughly, thank you very much for your help. Can you bring little Lugia here? Lugia nodded its huge head and asked telepathically. And that Lugia mother at this time, behaved unexpectedly well-behaved, quietly flew behind this Lugia and left everything to it to solve. Little Lugia is dizzy, but I believe it will be fine after a nap, and she didn't suffer any harm. Come with me. After Oki finished speaking, he took Ash and the others back to the place where the baby Lugia was placed, while the two big Lugia were flying not far behind them. Returning to the place where they were placed, Sir Lena and the others were waiting anxiously. As for baby Lugia, it may be that the drug used by the rockets is full of drugs, and she is sleeping soundly at the moment. Before Sir Lena and the others could speak, Oki stabilized them first, then pointed to the sky, then took them to the side of the road and gave the place to Lugia and the others. I don't know what method Lugia used, but baby Lugia quickly woke up, looked at the parents in front of him, and after a cry, he entered the heartless happy day again. Contest condition. Boys and girls, thank you for lending a helping hand in time. My wife and children were spared. This time, Lugia's voice rang directly in everyone's minds, and she was no longer talking to Oki alone. These are what we should do, yeah. Because of their age, Ash and the others always involuntarily lend a helping hand in the face of such things, and gradually they have become used to it. Facing Lugia's thanks, Oki and the others said very happily, "Thanks are still needed, let's take these as presents for you." Lugia said, waved out a lot of energy, and each separated and surrounded Oki and their Pokémon or Pokéball. A large part of this energy was scattered, and when it flowed through Ash's hands, he only felt a chill passing over his sin. Oki may have made a relatively large contribution, and the resources distributed to him are the most, at least the volume is there. Maybe it's because Oak's Pokémon only has Blastoise as a water-type Pokémon, and all the energy is submerged in its body. Oak can feel that Blastoise's aura is rising again and again. After those energies are absorbed by Pokémon or Pokéball, everyone can feel that the strength of their Pokémon has increased a bit. As for whether there are other hidden benefits, it will be discovered slowly in the future. Moreover, although Lugia is the guardian spirit of the sea, the energy it gives is not fixed as water type. Otherwise, Zyoging is basically a rock-type Pokémon. Wouldn't that be miserable? After Lugia gave the energy, she left here with Lugia mother and child. And after they left, everyone was talking. There is no such topic as how much benefits Pokémon has just gained or how much its strength has improved. Maybe everyone wants to use it as a privacy or whole card. The Lugia matter has been resolved, and everyone has an idea of what the mysterious Pokémon is. The next thing to do is to go back to each house and find each mother. Because one wants to continue to travel and adventure here, and the other has a family nearby. So neither Richie nor the little boy named Joshua left by boat with Oak-Yi and the others, but stayed directly on the island here. After sailing by boat for a while, Oak-Yi and the others finally returned to harbor. After getting off the boat, Oak-Yi took Lena and Ash to say goodbye and ran directly to the Pokémon Center. At this moment, he still had an Electabuzz with excellent qualifications and had not replaced the Pokéball. Besides, being disturbed by Namba's machine for such a long time, Oak-Yi intends to ask Nurse Joy to do a health check for him. In Nurse Joy, I helped Electabuzz to check and replace the Pokéball. I described the scene to Sir Lena because of my sleepiness. It turns out that so many things happened. Fortunately, Lugia didn't trouble us, but is this Electabuzz really that good? Sir Lena said a little uncertainly while looking at the Electabuzz in the examination room. According to what you told me, it should be Lugia's special presentation from Soy in order to repay you. Sir Lena said uncertainly. Since it was a gift from Lugia, Oak-Yi didn't intend to waste it. He found a jewelry store the next day and had it ready to wear on Blastoise. Then he found a relatively remote seaside and started to try Blastoise. Mega Evolution. Electabuzz, now you are my partner, I will not give up on you. Oak-Yi patted Electabuzz's head, solemnly promised. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Oak-Yi and Sir Lena went straight back to the hotel. Thundershock. Ha, just after that Lugia sprinkled a lot of energy, there was something extra in my hand. I put it in front of my eyes and I didn't expect it to be a Meta Stone. Oak-Yi rubbed the Mega Stone in his hand with Fat Stone said. Blastoise after Mega Evolution. The appearance has changed a lot. The two water pipes on the back are directly merged into a large barrel and the hands have an extra small barrel. The overall look is not very handsome. After waiting anxiously, Electabuzz was finally pushed out by Nurse Joy. At the same time, the Pokéball placed beside Electabuzz had been directly replaced with Oak's own Pokéball. Put it away first, it looks like it will take a little time. As time goes by, I believe it can adjust its contest condition. Looking at Electabuzz, Sir Lena said. I hope so. Because the first impression given to Sir Lena was not very good, it directly made Sir Lena doubt its aptitude and strength. Maybe it is, or maybe it's a reward for letting Lugia's mother go. But after I got it, I talked with the Pokémon, and I didn't think that Lugia was quite face-saving, so I gave a Blastoise Mega Stone directly. Talking about the Pokémon that can Mega Evolve, Oak-Yi couldn't hide the smile on his face. What is it? It's so mysterious. Lena didn't take it seriously, but after seeing the thing in Oak-Yi's hand, she couldn't help exclaiming, Mega Stone, what Pokémon, where did it come from? Seeing Lena's surprised look, Oak-Yi couldn't help but want to laugh. Ordinarily speaking, Kalos region has the largest output or the number of discoveries of things like Mega Stones. But as a person from the Kalos region, Sir Lena was unable to see the Mega Stone in the Kalos region. Instead, after traveling with Oak-Yi, she often saw this thing. It's a pity, I don't know if Namba gave this guy ecstasy or something. Although he responded to Oak-Yi's words, Electabuzz's lack of energy didn't improve at all. Because of the experience of training Mega Evolution with Charizard, Oak-Yi successfully carried out Mega Evolution for the first time. Don't worry, this Electabuzz is in good health. As for the lack of energy, I guess something happened recently. Although he didn't know the specific situation, Nurse Joy still guessed something. After making sure that there is no one around, Oak-Yi said to Sir Lena mysteriously, Nana, come here, I'll show you a baby. That's the only way to go, come back, Electabuzz. Oak-Yi had no choice but to put it away first. Don't look at its current contest condition, it seems to be very sluggish, but under the stimulation of the Namba machine, this guy's strength is really good. And the most important thing is his qualifications, which I really don't have in my Pokémon, it can only be surpassed by a few. Looking at the closed door, Oak-Yi said confidently. Unlike Oak-Yi and Sir Lena who were delayed on Silver Rock Island, Ash and his group had already embarked on the journey back to Shallow Onion City. Because of the gymnasium in Asagi City, Oak-Yi has already challenged it, and also directly challenged it successfully and obtained the badge. The destination is directly fixed on the next gymnasium. Because the location of the next gymnasium is not far from Ekrutik City, Oki and the others first came to Ekrutik City to make plans. Moreover, Oki vaguely remembered that in this place, Ash and the others met another mythical beast Pokémon which seemed to be Suicune. I just met Lugia, the divine beast on the Whirlpool Islands and got a lot of benefits. In addition, Captivate, who saw the divine beast with my own eyes, made Oki and Sir Lena stop at Ekrutik City. A few days later, the three of them also came to Ekrutik City because they also wanted to challenge Ash in the gym. 2 days before Ash's arrival, news of Suicune's activities has been spread here one after another. And the best way to judge the accuracy of these news is naturally to ask Morty, the local snake here. You said Suicune, have you heard chingling these days? Morty first asked Oki a question. It seems to be there. Because he didn't pay much attention, Oki said after trying to recall. You know the legends about Ho-Oh in the past. There are 4 clear bells and 32 bells that convey the will of Ho-Oh in Lingling Tower. Fortunately, none of the 4 clear bells were burned. Over the years, in order to pray for the return of the Wind King, people hung up all the bells as before, but unfortunately they never rang again, and the Wind King never appeared again. And during this time, the clear bell in the Lingling Tower rang. And some people speculated that it was the will of the Wind King to convey that Suicune came here for unknown reasons. After listening to Morty, Oak and Lena thought about what he said and those mysterious bells. By the way, I have a friend who specializes in chasing Suicune. He should have some clues. Morty said to Oki and the others as if he had thought of something. Oh, then introduce us. Oki said with his eyes lit up when he heard Morty's words. Just when Morty was about to introduce his friends to Oki and the others met Ash and the three of them just after they left the house. After learning about the specifics, Ash expressed with great anticipation that he would also participate in the event, so just in time, we went to find Morty's friends together. Let me introduce you. This is my friend I told you about. His name is Eugene. After finding Morty's friend, Morty introduced them to everyone. Before everyone finished introducing themselves, the bell in Lingling Tower rang again, and this time it was even more urgent. Something happened, Morty said with a change of expression when he heard the ringing of the bell, and then ran towards the new Lingling Tower. When everyone looked over there, the bells that had never rang were now ringing non-stop. Everyone could look up layer by layer. When they reached the highest floor, the 4 most precious clear bells, it's gone now. How come? Jenger, hurry up and get it back. Seeing that clear bell was gone, as the host here, Morty was more nervous than anyone present. Jenger has set out to search, but Morty is still scratching his head. In order to help him, we propose that we all go to find Clear Bell together. But before Oak Yi and the others officially set off, a large number of wild Pokémon string balls, Ariados, and green WEEDLE letter 282E2 appeared in the forest here. They kept moving towards the Lingling Tower, using string shots non-stop along the way, covering the entire surrounding area with string shots, and even the forest became white. There is a saying that Clear Bell has the power to reassure Pokémon. Could it be that the disappearance of Clear Bell made these Pokémon go crazy? Morty guessed, and Ash and the others agreed. But different from their thoughts, Oki felt that the Pokémon were a little strange. Although it's not obvious on the surface, Oki always has a feeling that they are being controlled. It's just that this kind of conjecture is too groundless, so Oki didn't say it. The Pokémon were getting closer and closer, and at the same time, Oki and the others would be pressed back by those Pokémon's attacks even if they took a step forward. Just when everyone was considering whether to try to fight directly, Morty's Jenger came back, as if he had found those clear bells. Because everyone does not want to hurt these Pokémon, most of them send Pokémon to protect the safety, and at the same time knock the Pokémon off the road as lightly as possible. After many difficulties, Oki and the others finally met 3 clear bells after breaking through a string shot net. That's right, there were 3 of them. At the same time, the rocket trio was found hanging upside down. After combining the usual styles of these 3 guys, Oki probably guessed what was going on. At the same time, the most deceitful thing is that after a few words of conversation, the 3 members of the Rockets proudly talked about the fact that they and others smashed a clear bell, leaving Oak and the others speechless for a while. After a while, Oki and the others were surrounded by a large number of wild Pokémon. When they thought they were really going to force their way in this time, a roar stopped Oki and the others again. According to the long-term follow-up study of Suicune's Eugene, this should be Suicune without a doubt. In Ash's view, after Suicune appeared, he used his ability to appease the rioting Pokémon and make Yessie, which covered half of the forest, disappear directly. But in Oki's view, although this statement is not completely wrong, it is also wrong a lot. It was Suicune who melted String Shot, but what calmed the rioting Pokémon was not Suicune's mysterious ability, but that Suicune had just driven away the mastermind behind the control of this group of Pokémon. Oki saw clearly just now, a few figures appeared in the rear right and ran over, and a Pokémon that looked very elegant was chasing after him. It should be Suicune without a doubt. It's so hard to die, I don't know if it was lost after chasing or what. Suicune passed directly in front of Oki and the others. As for Eugene, who had been chasing Suicune, he took out his piquet ball and stood in front of Suicune as if he had been given an aphrodisiac. Suicune, I must subdue you, come out Alakazam, Eugene said madly. And Suicune, who was chasing the mysterious culprit, was obviously a bit angry. Facing this human who didn't know how to advance or retreat, Suicune knocked down Alakazam with 2 moves. This harsh scene made it difficult for Eugene to accept. After all, he was specially trained to catch Suicune's Pokémon, but he couldn't catch both moves. Moreover, looking at Suicune's appearance, he probably hadn't used his full strength. After defeating Eugene, Suicune disappeared immediately, and it seemed that he was chasing the group of Black Hands, leaving only Eugene secretly sad. Oki didn't feel sorry for this guy who didn't know the situation. If it was him, he would definitely fight harder. Actually speaking, Oki is now very concerned about the group of behind-the-scenes people who control wild Pokémon. Because they were so fast, judging from the figures just now, they couldn't even tell whether they were human or Pokémon. And looking at Suicune's familiar and resentful expression, he should look like an old acquaintance. Will those guys have something to do with that organization? Oki kept thinking about this question on the way back to Ecruteak City from the forest. Yat, what are you thinking about? It's been like this since you saw Suicune just now. Are you thinking about Suicune? Back in Ecruteak City, Sir Lena couldn't help asking when she saw Oki was still in deep thought. And Oki was still trying to use some reason to prevaricate, but Sir Lena provided a perfect reason. Yeah, I've always been thinking about Suicune. I don't know why it appeared here, and the time it appeared is too short. When Oki said, he glanced at Eugene next to him. Seeing Oki's expression of, this guy is too weak to live up to, Sir Lena quickly pinched him, otherwise it would be embarrassing to be seen by Eugene later. At this moment, Eugene, who had been downcast all the time, yelled, which made Lena think that Oki's eyes had been spotted and was so nervous and embarrassed that she was going to die. It turns out that's not the case at all. I've decided I'm going to catch up. Morty, I'll see you again when I have a chance. Eugene yelled and chased in one direction. Suicune disappeared in an instant. I don't know what happened to this guy of Wang Zhao to determine the direction, or simply run around, hear the rumors of a place and rush there. Before Morty could respond, he realized that Eugene had already run away, so he could only sigh helplessly. Seeing that Ash is still cheering for that guy, Oak shakes his head helplessly and pats Morty on the shoulder. It's actually quite hard for you to have this kind of friend. Unexpectedly, Morty patted Oak's shoulder again and secretly pointed at Ash. You have worked hard to have a brother like this. And Sir Lena, who had been paying attention to these two people, giggled after hearing the conversation between the two. Okay, since Suicune has already left, let's take our leave. After thinking for a while, Oki said goodbye to Morty directly because he had all his things on his back. And Ash and the others, who were very active on the road, were naturally unwilling to lag behind, and they also bid farewell to Morty. Seeing the back of Oki and the others leaving, there were a lot of people when they came out, and only him when he went back. Morty gave a wry smile, but then he was relieved he was accompanied by Pokémon. Jengar, let's go back. After leaving Ecruteak City, Oki, Lena and Ash embarked on a journey successively. Because the time of departure was different, Oki and the others did not travel with Ash and the others. When passing through a town on the road, it was said that there was a Pokémon competition being held there. Over there, Oki and the others also met that guy Gary. When I met him, the guy was pulling a really nice Arcanine doing some Pokémon race practice. Haha, brother, sister-in-law, do you want to try it? Asked Gary, who was dragged around by Arcanine. Forget it, this kind of competition is not suitable for me. And it seems that there is no reward and it is not interesting at all. Oki refused. After having a meal together, Oki and the others continued to travel, and when they were leaving, Oki reminded Gary to be careful about that guy Ash, because that guy might not be able to compete in the Alliance competition. But yes, this kind of small roadside competition is still very awesome. After saying goodbye to Gary, Oki and the others continued their journey. Along the way, as long as he is free, Oak will release the Electabuzz he just got. After a long time of communication, the contest condition of Electabuzz has recovered a bit. But because of the past of being abandoned by Namba, and the culprit happened to be Oki, the recovery will not be so fast. Oki knows that this guy can recover as long as he can. It is always better to follow himself than Namba, that guy 690, and he will naturally understand these things in the future. After advancing again for a few days, when Oki and the others were resting at the edge of a forest, a thick fog began to rise from the edge of the forest. Facing the heavy fog, Oki suddenly remembered something. It seemed that there was a rather special Ninetales here. I don't know why I always feel that this side is a bit strange. Sir Lena looked at the thick fog that could not be dispersed and couldn't help but hugged Oki's arm and said, "This place is really strange. The mountain next to us seems to be called Sri Baji Mountain. There seem to be legends of ghosts here for a long time, and this thick fog seems to be the beginning of those legends." Oki glanced at the travel guide after that. He said solemnly, "Ah, are there really ghosts? Could it be a Pokémon of the ghost type?" Hearing some ghost legends, Sir Lena didn't mean to be afraid at all but said with a little thought. Hearing what Sir Lena said, Oki suddenly remembered that there are ghost-type Pokémon in this world, and any weird things seem to be related to Pokémon. This time it should not be a ghost-type Pokémon, but a very magical Pokémon. Come out Houndoom, use Foresight. As soon as Houndoom's Foresight was used, the heavy fog here began to dissipate slowly, and Oki and the others could see the surrounding situation clearly again. "So you want to find that Pokémon, right?" Seeing Oki release the Houndoom, Lena foresighted Da Shui's attempt. "That's right, this Pokémon is a very special existence. It can arouse such a large phantom. I'm really interested, let's join Nana." Oki sent an invitation to Sir Lena. Sir Lena also readily agreed, packed up, assist Houndoom's foresight trick. Oak Yat and the others started to walk up Mount Sri Baji because Oak Yat said that it felt like the Pokémon was on the other side of the mountain. Going forward, after turning over Mount Sri Baji, Oak Yi and the others came to a forest again. Although there was still no sign of the mysterious Pokémon, Oak Yi and the others found that the fog was getting thicker and thicker, which meant that they were getting closer to the source. Continuing to move toward the thicker fog, foresight from Assist Houndoom, Oak Yi and the others found a very dilapidated courtyard, and the Pokémon should be inside. "Yi, I feel that Pokémon is in here, and seeing the dilapidated appearance of this yard, I can conclude that Pokémon is a ghost-type Pokémon." After seeing the dilapidated yard, Sir Lena said confidently. Hearing what Sir Lena said, the corners of Oki's mouth curled up slightly, feeling that something good was coming. "I'm sure it's not a ghost-type Pokémon. Since you're so confident, should we make a bet?" Oak said with a hint of taunt. Sir Lena, who heard Oki say this, was easily fooled. "What bet?" I agreed, Sir Lena asked dissatisfied. "I just meet that Pokémon later. If it's not a ghost type, then I win, you want." Oki said close to Sir Lena's ear. And Sir Lena's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then asked dissatisfied, "Then it is a ghost-type Pokémon. What should you do if you lose?" "If I lose, you can do whatever you want." "Okay, that's it." The bet was established, and Oki directly led Sir Lena and Houndoom into the yard. "Then I don't know anyway, I was able to use this ability decades ago." A Stephanie's voice came from Oki's ear, and that Stephanie's phantom also seemed to be opening its mouth to speak. "Ninetales, back up." "What?" "Then freeze the light with all your strength." Oki originally wanted to make Ninetales back up a little to attack, but he forgot about Ninetales' psychic, and Ninetales was found directly and locked in place, unable to break free. "You had a master a long time ago, right? This building seems to be 200 years ago. Your master must have disappeared for so long, right?" Oki speculated. "Foresight is looking for it." "Ninetales?" Before Oki could finish speaking, a beautiful Ninetales came out and there was a beautiful Stephanie beside him. But under the illumination of Foresight, that Stephanie directly disappeared. It seems that it is a phantom. As soon as the door Beeb was opened, a flamethrower sprayed towards him. "That's right, your master shouldn't have the ability to live for 200 years, right? So I believe you know the truth, but let's play a game first. I use your same kind, come on Ninetales." Ninetales directly used the flame car to crash into Oki's Ninetales, on the one hand to attack, and on the other hand to melt the ice on his body. Oki's Ninetales split into 6 at once, and this long-lived Ninetales stopped the flame car, and then used the Orberg tail. Perhaps due to the experience accumulated over a long period of time, the 9 tails of this Ninetales separated and directly hit one of Oki's Ninetales avatars and the main body. On the other hand, I have lived here for more than 200 years, and I still feel a little bit reluctant about this place. Of course, what is even more reluctant is the memory of this place and the previous owner. Sure enough, but the Ninetales don't live for a long time, and those who live for a long time can develop psychic are very few. I am very interested in you now and I want to subdue you. Unexpectedly, this Ninetales actually on the basis of being able to use Psychic, he actually used a lot of telepathy that Pokémon of the superpower system does not know, which made Oki even happier. Oki's Ninetales used the blowing snow trick, which made this Ninetales who had only seen Fire-type Ninetales a little confused. However, the coldness of Fubuki woke it up. After living for more than 200 years, it was the first time I saw a snow-white Ninetales. This Ninetales was very shocked, but after the shock I was at a loss. Because on the one hand, although it wants to leave, it has already been subdued after all, and whether it can be subdued again is really a question. The fog just now was caused by you, right? It is said that Ninetales has lived long enough or because of some other reasons, he will have the ability to use Psychic, believe you are it. Oki looked at Ninetales, first at Sir Lena smiled, and then said to Ninetales, Houndoom flamethrower block it. Two flamethrowers collided together. Although Houndoom's flamethrower did not win but blocked it, it was considered a success. Conquer me? Unfortunately, I already have a master. What? That's right, my master didn't come back after he went on a trip, and I have stayed here for nearly 200 years. Hearing Oki say that, the Ninetales was shocked and then said this. It's a good idea, but it's useless. Ninetales used Double Team and then the Freezing Light. Since you were a Pokémon more than 200 years ago, the Pokéball at that time was technically flawed. And I believe that your master didn't take you with you when he went out. Your Pokéball should also be in the house waiting for me to win now. I'll go in and find it. Now let's fight. Ninetales used Fubuki. Since he couldn't break free, he fought directly, and Oki immediately ordered his Ninetales to launch the Freezing Light with all its strength. In this way, even if it is knocked down by Orberg's tail, it will not be able to think about it. Even though he knew the result, the Ninetales didn't back down, and the 9 separated tails swung down even harder. When Oki's Ninetales sent out the Freezing Light, this Ninetales directly blocked it with its 5 tails. As a result, the 5 tails were frozen into a large ice block. But at the same time, the other 3 tails hit Oki Ninetales' body, causing a lot of damage, but the damage should not be the power of its strength level. It should be that there has been no battle for so many years, and the only one who has been trained is the developed Psychic. Ninetales don't give up, agility is close to it, and then we also use the Orberg. The damage he received just now was relatively within the acceptable range. Oki's Ninetales directly used agility and ran to that Ninetales, and then the 9 snow-white tails also separated and hit the Ninetales. Perhaps due to the influence of the long-term comfortable life. Although the Ninetales wanted to avoid the agility and Orberg tail of the Oki Ninetales, but the body that has not been exercising for a long time in these years can no longer keep up with the reaction speed, so it was directly hated Orberg tail hit. Oki's Ninetales has never been idle. Ever since he developed the function of the 9 tails, he has been deliberately exercising. The current Orberg tail has been really intensively trained. Not only the power has increased, but also the time of falling is also different. When the hit hits an area, the 9 tails hit one after another. This power is not as simple as 1 plus 1. That Ninetales, it's about the same. If I let my Ninetales attack again, do you think you can bear it? Oki looked at the damage caused by Orberg's tail and stood up for a struggle. Ninetales asked. After the Ninetales ignored it for a while, it gave up helplessly, lying on the ground without moving. Oki seized the opportunity to release Blissey and swiped 7 favorability points. After Blissey healed the Ninetales, Oak said to it, Go in, let's go find your Pokéball. Ninetales nodded and walked ahead, while Oki pulled Lena past him and chased after him. As for why he grabbed her and chased after her, it must be said why she was stunned. Ever since Ninetales appeared just now, Sir Lena's face has been burning hot when she thought of the shameful conditions after losing the bet. I won the bet, remember my conditions. In the process of walking into the old house to find the Ninetales Pokéball, Oki said a word to Sir Lena, which made her calm mood become complicated in an instant. After searching for a while, Oki and the others found Ninetales Pokéball in one of the houses. Unlike modern craftsmanship, it seemed to be made of a material similar to porcelain. I don't know if it was a luxury ball of that era. At the same time, I also found a photo of the owner of Ninetales. At first glance, I thought it was an acquaintance. Anyway, Sir Lena asked Oki at the first sight when she came in, why is there a photo of Zyoging here? Finding the Pokéball, Oki took the Ninetales back first, and then released it in the release mode. Ninetales, it's fine now, you don't have to be bound by this Pokéball in the future. I remember that the Pokéball technology was not perfect at that time, and those people should have added some other devices in it. How about smashing this thing? Oki asked Ninetales, holding the old Pokéball in his hand. Ninetales habitually created the Phantom of Stephanie before saying, Okay, my last owner should have gone on a trip. Except for accidents, I waited until the 150th year, and I already had the idea of leaving to see the perfect yes. But there has always been something that I don't want to part with, so it's okay to smash it now. Oki nodded after listening. It seems that Ninetales should know the hypnotic device inside, but it's not easy to say it out. If so, it's okay to smash it. This Pokéball can easily be smashed due to technical and material reasons. After smashing the Pokéball, Oki took out his own Pokéball and talked to Ninetales. Since you have been subdued by me, come in for a long time. I guarantee that there are no strange devices inside. I believe you must be lonely after staying in this place for more than 200 years. There will be many companions with you in the future, and more there are more and more. Besides, I know that no matter what, you still can't forget your last master. I can find someone who is very similar to him for you to meet, and it can be regarded as fulfilling your wish. After Okya finished speaking, Ninetales entered the Pokeball without thinking, but Okya released it again. There is a problem with letting you out. I want to explain to you, and you probably want to talk to my Ninetales too. After we finish talking, you can talk all night long. Oki pointed at his Ninetales from the Alola region and then continued to say what he wanted to say. I have always treated my Pokémon as friends. From now on, don't call me master, just call me boss. All my Pokémon, that's what it's called. For the rest, you'll know after a good chat with it, go ahead. Originally, Oki wanted to say something, but he hadn't seen the same kind in nearly 200 years, and it was such an unusual kind, so he was already impatient. Oki also explained the core problem, let his original Ninetales tell it the rest, and he has other things to do. Hey Nana, you lost the bet. Oki smiled and walked to see Lena's side and then reminded her of the bet that she lost. I'm so bored, we'll talk about it in the city. I'm going to bed, good night. Sir Lena blushed again when she heard that and got into her sleeping bag. Ha, no problem, I will remind you when we get to the city. Good night. After Oki reminded her again, he got into the sleeping bag directly. The next day, after Oki and the others woke up, they found two Ninetales sleeping next to each other. After making breakfast and feeding the two Ninetales, I put them in the Pokeball and set off on the journey again. By the way, Yi, you said that you want that Ninetales to meet someone who is very similar to its owner. What are you going to do? Could it be Zyoging? On the way, Sir Lena suddenly remembered this matter and said to looking at Oki asked. That's right, the place we're going to now is Mahogany City, and Ash will go to that place if he wants to challenge the gymnasium. At that time, just ask Zyoging to help you, Oki said with a smile. Okay, but at Ash's speed it should take a long time, right? There is no way to do this. It depends on whether we can meet them on the way to Mahogany Town. After discussing this issue, Oki and the others moved in the direction of Mahogany Town. But when he was on his way, Oki released Pokémon for training again. From time to time, when I stop, I will also let out the Fire Ninetales and Electabuzz to cultivate a relationship. But after finding out that it was effective, Oki directly let the two Pokémon stay outside. Anyway, these two Pokémon, one handsome and the other beautiful, will not be afraid of them scaring others. After advancing for a few days, Oki and the others were walking on the road. When they reached an unknown forest, they were placed among the two Pokémon outside to cultivate their relationship. Electabuzz suddenly became a little listless. Just when Oki was in a hurry, he thought Electabuzz was sick. I was going to put the two Pokémon away and then quickly find a Pokémon Center to check for Electabuzz when I suddenly heard a roar and the sound sounded like Gyarados. At this time, Oki looked towards the side of the road again and found that there seemed to be a lot of Pokémon and Electabuzz around. After a contest condition, Oki remembered what was going on. Nana, let's go and see what's going on. Oki pulled Sir Lena to go in the direction of the voice. What's the matter, Yat? Isn't Electabuzz still suffering? Shall we find a Pokémon Center to help heal? Sir Lena worried. Don't worry about that, I probably know what's going on. Don't worry, Electabuzz is fine. After pulling Sir Lena towards the direction of the sound and walking for a while, Oki and the others came to a lake, just in time to see a roaring Pokémon. This is Gyarados. Sir Lena couldn't believe what she saw. That's right, it's Gyarados, but it seems to be in pain, and the color is very special, don't let it go when you meet it. Come out, Ninetales, Oki said, releasing his Ice Ninetales, intending to directly kill the ice only Gyarados reigned in them. Ninetales freezing rays. After Oki gave the order, he whispered, Yulongdu, this red Gyarados has nothing to do with you. The freezing light hit Gyarados, and Gyarados, who was in pain because of some sonic reason, didn't even hide and directly prepared to destroy the death light. Nana, that Gyarados has lost its mind. It's dangerous here. You must stand behind me. Charizard, we're fighting now, so it's up to you to protect our safety. For safety, Oki released Charizard, then pulled Lena behind him. Ninetales' freezing light hit the red Gyarados directly, freezing it directly on the lake, and the lake around Gyarados was also directly frozen. Charizard hold back, Ninetales rush over Orberg tail. Because the water had just frozen, the Ninetales had a foothold on the water and Gyarados couldn't hide. The destructive death beam was directly blocked, and Ninetales rushed towards Gyarados again, just as Orberg's tail was about to hit it. A bunch of Rocket's guys appeared on the right and rushed towards Oki and the others aggressively. Who are you, Dads? Who are you? Although the Rockets appeared, Ninetales did not stop without Oki's order. Orberg's tail directly hit Rage's Gyarados, causing the damage to explode. Roar, Gyarados roared in rage, even though it was rage in the first place. But if it's just rage, it really doesn't help the situation in front of him. The red Gyarados is frozen by the freezing light, and now no matter how much he swings his body, he can't break free. Ninetales' sheer cold solve it. As for you guys, don't be ashamed of the trash fish, Ninetales, watch them for me and attack them if you dare to move. When Oki commanded the Ice Ninetales to fight, he also released the Fire Ninetales, watching the rockets on the side. Damn it, dare to say that my uncle is a B asterisk 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 D, you are dead, come out. What's going on? The leading rocket team just wanted to release Pokémon to teach the enemy in front of them, but they were directly attacked by Ninetales Super. The energy system is directly fixed. There will be no next time. The trash fish must have the awareness of the trash fish. Just stay on the side and be honest. After Oki finished speaking, Seven Things turned its attention back to the Ice Ninetales and the Red Gyarados come in battle. The Red Gyarados, whose mind was affected by rage or pain, although constantly struggling, began to slowly regain his sanity after Ninetales' sheer cold. But without the support of some kind of emotion or strength, he soon frozen all over. Let's go Piquet Ball. The gap between the luxury ball and the ordinary Piquet Ball was revealed at this time. Oki's luxurious customized Piquet Ball directly subdued the color Gyarados, who was still in the frozen contest condition. Looking at the subdued red Gyarados, the guy in the lead of the Rockets not only didn't show more rage, but also ordered his little brother not to act rashly. Interesting, you should remember who I am now, right? Oak said leisurely. The leader of the Rockets showed more humility. I already know who you are, but this red Gyarados is an important research object for us. I don't know if the young master can hold your hand high. Oh, that Gyarados, I've tamed it now so I don't have to talk about it. When Oki spoke, he was still throwing a Piquet Ball in his hand, which was officially the one that had just tamed the red Gyarados. Really? I'm so sorry we interrupted. Retreat, Master Oak, let's take our leave first. The leader of Team Rocket, who seemed to be called Chengjai, led the younger brothers out of this place. No matter what these guys are for anyway, the Pokémon that Oki wants to subdue has already been subdued by you. No matter what the reason is, it is impossible for Oki to give up now. Did the Rockets leave so easily? Sir Lena still looked a little unbelievable. It doesn't matter what they think anyway, these guys dare not attack me. Instead of spending time thinking about what they will do next, it's better to calm down this injured Gyarados. Oki looked at the gun in his hand Piquet Ball as if caught in a predicament. Now that Gyarados has been conquered, we must start thinking about this problem. But how can we calm down Gyarados? Let's let it out first. It's not always said that a brat will be honest after being beaten. I believe this guy should calm down after being defeated. Come out, Gyarados. Roar, the red Gyarados let out a roar as soon as he appeared. Although there was still rage in the eyes looking at Oki, but he still stopped in front of Oki honestly and did not leave. The reason why you are in so much pain should be because of a strange sound wave. But there is no need to worry now anyway, we will leave here later. And after following us for a long time. I believe your contest condition should be of some use, get better, even heal. After hearing what Oki said, Gyarados was silent for a while. But Oki could still feel the rage in his eyes. The extreme rage the city object is obviously the main culprit of its current contest condition is the Rockets. Do you want to retaliate? Oak asked directly. A roar of roar made Oki understand its thoughts. That's no problem, I can help you, but you have to promise me one thing, the real strong will not be controlled by rage's emotions. I don't know if you have the idea of being a strong, but now that I have conquered it, the Pokémon who follow me all have a very strong desire to become stronger. Do you understand what I mean? Gyarados didn't think about it at all and nodded directly at Oki. Magikarp, who had the title of the weakest Pokémon before evolution, basically has a heart that wants to become stronger. Among thousands of Pokémon, this is the only existence that responds to Team Rocket's evolution light wave. The idea of becoming stronger is also very strong. Strong. Okay, then wait for me to make a plan first, and when you can control your emotions and fight calmly under any circumstances, I will give you a good thing. After Oki finished speaking, Gyarados retrieves the Piquet Ball. Oki, who took back Gyarados, began to think about Gyarados' problem. Undoubtedly, Oki now has no idea how to secretly solve the Rocket's prestigious professor. And Sir Lena, who saw his current contest condition, didn't bother him, but tried her best to keep nothing from happening around, disturbing Oki's thinking. After a long time, Oki had a relatively perfect idea. When he wanted to get up, he found that he was too focused when he was just thinking, and his hands and legs were numb. When he was about to stand up, his feet went limp and he fell backwards. Be careful, Sir Lena, who was paying attention to Oki, caught him in time. Sorry, I lost my mind accidentally. Oki also felt a little embarrassed when he heard Lena say that. After touching the back of his head, Mew Mui began to try to see if he could still walk. In the evening, by the Lake of Rage, Oak called the red Gyarados to his side, told it the detailed plan, and explained the things Gyarados needed to do in detail over and over again. Although I have a method of coaching that has always been uninterrupted, but this kind of activity for retaliate, I can participate as much as possible, so as to spread Gyarados' anger as much as possible. After a night of camping by the Lake of Rage, the red Gyarados were nowhere to be seen the next day. Come out. After searching for a while, Oki yelled to a certain direction of the forest with a serious face, "You still don't come out, do you want me to invite you in person?" "I'm extremely sorry, young master of the Oak family, we just..." From the direction Oki shouted, two members of Team Rocket appeared. "I'm not sorry, I believe you have seen the situation just now. My Gyarados is a bit disobedient, so I gave it a chance to be free. In the next time I will find it out and tame it. You go back and tell your leader, don't interfere with my affairs." After getting the news from Oki, the two Rockets members ran towards their base with relief. After monitoring Oki, they could go back safely. These two guys wished they could grow two more legs. And Oki also knew that his reputation outside was not that good at this stage, and Oki was not surprised at all by the actions of these two guys fleeing for their lives. After the two Rockets members left as if fleeing for their lives, Oki said happily, "Very good, the plan has begun. So what should we do next?" Hearing Sir Lena's question, Oki smiled slightly. "The next thing we have to do is to catch Gyarados." In the next few days, Oki kept looking for the red Gyarados and even caught it a few times, but due to various reasons it escaped in the end. In the past few days, Gyarados has appeared in different places several times, but if you mark the places where it is active on the map, you will find that these places directly surround the entire Lake of Rage. Anyway, when Oki captured Gyarados for the last time, he found the Rocket's temporary base by accident. And when Oki captured Gyarados through Jenger's continuous detective reports, it was found that the Rocket's small actions had not stopped. But these things were just in line with Oki's wishes because this was originally part of the plan. If the Rockets don't do anything, it's really going to be a headache for Oak. After a few days like this, Ash and the others also came here, and because of the help of the Jessie trio, the Rockets caught the red Gyarados. "Okay then Jenger, you can go to help first, just remember the goal." Beside the Lake of Rage, Oki leaned on a tree and said, talking to himself. However, at the moment when Oak's words fell, it seemed that a group of black shadows had left from his shadow. On the other side, under the insistence of Dew, who came here to solve the problem, Ash and the others who had already left rushed back on their own initiative, but they were directly taken over by the Rockets. The Rockets who caught the red Gyarados seemed to want to transport Gyarados to another place to hide before Oki found out. However, in the compartment where Gyarados was loaded, Jenger had already quietly rescued the restrained Gyarados, but the two Pokémon were silently looking in the direction of the door, waiting to complete the initial task at the right time target. Because the Rockets were driving, Oki could only let Fire Ninetales protect Sir Lena, and then he took Charizard and chased in the direction of the Rockets. According to the original plot, Ash and the others were inexplicably released under Jessie's unknowing whether it was careless or deliberate actions, and then joined Yulongdu, who rushed to the rescue. They should catch up soon, but this is enough time. Eruption 11 Dragon Flamethrower, make it stop. With a huge and powerful flamethrower block, the Rockets' convoy stopped helplessly, and then all members became alert. "You guys are so brave, you even dared to snatch my Pokémon. Do you really think the Rockets can keep you?" As Charizard fell to the front of the team, Oki directly stood up from behind Charizard. "Damn it, didn't you say that no one knew about it? What about the two people watching him?" Inside the convoy, the person in charge, Solanu, asked the little leader. "Professor, I don't know what's going on, but the first thing to do now is to deal with that person first." The little leader, Chenjai, said to Solanu. Just when Solanu was very helpless and wanted to go to Oki, and then made up a reason to deal with it. The compartment loaded with Gyarados behind it exploded directly, and the red Gyarados rushed out directly. "Ah, Serrano, Professor." Before Chenji and the others could react, Gyarados rushed out of the carriage and shot a destructive death light at Solanu directly. Solanu, who didn't have the protagonist's halo, was directly broken into several sections by the destructive death light, and then jumped directly into the lake next to him. "So why do you say this?" "Listen to me, don't touch my Pokémon, wouldn't it be fine? But for the sake of a professor who died, let me tell you some news. Your base at the Lake of Rage appears to have been destroyed." Chenji and the others were shocked when they heard the news. Just when Chenji was about to ask, the communicator in his pocket rang. Judging from what he said during the call, Dew over there has already completed the destruction of the base. So for the sake of seeing you so miserable, I really forgive you, and you need to do the rest, and my goal is this Gyarados. Okya turned and looked at the non-stop Gyarados that emit hydro pumps to destroy the surrounding environment. When Gyarados escaped from the carriage just now, Oak had already asked Jengar to inform him, pretending or simply venting his anger. Looking at the scene in front of him, Oki was very satisfied with the destructive power of this Gyarados. Anyway, there were no humans around and the damaged trees were nothing at all. Come out, Electabuzz, Gyarados, let's fight. Before the battle, Oki specially asked Jengar to send a message to Gyarados to use his full strength. Very good, Electabuzz hits. Facing the Gyarados of the water-type Pokémon, Thunder is obviously a unique move that can cause heavy damage. But what Oki did not expect was that this Gyarados could also use the Thunder unique move, directly leading Electabuzz's Thunder elsewhere. Interesting, I didn't expect you to be able to do this trick. I conquered you that day, but I forgot to check your information. But this is better, and I am more satisfied with you. Electabuzz rush over Lightning Palm. Electabuzz's contest condition has improved a lot during this period, and he jumped to Gyarados' side, surrounded by water. Oki didn't realize until this time that he didn't seem to ask Electabuzz if he could swim. But at this time he thought about it, it's too late. Electabuzz's Lightning Palm hit Gyarados directly with an indomitable momentum. And after Gyarados leaned back with its snake-shaped body, Orberg's tail directly hit the Lightning Palm. Grab the tail and use the over-the-shoulder throw. After the Lightning Palm collided with the Orberg's tail, the Electabuzz, who had nowhere to stand, obviously became unable to continue fighting and began to fall towards the water surface. Yuya seized the opportunity to issue another instruction. After Electabuzz grabbed Gyarados' tail, he twisted his body and threw Gyarados directly to the ground, stunned. But Oki was not too surprised, because when he received this Electabuzz, Oki found that the man named Dr. Namba, although he was a researcher, also seemed to train the Electabuzz well. The power of this Electabuzz still very strong. Continue, Lightning Palm. Seeing Gyarados fell to the ground, Oki directly ordered Electabuzz to continue the attack. Facing the oncoming Lightning Palm, Gyarados didn't panic and directly used the relatively common move of Water Sport. While blocking Electabuzz's Lightning Palm, he also prevented the Lightning Palm's shot from affecting him. Oh, calm enough, good. Electabuzz light screen defense and then use Lightning Palm. After Gyarados got up, he quickly launched a powerful Hydro Pump attack on Electabuzz. After Electabuzz directly blocked it with the light screen, he stepped forward and launched an attack. Now that Gyarados has been thrown to the land by the over-the-shoulder just now, Electabuzz's melee attack at this time is more comfortable and powerful. A few, or in the past, assists own mobility, coupled with Gyarados' inability to move on land, so Gyarados fell down quickly. And just when Oki used the Pokeball to put away Gyarados, Ash and Dew arrived almost at the same time. Ah, that Gyarados was tamed by Brother Yi. When Ash and the others arrived, they happened to see the scene where Oki put away the Gyarados. Hey Ash, it's you guys. Didn't expect Dew to come here too. Oki kept throwing Gyarados' Pokeball in front of Dew, making Dew feel that this guy was a bit inexplicable. Of course it was inexplicable, so I rushed here to investigate this incident. He had never seen this Gyarados at all, just because of the special color, but according to the information, it was not a Flash Pokémon. What are you doing? Also, after all, the two can be regarded as family friends, right? I'm older than you, is it so troublesome for me to be 10 directors? Dujuo Oak said in a careless manner. Those things are not important. I came here to conquer Pokémon. Now that the matter is over, Nana is still waiting for me. I'll go first. Goodbye everyone, Charizard, let's go. I heard Dew mention this matter again. Oki hurriedly rode on Charizard and left this place. Are you kidding? Older than me? In my 2 lifetimes, I am close to 40 years old. Calling you brother? Impossible. Even calling my parents was a struggle for a long time. Hate your age. By the way, if I hadn't crossed over, would I have a son now? If my son fights for it. When I was riding Charizard towards Sir Lena, Oki kept thinking wildly, which was a big brain hole. After flying for a while, Charizard brought Oki to the side of Sir Lena, and Oki could only turn off his incomparably fresh, big brain hole with 467. Yat, are you and Pokémon all right? How are things going? Just after jumping off the Charizard, Lena pulled Oki to look left and right, checking for possible injuries to him. Seeing Sir Lena's nervous appearance, Oki could only hold her in his arms. Okay, how could such a trivial matter get hurt? Besides, the enemy of that guy Gyarados has been solved. Looking at the research done by that guy, you can see that he is not a good person, and he can be regarded as killing the world. So Gyarados isn't angry with you now. That's not true. The evolution of this Gyarados is abnormal after all. Rage should be regarded as a sequelae. Moreover, even ordinary Gyarados don't seem to have a good temper. Anyway, since the last battle with Electabuzz during the battle, it gave me a lot of surprises. While fighting calmly, it also used a lot of interesting tricks. After learning about the situation, Sir Lena asked another question after a while. In that case, do we have to think about the Mahogany Town ahead? Well, it's time to challenge the Mahogany Gym. It is said that Price, the owner of the gym there, seems to be very powerful. Okya thought about the upcoming battle and couldn't help being excited again. There happened to be two Pokémon in need. Try their strength. After the decision was made, Okyi and the others packed up their things and left the camping place for a few days. Although the feeling of camping is actually okay, you can just try it once in a while. People like them who travel outside spend a lot of time and opportunities to camp, so it is better to cherish the time they can rest in the city. Okyi, who came to Mahogany Town, immediately went to the Mahogany Gymnasium to make an appointment for tomorrow's game. Because for Price, who has been injured before, he is the combat power when he recovers without meeting Ash. The strongest, so Okyi rushed to try to fight Price with the cold contest condition before Ash came here. After a night of rest in Mahogany Town, Okyi and Sir Lena came to the Mahogany Gym to prepare for the challenge. Hello, is anyone here? I want to challenge the gym. There was no one in the huge Mahogany Gym, and of course no one paid any attention to Okyi. Helpless, the two had no choice but to come out of the gymnasium, intending to find the people around them and ask where the owner of the gymnasium is. Are you here to challenge the gym? Just after coming out, an old woman appeared in front of Okyi and the others and greeted Okyi and the others warmly. Yes, and we made an appointment yesterday, but it seems that the owner is not here. At this time every day, Price will go to exercise under the waterfall over there, and he should be there at this time. If you want to challenge him, go there and find him. Forget it, come with me, I will take you there. After thinking about it, the ant planned to take Okyi and the others to find Bo. To be honest, the road is really difficult to walk, but seeing that Ant is very relaxed, Okyi and the others can only follow silently. In the middle of the walk, there was another pile of rocks. Sir Lena couldn't hold on anymore. Okyi simply picked her up and then kept jumping on the rocks with the old lady. After reaching a waterfall, the ant finally stopped. At the same time, Okyi and the others also saw Price, who was under the waterfall, following the impact of the waterfall, exercising his body. Okay, we've arrived. Let's take a rest. You are really good to follow my footsteps so easily. When we got to the place, the ant saw Okyi running and jumping with her for so long, holding him in her arms. Stephanie, just like that, Heidke was not panting and said very unexpectedly with a very relaxed look. It's okay, my body has always been pretty good. Okyi said modestly, and at the same time put down Lena, who was hugged by the princess in his arms. Because Price was doing his own exercise, Okyi and the others didn't bother him, just waiting beside him. Fortunately, Price didn't know if he knew someone was looking for him, so he stopped his exercise and swam out from under the waterfall without making Okyi and the others wait long. You are the trainer who came to make an appointment for the challenge yesterday, right? Price took the towel handed by the ant to wipe off the water drops on his body and asked Okyi at the same time. That's right, it's me. Shall we rush back to fight or stay here? Okyi looked at this person with the title of Price of Harsh Winter and asked excitedly. I have no problem, but the two Pokémon I carry with me are not of the challenge level of the gymnasium. If you want a challenge here, you may need to prepare for this. Price seemed to feel very interesting, stopped his hands and said, Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'm not one of those normal challengers. Shui said after pulling out a piquet ball. Okay, then here it is. I haven't met such an interesting challenger for a long time. Price threw the towel in his hand aside very coolly and walked towards the piquet ball that he had put aside. Although the weather here is very good, Price put on his own clothes before standing facing Okyi and the others. The battle venue naturally includes the waterfall, and it can even be said that there is no limit. Okay, since you asked, let's fight here. And when you tamed the red Gyarados yesterday, I was watching from the side. Your Pokémon is really good. Saima, the same as before, you will be the referee. Price said to the ant next to him, which made Okyi and Sele very confused. Perhaps seeing the suspicion of Okyi and the others, Aunt Saima said to them, Don't look at me like this, I am a registered referee of the Johto Region Alliance, and I am fully qualified for this role. Oh okay, I'm sorry to trouble you. Okyi replied with a little embarrassment. After all, it's wrong to doubt others rashly. Then let's start. Mahogany Gymnasium trainer Price, and when Aunt Seema said this, she stopped. Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Okyi from Pallet Town. Okyi hurriedly reported his information. No, it stands to reason that you made an appointment yesterday, and it's our fault that you didn't read the information, Saima. You can continue, Price said at this time. And Aunt Saima smiled at Okyi and the others apologetically and then resumed her duties. Then start now, the challenge begins. Same as the rules of other gymnasiums, Sima quickly announced the rules and then announced the start of the battle. Okay, then this is my first Pokémon, come out Dugong. Price, like other gym trainers, released his own Pokémon first. Then this is my Pokémon, come out Dragonair. Oak released Dragonair. Although it is the first quasi-god Pokémon of Oki, Dragonair has not been so prominent because of the existence of Charizard, but it is a little transparent. Dragonair, who felt this situation, has been training very hard. Even when he was exchanged by Oki for training, he just added the training arranged by Oki directly to his original training. When Oki exchanged it some time ago, he unexpectedly discovered its improvement. After understanding the specific situation, Oki decided to send it on the stage when he challenged the Mahogany Gymnasium. And there is another Pokémon that is the same as it. Oki also meant to send it to challenge the gym, and this time he also brought it with him. Dragonair, it's a very precious and powerful Pokémon, but don't you know that Dragon-type Pokémon have a disadvantage against Ice-type Pokémon? Although it was surprising that the challenger had quasi-god Pokémon, Price still asked. This is more or less the reason why I watched Oki fight, and I admire his reason in it. Of course I know, but Price, don't you know that in the face of absolute strength, all attributes are just clouds? You really have confidence, so let me test how strong your absolute strength is. Dugong Freezing Lights. As one of the more representative moves in the ice system, Freezing Light is naturally the best choice to start the battle and test rival. Okay, then let Price and Dugong show you how hard and powerful you are as a quasi-god Pokémon. Dragonair used Dragon Rage. Oki used the big move at the beginning, and now Oki is more and more fond of this way of fighting. Facing the Freezing Ray, as a powerful move of the Dragon Pokémon, Dragon Rage collided with the Freezing Ray, but Dragon Rage kept suppressing Dugong. It's very powerful, and it's really different from those ordinary trainers. However, Dugong, don't press down, freeze the light with all your strength. Price gave a surprising order. However, Dugong's freezing light really seemed to have suppressed a large part of his power. After Dugong tried his best, he reversed the disadvantage just now and instead wanted to overwhelm Dragonair. Dragonair, since this is the case, you should also use your full strength. Hearing Oki's order, Dragonair's eyes changed, and he was also outputting with all his strength. All of a sudden, Dragon Rage, who was originally at a disadvantage, pushed towards Dugong again. But when they were close to the middle, the two tricks began to be deadlocked, and neither one would give in to the other. As if rehearsing beforehand, Yin Mui and Price changed their orders at the same time. Dragonair, after dodging, used Twister. Dugong dodged Dragon Rage, used Blizzard. Because the two trainers and the two Pokémon changed their moves at the same time, the Freezing Light and Dragon Rage just cancelled the explosion in the middle, but there was no need for the two Pokémon to dodge. Dugong's Blizzard and Dragonair's Twister collided directly, and just like the two tricks just now, they were stalemate in the middle of the field. However, because Blizzard's attack range is relatively wide, the Mist Hurricane blows to the surroundings or Dragonair's side from time to time. And from the frozen rocks and bushes around it, it is known that this power is absolutely impressive. Snowdwell. Dragonair used Double Team while maintaining the Twister. Looking at Dugong's relatively relaxed expression, Oki knew that going on like this would be detrimental to himself and Dragonair. So another order was issued. And he himself believes that Dragonair, who has been training hard, can complete his command posts. Not disappointing Oki, Dragonair created 2 clones while maintaining the Twister. The quantity is not much, but Okiat is already very satisfied. Fine, that's it, use Thunderbolt. As soon as the avatar came out, it formed a triangle with the original body and surrounded Dugong. And after Oki ordered, the 3 Dragonairs all used Thunderbolt. It's not okay to go on like this, Dugong dodge dive, prepare to destroy the Death Light. Because he couldn't distinguish the real body for a while, Price ordered Dugong to dodge. Dragonair catch up Orberg tail. All 3 Dragonairs dived into the water for a moment, and the double team and the main body could see it at a glance. Price knew it, but Dugong, who was dodging the attack from underwater, didn't know it. Suddenly, in order to avoid the clone's attack, he was hit by Dragonair's real body instead. After Dugong was hit by Orberg, Dragonair caught up with Price before he could come and give the order.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.